the daughter and the mother
Sure.
you know, it's a tough spot that parents find themselves in. So I wanted people to realize that we weren't going to sugarcoat it, and I wasn't going to edit out anything that my daughter felt she needed to express. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping connects with people, and that they realize that, you know, we're human beings. We need to work on our communications and need to work on our family relationships and how we talk to each other.
No doubt, an open book. Gloria, thank you so much for spending time with us this morning. We sure do appreciate it. A pleasure to get to visit with you.
A pleasure to get to visit with you. Thank you so much, and thanks everybody that has been watching the Red Table Talk. We are, you know, so happy about the responses that we've been getting and people saying that we're really connecting with them, and that's the most important thing to us.
Hey, just the beginning. And Red Table Talk, the Estefans, airs every Wednesday at noon on Fox Watch.
The death toll is now at 217,000.
Thank you. What a crowd. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Tucson. Thank you, Tucson. Wow. Well, thank you very much, Tucson. I'm thrilled to be in Arizona with the thousands of loyal, hardworking American patriots. 15 days from now, we're going to win the state of Arizona. And we are going to win 4 more years in that beautiful White House. Everybody needs to get out and vote, return your absentee ballot, or vote. You know, you can go out there, I think today. When do you do it? Today, tomorrow, whatever. You can go out and vote today, they say. Today, go out and vote. That beats a ballot. Do you agree? That beats a ballot. Remember the old-fashioned days when you'd actually go out and vote. Today they send you millions of ballots. Are you okay over there? Everyone fine? Good? Okay. He looks better than I do, that guy. He looks better than I do. Good. Thank you. You make sure you're okay. With your vote, we'll continue to cut your taxes and regulations, maintain energy independence, which we have now, strengthen our military, support our police, protect our Second Amendment. I don't know. I don't see you people. I don't think you're going to want to give up those guns. I don't think so. That's not for Arizona. Defend our borders, arrest violent criminals, and confirm more judges to uphold the rule of law. Under my leadership, prosperity will surge. What we've done in the last 3.5 years has been incredible. Nobody's ever done what we've done. There is no administration that's accomplished what we've accomplished in the first 3.5 years. Not even close. Optimism will boom. The pandemic, it's rounding the turn. Vaccines are coming. And I look fine, don't I? You know. And we'll get back to a normal life. That's what we want. Just 7 months ago, we want to get back. And we'll be better than that very soon. We built a foundation that's so strong. And you see what's happening? Stock market through the roof. Your 401ks through the roof. Your stocks through the roof. Your housing through the roof. Everything is good. Your optimism. And what about 56% of the people? Just a Gallup poll just came out. 56% of the people say they're better off today than they were 4 years ago. And we have a pandemic. And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. We're cutting your taxes. They're raising your taxes. That's an easy one to figure out, isn't it? This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery or a Biden depression, if he even gets to run. It's a choice between getting a safe vaccine and getting back in and working. And by the way, you have a governor here today. He's done a great job, and he's kept you open. You're open. Unlike some of them, like Michigan. You know, we won the case in Michigan, you know. The only one that was allowed to have a good time was the governor's husband. He was allowed to do whatever the hell he wanted, but nobody else. They were like in a prison. But we're going to have a safe vaccine, and Biden, you know what he's going to do? Lock them down. Let's lock everybody down. But we built the greatest economy ever. We had to close it down. We saved millions of lives by doing what we did. Then we built it back up, and now we're doing record-type numbers. And it's a choice between the American dream or a socialist nightmare. That's what it is. Biden will delay therapies, postpone the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, close your schools, and shut down our country. And we're opening rapidly, and we've got a V shape. It may be a super V. It looks like it's a super V, which nobody ever even heard of before. He will massively raise your taxes, you will be buried in regulations. You know, we cut regulations. It would take 18 to 21 years to get a highway approved. We have it down to 1 year. And you know what? From 2 to 1, well, very shortly, to be exact. Right now, it's less than 2. We're going to have it down to 1 year. And it may get rejected for environmental reasons or safety, and that's okay. Probably not, but that's okay. But you know what? You're going to have it approved or not approved, and it's a 1-year process, not a 21-year process. And this has gone on all over the country. And in my opinion, what we've done on regulations is even more important than the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. I think it's more important. And they're going to bring all those regulations back. They want to dismantle your police departments. Dissolve your borders. Dissolve your borders. If you don't have borders, you don't have a country. Confiscate your guns. Ban American energy. Wipe out private health care. 180 million people. Terminate religious liberty. This is for the women who live in the suburbs. They want to destroy your suburbs. And I ended the rule that was going to destroy. I ended the regulation that was going to destroy. I kept hearing that women from the suburbs won't like Trump. I said, why? Because I'm stopping crime. You're going to have suburbs be safe. Suburbs, you're having safe suburbs. And you're not going to have low-income housing projects built next to your house. We ended the regulation that would have destroyed your suburbs. It's amazing how the women like me all of a sudden. And as you know, the Democrats, they want to cut our military to the bone, and we built the greatest military right now in the history of our country, frankly, in the history of the world. Biden will surrender your jobs to China. He will surrender your future to the virus, and he will surrender your country to the radical socialist left. And you see that happening. The only thing Biden wants to do is get as much as he can for himself. Have you been watching this whole thing play out? I didn't know anything about it. Oh, here's a picture of Biden playing golf with these people. I didn't know my son was taking money from Burisma. I didn't know my son got $3.5 billion from the mayor of Moscow's wife. I wonder why. And then you see all the things, right? That we have to give the man 10%. We have to give the man 10%, right? Ah, boy. I'll tell you what. Nobody's ever seen. And the media, right, and big tech, they won't allow it. Charlie Kirk, you know Charlie Kirk, great guy? They shut down his site because he mentioned it. Look, he's a corrupt politician, this guy. He's a corrupt politician. To get the power, Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He has handed control of his party over to the socialists, the communists, the Marxists, and the left-wing extremists. And that's before we get to his own personal corruption, which is more than anybody in history. I say this, it's the second biggest scandal politically in the history of our country. Number one was spying on my campaign and getting caught. Biden even chose as his running mate the most liberal senator in America, Kamala. Senator Kamala Harris is a sponsor of the Socialist Green New Deal and legislation to strip away the private health plans of 180 million Americans. And you know, her and Bernie Sanders want to do something in Arizona. They have some deal in Arizona where your taxes are going to go way up. You know that, right? Your governor, who's right over here, your great governor, was saying he's not happy with it. But Bernie Sanders, the second most liberal person, you know, she's first, right? She's considered first. They want to raise your taxes 8.5%. So I'm glad to, right, Governor? He's saying more. It's probably more. What is the name of that, Governor? Rule what? Right? You know about it? Okay, you can't have him in because they control Biden 100%. Biden is shot. You know he's shot, right? He's gonzo. Harris also urged their supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out the rioters, the ones that knocked out your towns, your cities. Not in Republican areas, by the way, all in Democrat areas. You look at Portland, how about that? We would have taken 15 minutes, we could have solved that. We told the governor, Democrat, let us in, we'll solve that problem. We went into Minneapolis, it took us a half an hour, that was over with. Unfortunately, they could have called a little earlier. And in Seattle, they gave up when they heard we were going in the next morning. But we would solve, look, all Democrat areas, New York going to hell. I feel so sad with New York. Crime is up 200, 250%. Cuomo. A terrible thing has happened in New York. Look at Chicago, Democrat again. Crime is through the roof. They had a weekend, 87 people were shot and 16 died. Okay? Now, do you believe this isn't? Hey, we're in Afghanistan. You don't lose many people. We're coming out, by the way. It's all coming. We're all coming back home. But you go to war zones, you don't have that. And we could solve it so easily. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, there's never been that chant before, seriously. We all like Ronald Reagan, I guess he'd be. But he never had that chant. We love you. Think of that. We love you. You're going to make me cry. Don't do that. I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry. Make me cry. You'll destroy my image, and then you won't love me anymore. That'll be terrible. I appreciate it. Now I do, and I feel the same way. That's why I'm doing this. I had a good life before I did this stuff, believe me. My life was very simple and very nice. The Democrat Party's war on cops is inciting riots and putting police officers and American families in very grave danger. Unlike Joe Biden, I will always support the heroes of law enforcement. And I was endorsed by almost every law enforcement group in the United States, including New York's finest, and Chicago, and Florida, and Texas, and Oklahoma, and every place. And I was just named, I have to say this happened today, the Man of the Year in their big magazine, the Blue Magazine, good name for Man of the Year. So I just tell you that, for whatever reason I tell you that. I'm the only one standing between you and a left-wing crusade. You know, you have people, they want to change our whole country. And the thing that's going to bring us back together is success. Because I'll tell you, we were ready. I was getting calls 7 months ago. We had the best employment numbers we ever had. We had the greatest success we've ever had. We were beating China at everything. You know, you kept hearing about China. We were beating everybody. And they were calling me, people that I wouldn't be speaking to generally. Let's get together. It was happening, and then we got hit by the China plague, and then we had to start all over again. But success brings us together. I saw it, and we saw it for 2 months. It was really going on. A new study of the Biden-Harris agenda found that their plans will crater the typical American family by more than $6,500. They're horrible, horrible plans to finance what? The blue The new Green Deal. The Green New Deal is the craziest thing, right? No more airplanes, no more double cars, no more cows. If you have a ranch, you won't have cows anymore. No more you. You'll be next. In just 3 years, I increased family income by $6,000. And we're not even talking about the energy. Did you ever think you'd be seeing $2 gasoline again? And you got that? And it's plentiful, and we saved all our energy jobs. All of our energy jobs we saved. Biden will eviscerate the middle class. My policies will lift the middle class to record highs, and that's where we're going very quickly. For the last 47 years, sleepy Joe Biden shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your borders, and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in these endless, ridiculous foreign wars. In countries you never even heard of. Joe Biden is a servant of the left-wing globalists and lobbyists, the wealthy donors, the Washington vultures, who got rich bleeding America dry. You know, they raise a lot of money, the Democrats. You know why? Because they make deals. They make deals. I would be the greatest fundraiser in history if I wanted to call Wall Street. I know them all. I want $10 million for my campaign. Yes, sir. All I have to say is, I want 10 million, I want 15, I want 25. I would set every record. But you know what happens when you do that? You're selling yourself out. When you have to do something, you can't do it anymore because you feel guilty. You see them setting all sorts of records. I know what the records are. The records are every time they set a record, they gave away everything. In 2016, you voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment. And you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. About time. About time. It's about time. Joe Biden is always and always has been a corrupt politician. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician. And you know what? You knew that, and a lot of people knew it for a long time, but now you have the laptop. It's over. It's over. And as far as I'm concerned, the Biden family is a criminal enterprise, and that's what it is. It's a criminal enterprise. Smoking gun emails shown. We just found them. You saw that. Did you see Shifty Schiff? We think that the laptop was made by Russia. Oh, I see. Oh, he just said it was made by Russia. Here we go again. Russia did it. Russia, Russia, Russia. You know, the head of DNI, John Ratcliffe, who's fantastic, came out and said that was false information. Now, these are bad people. These are sick people. Do you notice they never say it was made by China? Because they're all on the take. Smoking gun emails show just came out that the Biden family used the vice presidency as a for-profit cash machine, and that Joe Biden has been lying to the American public to cover it up. Remember, he said, no, I never met anybody from Burisma, is it? Is it Burisma? Actually, that I understand, because he's got no memory left. It's gone so. Is it Burisma? No, I don't really. And then they show a picture of him playing golf with the head of Burisma. Ah, boy, oh, boy. If Biden wins, China wins. And China will own the USA. Remember what I said. The media and big tech is trying to hide the entire scandal. Do you believe what they're doing? They're taking people like a Charlie Kirk and others off if they even mention that Biden is corrupt. And they know he's corrupt, but he's their corrupt. He's so perfect for them. He's their corrupt. Because they know that publicizing these revelations would mean an end of Biden's presidential run. I think it's an end right now. Look, you know, I think it's an end right now. How the hell can you do when you see the kind of things that they do where the big guy has to get at least 10%, the big guy? I wonder who the big guy is. Gee, I wonder. When you see if you put him as president, you should be ashamed of yourselves. You want to know the truth? I'm not just running against Biden. I'm running against the left-wing media, the big tech giants, and the Washington swamp, and I've been running against it from the beginning. And here I am all by myself. It's really... Anybody else, they would have been in a corner right now, thumb in mouth saying, "Mommy, take me home. Mommy, I want to go home." No, it's great. You know why it's great, though? Because nobody's ever done what we've done. Nobody. That's what. They flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, and crime while they live behind beautiful, gated communities. They try to take away your guns while they enjoy private security, fully armed, by the way. How fully armed? How about Bloomberg? We are fighting guns, and he's got 5 guys around him with guns, you know. They support crippling lockdowns while their jobs and their industry remain totally exempt. It's time to send a message to these wealthy liberal hypocrites in Washington and in Silicon Valley. Show them the American people are in charge by delivering their chosen candidate, Sleepy Joe Biden, who shouldn't even be their candidate. He should have lost because Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, if she would have dropped out the day before Super Tuesday, Joe would have lost every single state to Crazy Bernie. It's a very simple business. But we have to show them, the Democrats, a thundering defeat on November 3rd. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician, that's for sure. If I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than anyone has ever fought for you, which is true. And I'm fighting so hard. I had a great life. I'm fighting so hard because I love my country and because I'm determined to ensure that the forgotten men and women of this country are never forgotten again. And they won't be. They won't be. And we taught that lesson to them 4 years ago, but we're going to teach them again, because this is the most important. You know, I used to go a few months ago, say, well, I don't know, this is important, that's important. Which is more important? This is the most important election in the history of our country. The Biden agenda would be a catastrophe for Arizona seniors. Do we have any seniors in the House? Huh? Biden is pledging mass amnesty and free federal health care for illegal aliens. You saw that, where he was up on the stage with his radical left Democrats. Who's willing to give free health care to illegal immigrants, right? They said to illegal immigrants, right? And everybody raised their hand, and Biden couldn't get his up. Because he knew, you know, he's been doing this crap for 47 years, right? He knew it was wrong. But then he looked, and his brain is shot, so he looked over there. And their hands were all up. Then he looked over there, and their hands were all up. There were a lot of them. He knew it was wrong because it would be so horrible for our country. Because everyone's going to flood our country. You get free health care, right? You get free health care. You get free education. I jokingly said, and everybody gets a Rolls Royce. And CNN said, that's a lie. So what happened is he couldn't get it up, and then he looked, and he looked, and he got it up. And I said, thank you, we just won the election. He would decimate Medicare if he did that. And it's not going to be up to him. That's his party. That's what they want. They want socialized medicine. And he'll destroy your Social Security. While I'm president, no one will touch your Medicare or your Social Security. You know, the amazing thing, Biden's always complaining, oh, he didn't stop China fast enough, except he didn't want to stop him at all. You know, little things like this. But, you know, he's always complaining, and yet he was here for 47 years. Right? I say, Joe, it's not like you're an outsider. And it wasn't that long ago either. 47 years, and all he does is complain. Biden had 47 years to fight for seniors and reduce prescription drug costs, and look what I've done. And I've just exercised. They're going to come down 70, 80, 90%. Because I just did something that nobody thought anybody would do. A favored nations clause. We pay the lowest in the world. You'll see numbers that are shocking. They're not happy with me, the big pharma. Big pharma is spending a lot of money. When you see those ads, Please remember, every one of those ads means your drug prices are coming down. They can't believe it. I tried to make a deal with them. I did. I tried. But we couldn't. In the end, we couldn't. They got too greedy. Too much money. Too much money. But, you know, last year we brought drug prices down 1%. I'm not bragging about it. It's the first time in 52 years that drug prices came down. But now we're going for the big one. Now we're going for the big one. And, you know, rebates. You know, the richest people, the middlemen. You know the middlemen about drugs? You know that? We have middlemen. Nobody knows who the hell they are. I never hear middle women. I hear middlemen, so we'll make it politically correct. Middlemen, middle. No, they're called middlemen. Nobody knows who they are. These guys are so rich. Who are they? I'll bet you Hunter gets a piece of the action, do you think? Hunter Biden is a middleman on top of everything else. He gets it from China. He gets it from Ukraine. He got $3.5 million from Russia, from Moscow. He got $3.5, and on top of everything else, he's a middleman. Nah, I'll bet he is. He probably gets a piece of the action. But instead, he sold seniors out to the drug lobby and to Big Pharma. That's Biden Sr. I'm taking on the powerful special interests like never before. Nobody's ever done this before. Nobody's ever done it before. I mean, you know, for years you heard about drug prices. Nobody ever did anything. And now you hear about drug prices and they're dropping. They're going to be dropping like a rock. Also, I'm letting your governor, your great governor, buy until the thing kicks in and probably litigation. But, you know, I've exercised this whole thing with favored nations. So if Germany pays 10 cents for a pill and we're paying $2.50, and you have that kind of disparity, it's ridiculous, that we have the right to match. In other words, we get the lowest price. But until it kicks in, Canada pays half of what we pay. So I'm letting your governor and other governors go to Canada, buy your drugs through Canada, save 50%. We get rid of the middlemen. The other thing we did very big, much less than what we're talking about, but very big, we capped insulin costs for medicine and Medicare. For Medicare plans at less than $35 a month. People were dying because they couldn't afford insulin. 33 million seniors. 33, think of this. $35. But 33 million seniors on Medicare will soon be receiving $200 to help with their drug costs on top of everything else. Nobody's done. By the way, in all fairness, nobody has done anything like this. But your big thing is going to be when you see what happens with the favored nations, because you've been hearing about it for years, where other countries are paying a tiny fraction of what we bear all of the cost because our politicians sold us out. They sold us out. But I'm not a politician, so it's one of the, I couldn't stand watching it. To battle the China virus, we launched the largest mobilization since World War II. Our early and aggressive action saved more than 2 million lives. I acted early to ban travel from China and how about this? You should have done it sooner. But in the meantime, when I did it, he called me xenophobic, right? And then months later, he agreed that I was right. And now he's saying, I should have done it sooner. This guy. I also banned it from Europe because I saw with Italy and with Spain and with France. And by the way, they have a big spike right now. They have a very big spike right now, and we're doing good. We are rounding the turn. We have the vaccines coming and all, but even without, we're rounding the turn. People are pandemicked out. You know that? They're pandemicked out. That's why it's so great what your governor's done. He's opened up your state. You're doing great. We pioneered life. And by the way, you get it. You know, like I say, here I am. I'm here. I'm here. And now I'm immune. I can jump into this audience and kiss every man and woman. I'm immune. Right? They say. It used to be you're immune for life. And then when I got it, I said I'm immune. They said it's only good for 4 months. See if anybody else. You understand that, right? I'll jump into that audience right there. We pioneered life-saving therapies and reduced the fatality rate 85%. Think of it. And I had it too. I didn't feel good. I feel not so great. And I'm not used to that. And we can't let that happen to a president because we have to be at the top of our game. That's why you can't let Biden be president, because he's not at the top of his game mentally. Can't have that. One thing I can tell you, Putin, President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un, all of them, Macron, They're very much at the top of their game. You can't let this happen to our country. You can't. But I was laying, and you know, if you're president, one thing you're guaranteed: lots of doctors. And they would grab me. They grabbed me by every part. They had hands all over me. I said, "Get the hell out of here! I just don't feel good." And we ended up. I used the drug Regeneron, which nobody ever thought about 6 months ago. And I woke up the next morning, and I felt like Superman. Get me out of here! I said, "Get me out of here!" And Eli Lilly makes a similar product, and we're going to distribute that. We're trying to get emergency use so we can do it faster because it's early, but it's fantastic, antibodies. And we're going to distribute it all over, and we're going to make sure that people that have a problem, they get the same drug as I got, and I'm telling you, it'll be the same result. It'll be the same result, and it's free. We're going to do it free. Companies are working with us. Because it's not their fault. It's China's fault. It's not their fault. But I woke up and I felt good. I said, "Get me out of here." Boom, Superman. Through Operation Warp Speed, we will have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of the year. And our military is going to distribute them. And there's nobody like our military. Oh. The vaccine will end the pandemic, but even without the vaccine, the pandemic is ending. It's going to end. It ends with it. But, you know, this can go quickly. This can make it go a lot faster. Biden's lockdown will crush America. My plan will crush the virus and bring back your American dream. So we're joined today by some very special people. A friend of mine, somebody that's been with me from the beginning. I've been with him from the beginning. He's very difficult because when he needs something for the state, like money, he'll call me all the time. I say, "Doug, do me a favor, give me a break." But I guess that's what you're supposed to do, right? That's what you want. He's supposed to call, and finally I'll say, "All right, Doug, you got it. Get out of here. Promise not to call." Then he'll call me 2 weeks later. I need more. But he's a great governor, one of the greatest governors. He's done a fantastic job. You're down to very low numbers, by the way. Doug Ducey. Doug, please. And we want you to vote for Martha McSally. Save your Second Amendment. Save your Second Amendment. Doug, you want to come up? Come up, Doug. Come here for a second. Come on, Doug. I'll tell you, this guy has been a great governor. I don't know if you like him or not. I don't care. He's been a great governor. Come on.
Donald Trump will win Arizona. Donald Trump will be reelected President of the United States. And along with Donald Trump and Mike Pence, Martha McSally on November 3rd will join them in the U.S. Senate. Mr. President, because of your policies, Arizona's economy is booming. Our home values are rising faster than anywhere else in the nation, and Amy Coney Barrett will be confirmed to the Supreme Court. Joe Biden is wrong for America. Joe Biden would lock us down. Joe Biden would reduce your income $6,500, and Joe Biden would make Washington, D.C. a state. And how many presidents of the United States would protect Arizona by talking about what Bernie Sanders wants to do here by endorsing Prop 208, wanting to raise our taxes 77%. So on November 3rd, vote no on Prop 208 and vote yes for Donald Trump and Mike Pence to go back to the White House.
Thank you, Doug. He's a great governor. He's a great, great governor. What a job he's done. And you know what? We're not going to take her time or anything, but Martha McSally is here. She's saving your Second Amendment. She's been a great, great senator. Martha, come here, honey. She's been a great, great senator. And just go out and vote for Martha McSally. Save your Second Amendment. Save your Second Amendment. Thank you, Linda. I'll see you down there. Thank you, darling. She's done a great job. And she's a worker, and she's a great fighter pilot. They told me all about her. Some of the pilots, they said she was a great fighter pilot. So thank you, Martha. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. We also have a congressional candidate that they say is a star in the making. I've heard it from a lot of people. Vote for Brandon Martin. Where's Brandon? Brandon, good luck, man. I hear it's going good? Good. Thank you, Brandon. Brandon Martin. Thank you, Brandon. You're going to do great. I heard you're doing really well. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're doing it again. You know, it's Make America Great Again, right? I say, Make America Great again, 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 again. We did it, and now we had to do it again. It's all right. It's happening, and it's happening much faster. It looks like a super V. In my first 3 years, we increased family income more than 5 times the gains in all 8 years under the last administration. Think of that. 5 times more in the first 3 years, 5 times more than 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration. That's not even believable. African-American unemployment, Hispanic American unemployment, Asian American unemployment all reached record lows, the lowest in the history of our country. We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty, including more than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans. That's a record. And I'm doing very well in the polls with Hispanic Americans, but I always like you and you always like me. The fake news just didn't know that. Our policies are lifting up all Americans of every income. Since the China virus, we created 11.4 million American jobs. It's a record, too. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You know, the unemployment rate, normally I wouldn't be happy about this, right? But the unemployment rate a week ago hit 7.8%. Think of that. Now, we were hearing 42. It's going to go to 42. It's going to go to 44. It's going to go to 38. 7.8% and heading this way. Think of that. Would you believe that? Normally, I wouldn't say it because we were at 3.4, 3.5, and heading even better than that, but that's okay. We'll be there soon. After the virus left China, we experienced the smallest contraction of any major Western country and the fastest recovery anywhere in the world from an economy standpoint. And we've already cut the unemployment rate in less than half. That's a fantastic thing. Under Biden and Obama, it took over 3.5 years for Arizona to regain 60% of the jobs lost in the crisis, and we've done it in 4 months. Think of that. And it wasn't our fault. It wasn't our fault. Manufacturing production is up 61%. Retail sales are up, 121%. That means more than before the pandemic. And automobile production, nobody's going to believe this one, is up 350% since April lows. 350%. I have a way that we can stop it. Elect Sleepy Joe. No, who has a 401k? Okay. So if I told you that your 401ks, and you're all at record highs or very close, right? If I told you that your 401ks will be cut in half and much worse than that, that's what's going to happen. You're going to end up in a depression with this guy. He's going to raise your taxes by 4 or 5 times, and they're going to put on regulations. Every company's going to say, let's get out of here. Because I'll tell you, the regulation cuts, which are more than any administration's ever done, the regulation cuts in their own way were more important than the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. Thank you, man. As president, I've been delivering for our incredible Hispanic American community like nobody has done before. And I'm fighting for school choice, safe neighborhoods, and Hispanic-owned small businesses. Joe Biden would wipe out your small businesses with lockdowns and regulations. You know, he said the other day, oh, I'd lock it down. Oh, great. Thanks a lot, Joe. We appreciate it. And devastate your families with massive tax hikes. He will wage war on Catholic organizations, ban charter schools, fund extreme late-term abortion, and he'll let socialists run wild. And we will never have a socialist country. We will never have it. We can't. We won't have a country. That's why we're going to win a record share of the Hispanic vote this November. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, defending foreign borders. But now we are finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities. We are protecting our borders. You know, the wall is almost finished, right? Our southern border. And by the way, the biggest beneficiary maybe happens to be Arizona. That wall. How good is the wall? The governor was telling me before they stopped coming in. Now they come in legally. Now the wall is great. It goes down deep and it goes up high. No more tunneling. And we're bringing our jobs, our factories, our troops back home in the USA where they belong, right? Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. Our southern border is now, and I want to thank Mexico. Mexico has right now 27,000 troops guarding our border. How about that? And we've built almost 400 miles of the wall. We're averaging about 10 miles a day, and it's the best. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. I said, I'd like to just put up concrete plank. They said, no, sir. We got to have it this way, sir. We gave them the ultimate, we gave them everything they wanted, and they're really happy, and it's had a huge impact. We've got the best border that we've ever had, and you know what? You have a big chunk of it right here, and it's really worked. You have 200 miles, they tell me, 200 miles. 200 miles, I didn't even know you had. That's a lot of mileage. You're not paying a damn cent for it either. All compliments of the federal government, right? Remember when Nancy Pelosi, they all said, we don't need a wall. Walls are obsolete. Two things don't get obsolete, walls and wheels, right? Everything else is obsolete. You know, they developed a new chip yesterday. In about 15 minutes, it's going to be obsolete. They developed a new computer, 15 minutes, obsolete. The two things that will never be obsolete, a wheel and a wall. Remember the Democrats, they said, no, we want drones. We want drones. So you can have drones watching everybody pour into the country. No, thank you. Nope. 200 miles of wall in Arizona, and you got it all. It's all done. Joe Biden's party continues to attack our incredible border agents, and they are, more than half of whom happen to be Hispanic Americans. I know a lot of them. Right? There we go. Yo. These are guys here. Am I right? Right? The Republican Party will always stand with the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. These are incredible people. They're doing an incredible job. My opponent's immigration plan is the most extreme proposal ever put forward. Biden's plan would eliminate U.S. borders by implementing nationwide catch and they want nationwide catch and release. You know what catch and release is? You catch them, take their name, they could be murderers, rapists, and then you release them into our country. Guess what? We don't do that anymore, okay? That wasn't easy. But it would have made every community into, and they want to make every community into a sanctuary city. And they want to suspend all removals of illegal aliens. So what they're doing, and this is done by Crazy Bernie, right? You know, Bernie Sanders made a deal. We call it the manifesto with Joe Biden. And it's further left than Bernie ever was. Joe did a great job of negotiation. It's supposed to bring him to the right. He brought him to the left. It would mean the total nullification of U.S. borders, overwhelming every city and town in America. MS-13 and criminal cartels would rampage throughout our country freely. If Biden wins, your borders are gone, which means your health care is gone, the middle class is gone, and your safety is gone. Other than that, he's doing quite a good job. From the moment I took office, I worked night and day to stop illegal immigration. It wasn't easy, and now we've got it. And stopping it for Arizona was a big deal. I ended catch and release. I closed the lobbyist loopholes. I took down the smugglers and coyotes. These are not nice people, by the way. And I kept my promise to the American people. We are finding the drug dealers all over, and we are arresting the drug dealers like they have never been arrested before. We're finding the predators. We're finding the gang members. We're finding MS-13 killers, and we are either throwing them in jail or sending them the hell back home where they came from. We invested $2.5 trillion in our military. We have the greatest equipment now anywhere in the world. And you know, when I first got here, a very highly overrated general told me, "Sir, we have no ammunition." I said, "No president should ever hear that. We have no ammunition." Truly, this was a general who I didn't have a lot of respect for, but he said we had no ammunition. So I said, well, we're going to have to do something. We got $2.5 trillion. We now are the envy of the world. We have weapons the likes of which nobody in the world has. Russia, China, nobody. And for our vets, we passed VA choice and VA accountability. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. And we took out the world's #1 terrorist and mass murderer of American troops and many, many people. Soleimani is dead. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, $150 billion, $1.8 billion in cash. Not the best deal. It would have been ending now almost anyway. I recognized the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. They've been working on that for 52 years. I got it done in 2 hours. And instead of the endless wars, we're forging peace in the Middle East. No blood in the sand. I did more in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, a limitless future, and for the American dream. It's for the American dream. Remember, you know, the Republican Party is the party of Abraham Lincoln, right? The party of American. You know, Abraham Lincoln, I tell that to people, they never knew. They said, gee, I never knew that. But Abraham, Honest Abe, was a special person. But in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already happening. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of these ridiculous foreign wars. Foreign wars. Countries you've never even heard of. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency. It's already done. It's all signed. Starts on January 1st. It'll be more important, watch, than health care. It'll be even more important. I'm telling you, it's the numbers you're talking about. Price transparency, remember. Further reduce the cost of prescription drugs, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, always. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. It's happening soon. And NASA is now the space center of the world again. It was a mess. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Arizona. This is the most important election in the history of our country. It's the most important. I never thought I'd be saying that. It's the most important. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And I never thought I'd be saying that. But I'm seeing where these people want to take us. They want to take us into a land that's never worked. Look at Venezuela. It's the same ideology, same philosophy. It's just a much bigger version, but it can happen. We can't let it happen. The United States will never be a socialist nation. Can't happen. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your coworkers, get your boss, and get out and vote. From Phoenix to Flagstaff, from Mesa to Yuma, from Tombstone, what a great name, to right here in Tucson, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul for our liberty and for our freedom. This great, great, great state. I love this state. I love this state. No, it's been, you know what? Arizona's been good to me from the beginning. From the beginning, from day one, right? We had the big victory. My first speech was in Arizona, right? Remember? Phoenix. Remember that? And we had this big convention hall. I said, how the hell are you going to fill it? And we had that thing packed, and there were lines outside. They couldn't get in. I said, wow. And that's when the fake news started saying, what the hell is going on with this Trump guy, right? Remember that in Phoenix? The big convention center was packed, and there were thousands and thousands of people. That was my first speech. And they started saying, what's that all about? Even I said, what's that all about, right? But I'm glad we all did it. We did it together, and this was the first place, Arizona. Thank you very much. Thank you. This great state was settled by some of the toughest men and strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. Arizona is where Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday became American legends. Wyatt Earp. It's where the great American West became the American dream. And Arizona is the state where generations of pioneers and prospectors, miners and ranchers, cowboys and cattle hands, marshals and lawmen tamed the frontier, braved the blazing sun like I'm doing right now. I'm going to be like a... You're going to see me tomorrow. I'm going to look like a lobster. You're going to say, look what we did to him. They said, would you like to wear a hat? I said, there's no way I'm wearing a hat. I got to show these. We got to show strength, right? Strength. And showed the entire world how the West was won. This is it. They helped make America into the greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. It's happening. It's happening. Proud citizens like you helped build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Arizona, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. Stock market. We have made America strong again, our military. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Arizona. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Thank you.
Bowser. I am joined today by members of my cabinet and emergency response team. We are also joined by Council Chairman Phil Mendelson. The chairman will provide his updates and take questions, and then we will go through today's situational update. We are focusing today on a new tool available to help D.C. in its contact tracing efforts. So now let me turn it over to Chairman Mendelson for his comments in question period. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Good morning. Just as a reminder, we've been having these joint press conferences on the day before legislative meetings since the beginning of the pandemic because this is easier on everyone if we just have this one press conference on that day. So I am going to talk a little bit about what is happening before the council tomorrow and then take questions if there are any and then turn it back to the mayor. And again, thank you for doing this jointly. The council has shifted its meeting time from 10 o'clock on Tuesdays till noon, although we've resurrected the breakfast that we do in the morning, although it is breakfast without breakfast. Because it's done virtually, and that is accessible to the public. I believe it's done through the Zoom platform, and that will be, I believe, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So the meeting will begin at noon with a Committee of the Whole meeting, where there are, I believe, 15 bills being marked up by the Committee of the Whole, and then another 9 or 10 that are being reported out of other committees. Of the bills that probably get the most attention, is the Racial Equity Achieves Change. That's a slight renaming of the bill commonly called the REACH Act. Assuming that everything is worked out, it will be on the agenda tomorrow. Well, it is on the agenda and will stay on the agenda. I'm still working with Councilmember McDuffie on some issues within the bill. Also, there is a bill being marked up in the Committee of the Whole concerning dyslexia and other reading difficulties that sets forth some new policies with regard to public education and ensuring that kids are tested to see if they have reading disorders, that there is the proper training for teachers and others in schools to recognize when there might be a reading disorder so that we can address what could be as many as 20% of our students who have a reading disorder, which holds them back in their ability to learn to read. There is another education-related bill being marked up in the Committee of the Whole. Its title is Expanding Equitable Access to Great Schools Act. What it's about is adding 2 preferences in the lottery selection for schools. This is where parents go onto the My School lottery to select what school they want their child to attend the following year. And the preferences being added are an at-risk preference. If a charter school, and I have to emphasize, if a charter school wants to have an at-risk preference, then this bill authorizes that. Without our doing this legislatively, a charter school could not do that. And also requires that the charter school has to continue with that at-risk preference for a minimum of, I believe it is 3 or 5 years. The other preference is a child-parent or parent-child preference, because there's one charter school which it's an important feature of that school is that parents and their children can attend together the school. So this is being added as a preference. The sense of the council for renaming Woodrow Wilson High School is back on the agenda for tomorrow. There are 2 nominations the mayor made to the Board of Trustees for the University of the District of Columbia, reappointing Christopher Bell, who's also the chair, and also newly appointing Mignon Clyburn as a member, and I expect that those will go through without any any controversy. One other bill that's being marked up, which I think is of some interest, it's a street naming, it's a ceremonial naming. I ordinarily wouldn't highlight this, but it's to name one block of 14th Place Northeast after Gail Cobb, who was the first African-American woman police officer to be murdered in the line of duty in the United States. She was shot and killed in connection with a bank robbery, an attempted bank robbery in Foggy Bottom in 1974. Several bills are being proposed from other committees. Three are concern the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, including authorizing expanded hours. And there is a bill that came out of the Committee on Health called Minor Consent for Vaccinations Amendment Act. I don't have the details in front of me, but I know there's a little bit of controversy in that there are folks who do not support vaccinations and therefore do not want us to move forward with the bill. I think that vaccinations are in the public health, and this bill's gone through the hearing and the committee markup process, and I expect the council will go forward with it. There will be an additional legislative meeting following Committee of the Whole, and looking at that agenda, much of it is covered by the Committee of the Whole. There is for final reading a bill called the Abatement and Condemnation of Nuisance Properties Amendment Act, which will strengthen the ability of the Attorney General to go into court for a receivership with rental property, basically slum property, that has had serious violations, housing code violations for at least 30 days. The buildings that have been taken to court are buildings that have had chronic violations for a much longer period of time. And we're talking about violations that affect health, safety, and security of the tenants. And this bill is up for final reading and, as I said, will strengthen the hand of the Attorney General in court. And there are three emergency bills. Emergency bills, I know you all know this, but I'll just say this for the public that may be watching, are bills that can become effective as soon as approved by the council and signed by the mayor. They don't require congressional review, but they also are in effect for only 90 days. Typically, they're accompanied by a temporary bill that will last 225 days, but is submitted to Congress. One of them is the Clean Energy Omnibus Technical Amendment Emergency Act. It's just simply a reiteration, a repassage of a bill that's already been approved by the council, but because of the congressional review process, it's being resubmitted. A second is Common Interest Community Virtual Meeting Emergency Amendment Act, which will permit condominium and cooperative associations to have annual meetings virtually. We thought we had taken care of this when we did pandemic-related legislation earlier in the year, but that was for board meetings and not for the annual meetings. If you think about it, annual meetings are all the residents of a condominium or cooperative, and therefore actually social distancing becomes a bit more necessary and complicated. So this would authorize annual meetings to be virtual. And then the third bill is Unemployment Benefits Extension Emergency Act, which follows what is authorized in federal law for extending the period by which individuals are eligible for unemployment benefits, and that includes the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. It's an extension of time consistent with that law, and I don't remember the exact number of weeks, but I expect that that will go through as well tomorrow without a controversy in the council. And that is tomorrow's legislative meeting. The next meeting after that will be November 10th, not the first Tuesday, because that's election day. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Yes, Sam?
I noticed you had a Black Lives Matter Plaza bill. The mayor designated this, I guess, probably back in June. What is this about?
It's the permanent version. So the council acted by emergency, and as I said a minute ago, emergencies expire after 90 days, and so this is the permanent authorization for the name. It's not more complicated than that.
Okay. And
except that there is a committee report that goes with it, so it explains to the public some of the reasoning behind it.
And then Gail Cobb, I remember when this happened, but at that time they said she was the first woman killed in the line of duty. You said African American. Was there
Yes.
another?
My understanding is that, in fact, with all of these namings, we do some research. Many people have said she was the first woman, female police officer murdered in the line of duty, and it turns out that's not correct. I mean, it's kind of really not comfortable to be talking about firsts in a situation like this, but so she wasn't the first, but she was the first African American woman. And maybe the first in Washington, D.C. of any race. MPD had not hired women until the early 1970s, I believe 1972. And to try to diversify its force, it lowered the height limit. Because her father had applied to be a police officer and had not been accepted because he was not tall enough. I think it was 5'8". So they lowered the height limit, and they were trying to encourage women, and she went through the academy, I believe, in 1973. It was murdered in 1974. Anything more, Sam?
Do you know who the first was?
No, you'd have to check.
Again, I guess that's how the story came out at the time. That's why.
I think if you check with the Law Enforcement Memorial,
Yeah. Okay.
they will tell you. Yes, sir.
Chairman, can you tell us the status of the council voting on the comprehensive plan? Will that happen by the end of the year, before the end of the year?
We have a hearing scheduled, I believe, 2 days, November 12th and 13th. Given the schedule, I think it's unlikely that we will be voting on it this year. We originally had expected it earlier, then we received it, and then you'll recall that our schedule was completely thrown out of whack with the public health emergency, so we got the budget. We asked for the budget to come later, and so we dealt with the budget through July.
Mayor Bowser, can I ask you about that? I mean, I believe, did you not want the comp plan voted on before the end of the year? Is that problematic that it might not happen this year?
Well, I certainly would like to talk to the chairman about it, and so we'll have some more conversations with him.
Chairman, you think
Yes.
it's possible it could happen before the end of the year?
I think that if we see the hearing that there's no controversy around it, that it might be possible. Remember, we have, after tomorrow, we have three more, maybe 4 legislative meetings. November 10th, November 17th, December 1st, December 15th.
And then if I could, I apologize, I didn't hear everything that you said about the unemployment insurance legislation. Can you expand or tell me exactly what that entails? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. The memo, I'm looking at the memo that Councilmember Silverman circulated. Typically, residents, this would be anywhere in any state, may receive up to 26 weeks of UI benefits, but then additional 26 weeks if authorized under the state law. And for the pandemic emergency unemployment compensation and pandemic unemployment assistance, an additional 13 weeks are authorized under federal law. And I believe that's what this bill is doing, is to just change our law so that it conforms with what the federal government authorizes.
So does it make it, because now, after 26 weeks, recipients have to reapply to get the extension. Is this legislation to make that extension automatic?
I don't think so. My understanding is that what the federal law requires is that the local law has to have an applicable, quote, high unemployment period, unquote, in our law. And that's what this is doing. And by doing that, then the DOES can go forward. I can't speak, as I'm sitting here, about whether an individual would need to do something in order to get that extension. I can't speak to that.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Rice.
On the comprehensive plan, are you aware of the letter that was sent to you by the zoning commission signed by
Yes.
Anthony Hood asking for a vote as soon as possible because of cases that are in limbo, and to counteract, I think we've used adverse DC Court of Appeals decision, and a request from the committee winded up with an improper letter and should be withdrawn. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I'm aware of the fact that while there have been some letters, such as the one you mentioned from the Zoning Commission, urging that we move quickly, there also have been letters, and you mentioned the Committee of 100 is one, that have demanded that we send the bill back to the mayor, which we're not going to do. So there are views on both sides of this. I'll just remind you that we received the bill in April. I believe it was something like April 23rd, and that might have been the... we received it around then. We went into budget shortly after that. Our rules require that we have to have a public hearing on all bills, so we have to have a public hearing. 2 years ago on the framework, which is just the introductory chapter, if I remember correctly, there were about 150 witnesses for something like a 16 or 18-hour hearing. This bill is on more than just one chapter. It's on the remaining 24 chapters of the Act, or the Comprehensive Plan. So we've scheduled 2 days of hearings. We're not going to send the bill back. We're not going to do that.
Again, specifically to the letter from the Zoning Commission to you, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, we received it. I believe we received it in August.
Okay. I have another question on something else that's on the agenda.
Go for it.
Warehousing bill. That's to expand the authority of the mayor to condemn land for a warehouse on W Street Northeast.
Yes.
I believe. And there was talk there about it being a warehouse for records. As you know, I'm very interested in record storage, the archives, and so forth, which is now, there's been some personnel changes, which it's now former Administrative Public Records, I can't remember the exact title, is no longer there. Are they related in any way, the archives, this warehouse, and storage of records?
No. At one time they might have been, but they aren't. About maybe 3 years ago, the council identified that site on W as a possible site for the archives, which is why you're making that connection. But about 2 years ago, the mayor had announced that she thought UDC would be a good site, and so the planning has moved forward with UDC. So there's no longer a connection with W Street.
And the planning is still moving forward for UDC?
Yes, slowly, but yes. There's money in the capital budget, as I think you know.
And obviously the status of your advocacy group?
Much too slow, but I need to call the individuals to set that up, because that'll help us, the council, stay focused on this. Because it is important. I mean, what we're talking about, for those who don't know, is where do we keep our records, which in the moment are just paper, but at some point in the future, today's records are history. And where do we keep them? How do we keep them? And the current alley dwelling is not satisfactory.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we appreciate all of the interest in the council's agenda, and we look forward to moving forward with you on the city's comprehensive plan, which is, as evidenced by some of the questions, very important to how we plan for all of the things that the city needs, including housing. So thank you for that. We're going to spend some time now talking about the city's response to COVID. And the health director, Dr. Nesbitt, is going to spend some time going into detail about how a new tool works, and then we'll take your questions. First, I just call your attention to our updated list of states that we want to ensure that D.C. residents are paying attention if they travel there for non-essential purposes. and quarantine for 14 days when they come back. And you can see that list updated every 2 weeks at coronavirus.dc.gov, and the next update will be on November 1st. Also, on coronavirus.dc.gov, you will find our daily metrics that we post, and you can see how our goal is to get all of those boxes to turn to green. Our daily metric per 100,000 people is at 7.9 cases. And we, again, want to see that under 5 cases, as we have seen in recent weeks. This morning, we report 25 new cases, and fortunately, no additional lives lost. We are also seeing the number of, in the community engagement bucket, the number of positive cases interviewed in the target amount of time. That number is also increasing, and we're happy about that, in addition to the number of people who are reporting their close contacts. So while that's moving in the right direction, it is not at a level that, that we have targeted as necessary to contain the virus. So for example, when we first started reporting these numbers, we reported that 67% of people were being interviewed within 3 days, and that has gone up to 74%. Further, we reported that only 35% of people were providing their close contacts, and now that's up to 46%, and so we want to keep that going. Starting this week, we have a new contact tracing tool. We talked about it several weeks ago. And it is an exposure notification tool developed by Apple and Google. And beginning this alert notice we're calling DCCAN, DCCAN, and beginning tomorrow, residents with an iPhone or Android smartphone can begin receiving push notifications inviting them to opt in to this exposure notification tool. This technology was created for the sole purpose of helping to stop the spread of COVID-19. The exposure notification system will be disabled once the pandemic reaches a point that no longer necessitates the use of this technology. Dr. Nesbitt has been really involved with working with these companies for a DC-specific product, and I'm going to turn it over to her to talk about how it works.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to emphasize that this technology will work best if we have a high percentage of smartphone users, of iPhones and Android-enabled phones using the technology. So I'm going to share with you all how it works. As the Mayor mentioned, beginning tomorrow, Tuesday, October 20th, iPhone users will be able to turn on the COVID-19 exposure notifications in Washington, D.C., and iOS users will be able to opt in to exposure notifications through their settings without having to download an app. Once iPhone users turn on the COVID-19 exposure notifications through their settings, they will be prompted through the onboarding process, very similar to how you activate many other settings on your phone. If you go into your settings today, you will see exposure notifications. However, you won't be able to activate DC system until tomorrow. So you can go in and play around with it today, but it won't activate. It'll tell you that this system is not available in your region if you select DC, but tomorrow you will be able to opt in. For Android users, it is a little different. On Android, users will be prompted to opt in and install the DCCAN app from the Google Play Store. Here is an example of what it will look like when you go to download the app. And once you download and open the app, you will be prompted through the onboarding process. So here's how the system works. Once enabled, users' devices will regularly send out a beacon through the Bluetooth that includes a privacy-preserving random Bluetooth key. So I want you all to understand this is privacy preserving. It is not a GPS, a location system. This is just a signal through Bluetooth. Nearby phones will be listening for these beacons as well as broadcasting their own beacon if the system is enabled. Each phone will store the beacons it receives securely on the device. Once per day, the exposure notification system will download a list of keys belonging to people who will have tested positive for COVID-19 and reported their diagnosis through DC CAN. Each device will check the list of keys it has stored against the downloaded keys, and if there is a match, the user will be notified and advised on next steps.
All right, everybody, good morning. Pilar Arias here. You are watching News Now from Fox on this Tuesday. We are 2 weeks away from November 3rd, Election Day. I did want to give you a heads up. We are on standby for a news briefing with the New Jersey governor. It appears it's probably school related because it says support our public schools on the podium, I believe anyway. I'm kind of squinting as I look at the podium. But again, we are on standby for that. We're also waiting for Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. He's going to be making some remarks virtually at the, let me get this information for you, the virtual launch of the inaugural U.S.-UAE Strategic Dialogue from the Department of State. So that's going to be a webcast. So as soon as either of those events gets underway, we will get off this Washington, D.C. COVID-19 briefing from yesterday, just getting kind of caught up with some of the things that happened after the show ended yesterday, including President Trump's rally in Tucson, Arizona. But again, my name is Pilar Arias. You are watching News Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here.
Since their conversation, Alice has continued on with her life, going about her day, not knowing she was potentially exposed to a contagious person. But her phone is periodically downloading the keys of everyone in D.C. who has tested positive and reported it via DC CAN. This system finds a match with Bob's anonymous identifier. When it finds that match, the alert pops up on Alice's phone, letting her know she was recently exposed to a person who has tested positive for COVID-19. She also receives more information about next steps after completing a questionnaire. So here you can see an example of what it could look like if you get a notification that you were potentially exposed to COVID-19. You would get directions on what to do and also be able to see the date that you were likely exposed. Here's an example of what it will look like if you test positive for COVID-19 and then report it through DC CAN. Again, you will need a code from a contact tracer in order to report that you tested positive. So this is all voluntary. You'll always be in control of your information, and the DC Contact Trace Force will be there to guide you through the process. In developing this tool, user privacy and data security was a top priority. The exposure notification system does not share location. It is not a GPS tracker. In addition, persons who test positive are not identified by the system to other users or to Apple or Google. Finally, DC residents can learn more about DC CAN at coronavirus.dc.gov/DC CAN. For obvious reasons, this tool will only be useful if we have widespread participation. So we need as many people as possible to opt in beginning tomorrow. And if you have an Android, download the DC CAN app. So tell everybody you know, your family, your friends, your coworkers, social media networks to opt in, and ask them if they need help figuring it out, and we'll be sure to guide them through the process. And again, this is focused on the District of Columbia, or for residents of the District of Columbia or people who spend the majority of their time here. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Nesbitt. Okay, with that, we'll take your questions. The chairman remains if there are additional questions for him and for us. Any questions? Yes, Sam.
Dr. Nesbitt, you said if you're, say, sitting next to someone, say they don't have a DC phone, does it register? What happens?
So, I want to understand what you mean by a DC phone.
So instead of 202, it's 717 or something.
Perfect. Right. I wanted you to clarify that, because many of us don't have a 202 phone number. because when you move to another city, you don't necessarily change your phone number. It's not linked to to the area code of your phone number. It's based on whether or not you activate the region when you download the app. So when you go through the settings, for example, with the iPhone, you're allowed to select your region, which is essentially your state that you're in, and you select the District of Columbia. That turns on the app in our area, in the District of Columbia. So it will be identifying your, or sending your keys, rather, in the District of Columbia. And when you speak to a contact tracer in the District of Columbia, that contact tracer can give you a key for the District of Columbia. So the reason why the region is important is because it connects you with a local health authority when you have a positive test. So all of that information is based on where does data about positive tests go when you, as the person in control of your keys on your phone, releases that information to a local health authority. So you're always in control, but when you have a positive test, you can give that access to a local health authority. So it will work as long as you select your region as the District of Columbia.
What if you're visiting someplace, somebody here from LA?
So, perfect question. If California has turned it on in California and you are using it in California, you can select when you come to the District of Columbia, the District of Columbia. If they have not turned it on, let me say it differently. If they are in the Google Express, Apple Google Exposure Notification Express tool, you do not have to change when you move from one state to the other. And we will provide a list of states that are already interoperable with us. There are some states who are already interoperable. If they do not already have the tool, when you come to the District of Columbia, you can turn the tool on. Mark?
So if I could just follow up on that, and I think what a lot of people are kind of focused on are Maryland and Virginia.
Yes.
So, and I think we've seen this rolled out, I think at least in Virginia, right? So are Maryland and Virginia participating in this? If I interact with somebody from Maryland or Virginia who's participating in this and test positive, would I get a notification?
Maryland does not yet have exposure notification tool. We are optimistic that they will adopt the tool that is interoperable. The current Virginia tool is an app that was developed specific for Virginia and is not yet interoperable.
So this app that you are using does not communicate with Virginia and Maryland. That seems like kind of a pretty big gap.
Maryland does not yet have a tool at all. We are optimistic that once they develop a tool, it will be interoperable. Virginia's tool that they currently have is not yet interoperable, but there are solutions that can be developed.
What does that mean?
Well, they have an app that was developed prior to this technology that is developed to allow all states who use the same tool to be interoperable. But there is a way that technology can be developed to make the different tools interoperable with each other.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have 39 states that are on the latest update on the quarantine list, and I'm just hoping you can put that in context for people who are starting to look toward November and make plans for potentially traveling for the holidays, Thanksgiving, and things like that.
I'm not sure how to answer that other than we still see, well, let me start by saying we still see about a quarter of our cases related to travel. And so we continue to emphasize to DC residents to avoid unnecessary travel. And we use this as a way to show you states where we see a high level of spread. We will have, as we do for Halloween, posted on coronavirus.dc.gov additional guidance as well for the winter holidays, starting early with Thanksgiving and going through all of the time where people travel to see family. Some of it is travel related, but most of it is what do you do in small group settings, small group gatherings, where we see not only in our city but across the country virus transmission in small gatherings. Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask about Black Lives Matter Plaza. I haven't been down there the last couple of weeks, but there were barriers last time I was there. Are they still there, and is there any plan to remove them?
I'm not sure what barriers you're talking about.
There's,
if you're talking about vehicle travel?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so there continues to be vehicle travel on Black Lives Matter Plaza, and we will continue to look for ways to have more vehicle travel.
So there is vehicle travel, but aren't there barriers still up?
There are barriers up.
So I guess I'm asking, when are the barriers coming down?
We don't have a plan to take barriers down. We have a plan to adjust so that we have more vehicles be able to travel through the plaza. We don't actually have a plan. We are contemplating how that can work.
But no plan, no date?
No, sir. No. No. Anything else? Yes, sir.
What did you think about the protests in the past 10 days or so? One was outside of Councilmember Anita Bonds' house from the Sunrise Movement, and then one later at candidate Ed Lazier's house, led by people who said his backers were terrorizing a black woman. I'm hoping you guys give me your thoughts.
Well, I am a black woman, and I've been well, I don't want to talk about myself. Let me just say this, as I told Mark last week, that I don't think it is right to terrorize elected officials for doing their jobs, whether you agree with them or not. I don't think that's right.
Well, can I follow up on that? Because my question last week was about the Michigan governor and plots to kidnap the Michigan governor and the Virginia governor. Are you now equating what the Sunrise Movement is doing by having late night, early morning protests outside elected officials' homes or politicians' homes as terrorism?
No.
Okay, well, you just said that you don't think it's right to terrorize politicians.
Well, that was the question I was asked. Isn't that what you said?
That's the language they use.
That's the language you just used. Yes.
Is that how you think? Is that what when you looked out your window when they're outside your house, did you feel like you were, I know you don't want to make it about you, but do you think these people are terrorizing or just protesting? I mean, how would you characterize what the Sunrise Movement is doing outside politics? Well,
this is how I would characterize it. I don't think that they are representative of DC residents. Let me just give you an example. I actually listened to somebody on a bullhorn say, would we want to prioritize DC residents, or that wasn't the word he used, or I don't remember, natives or people of color to come up and speak. We want to prioritize that. Raise your hand. Nobody raised their hand. So what that suggested to me, or we have a lot of outside groups coming into DC co-opting. First it was the Black Lives Matter movement or whatever the cause is of the day, and showing up at people's homes. I do not think it's right to bang on an elected officials or their neighbors' doors in the middle of the night. That is not right.
Can I go back to COVID?
Yes.
So in the material here for the app, it says it's part of the tools that you can use to help contain the virus. Has DC contained I don't know if this is for you or for the doctor, has DC contained the virus?
No.
Okay, because I asked that question because in your letter to the White House Chief of Staff on October 6th, you clearly say that that DC has contained the virus and that their Rose Garden event put that work into jeopardy. So I'm wondering why you would write to the White House indicating that you contained the virus.
We probably should have used a modifier like moderately.
I'm sorry?
We should have probably used a modifier that said moderately.
And then can I, staying with COVID, The testing sites are pretty much all outdoors. It's starting to get cold. Is there a plan for the testing sites once the temperatures really dip and weather? I mean, we see them close when it rains.
Rain is problematic.
Right, I get that.
Cold isn't.
So will they remain outside?
I don't think we have a plan right now to move them, Mark. If the team thinks that we need to make some adjustments because of cold weather, or, you know, not just cold weather, but I would guess dangerously cold weather, then we'll come back to you. But that's not in our plan at this time.
And then I know that you put out guidance for Halloween.
Yes.
Can you or the doctor tell us, what is your biggest concern?
All right, everybody, we're going to head out to New Jersey now for that news conference.
Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, class. It is a real treat to be here. I want to give shout-outs to some people over the course of my remarks, but this is one of the great school districts in our state. It's a combo between two communities. So first of all, a shout out to one of the mayors, Frank McGee. He is here. Frank, God bless you, buddy. Love you. Thank you for everything you do. The superintendent, I just said to Dr. Taylor I had to behave myself. The superintendent of schools for South Orange Maplewood is in the house, Dr. Ronald Taylor, Mr. Superintendent. It gets even better. Freeholder president from Essex County and a dear friend and advisor from day one, Brendan Gill's in the house. Brendan. And more on Mila Jacey in a minute, but the first person I sat with and talked about matters of education who was an elected official in the state of New Jersey was that woman right there, Assemblywoman Mila Jacey. So Mila, bless you. So it is my distinct honor and pleasure this morning to announce my nomination of Dr. Angelica Allen McMillan, the woman to my left, a resident of Montclair and the current Executive County Superintendent in Morris County, to serve as the next Commissioner of the Department of Education. So let's stop there for a minute, Angelica. Big day for the home team. Now, before I put the spotlight on Angelica, and I will do that in a moment, I have to take a moment to acknowledge the tremendous leadership of this guy right here, Interim Commissioner of the Department of Education, Kevin Deemer. Kevin. He assumed the leadership of the department at an unprecedented time. You talk about battlefield promotions, and was tasked with getting our schools, our educators, our students, and our educational communities ready for the most unusual start of an academic year in our state's history. This was an enormous feat, but through his hard work and that of the entire Department of Education under him, our schools today are open, our educators are teaching, our kids are learning, and our communities are moving forward. And as Kevin, he's not going anywhere. We've just discussed this privately, and I'll say it publicly. As Kevin moves back to his prior role as Chief Financial Officer and Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Finance, he does so with my deepest thanks and the thanks of educational professionals across our entire state. Kevin, thank you again, buddy. So, for the past nearly 4 months, we have looked for the leader we need to carry our educational communities through the remainder of this pandemic and on to greater heights. We have looked for a leader whose commitment to our schools and our students would ensure we stay atop the nation as the home of the #1 and best public education system in the entire United States of America. We have found that leader in Dr. Angelica Allen McMillan, who will assume the title of Acting Commissioner pending her confirmation by the State Senate. And Angelica, it says here your first day on the job will be tomorrow. No time like the present. When I sought the office of governor, I pledged that I would select a commissioner of education with firsthand experience in public education and in the classroom. I fulfilled that promise when I asked Dr. Lamont Repillette to serve, and he did an outstanding job, now as president of Keene University, and I maintain that promise today. First and foremost, Angelica is a product of New Jersey's public schools, a proud graduate of Frank H. Morrell High School in Irvington. But professionally, Angelica has lived New Jersey public education for more than 2 decades. And like so many of our educational professionals, she started her career elsewhere in the private sector only to answer the call of service to our communities, our schools, and our kids. She began her career back in her hometown as a substitute before teaching middle school science in East Orange. But it was in the South Orange Maplewood School District, right here, in fact, at the Marshall School, to be precise. By the way, I have a relative who goes to this school. My grandniece, Evelyn Egan, is a student here, which I think is also kind of cool. This is where Angelica set foot on the path that would lead her to today, serving as principal of this school for 12 years. And her tenure here was notable for cultivating inquisitive young minds and energizing the school community. And that's where I want to come back to Mila. This is not just a matter of education. Your kids went here, Mila, and you and Angelica go way back. For the past 8 years since leaving this school, she has continued in administration and curriculum development. She's experienced in both urban and suburban districts. She has worked alongside educators and support professionals of all levels of experience. She has mentored fellow school administrators. She has seen what works and what does not work. And now I am asking her to bring her 2 decades of experience to bear for all schools and educational communities across our state. I'm incredibly excited to work alongside Angelica to advance an agenda that puts our students' health, advancement, and well-being first, and maintains our state's reputation and status as home to the nation's best public education system. With all that we continue to battle with COVID-19, I know Angelica will bring a steady hand, a cool head, and a strong heart to our fight. And I would just say that today, another day of over 1,000 cases, 114 right here in Essex County, and sadly we announced 2 fatalities from this county today. I know that Angelica will work in partnership with the State Board of Education and its board president, Kathy Goldenberg, to further empower our classroom leaders and students and help us successfully implement state education law and sound education policy for our school communities. I know she will work with our legislative colleagues, not just Mila, but also the likes of Senator Teresa Ruiz, another Essex County resident, Assemblywoman Pam Lampett, and the respective chairs in the Senate and Assembly Education Committees, and all of our legislative colleagues to advance smart measures that will lift every child in every community and ensure equal educational opportunities across district boundaries. And I know that she will work with superintendents and principals, educators, union leadership and members, local officials, and all stakeholders throughout our education system to move our schools ever forward. To her husband, Randy, who's with us today, and her children, 2 of whom are here, Faiza and Jada, thank you all for being here. It takes a family. This is a team sport. I know it is for you as it is for us. I also want to give Jason a shout out, who is currently a senior in high school, and he's in front of a screen doing his remote schoolwork. And I thank each of you for allowing Angelica to come on into our administration. I apologize in advance. There'll be so many long hours that I know will keep her away from you, and I appreciate your patience and forbearance. Your mom is not here, Lillian, but God bless her. She's in Union, where I just came from. Actually, I said to Angelica, I could have gone by and said hello on the way over here. I can only imagine the sense of pride that she has today, and I'm confident that Angelica will make her even more proud in this role. I also thank your mom and your late dad for moving to New Jersey all those years ago. And I know your dad, speaking of him, James, is looking down and beaming with pride as well. To your sister Alicia and to all your relatives who are also with us today, and your friends, your mentors, and former colleagues, I thank each of you for helping mold Angelica into the outstanding educational leader she is today, and I trust you'll continue to provide advice and counsel in the times to come. As acting commissioner, as her nomination moves to the Senate Judiciary Committee, I know Angelica will hit the ground running. Our schools and our students deserve nothing less. And I know she will give it her all, just as she has throughout her career. With that, it is now my great honor to introduce the acting commissioner of the New Jersey Department of Education, Dr. Angelica Allen McMillan.
Deep breath. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, yes. Thank you, Governor Murphy, for your impassioned introduction and for the extraordinary honor of nominating me to serve as the next Commissioner of the Department of Education for the great state of New Jersey. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Oliver, and thank you to the Governor's staff for your support. I very much look forward to working with Senate President Sweeney as part of my confirmation process and to working with both the Senate President and Speaker Coughlin in my new role. In addition, I look forward to working closely with Senate Education Chair Teresa Ruiz, Assembly Education Chair Pam Lampett, and State Board of Education President Kathy Goldenberg. Like so many in our society, I believe that our children are our most precious resource. Participating in the education of students over the past 25 years has prepared me for this awesome responsibility. I stand here today because my parents believed in a stronger and fairer New Jersey. They moved to New Jersey from Washington, D.C. to pursue new career opportunities. As a result, I am a proud product of a New Jersey public school system. After graduating from Frank H. Morrell High School in Irvington, I was off to Cornell University. Upon graduation, I entered corporate America and soon realized that this experience was not as rewarding as I hoped. A dear friend encouraged me to consider teaching as he found immense pleasure and a sense of personal fulfillment in his career choice. Not long after that conversation, I decided to make a career change and began substitute teaching in Essex County. Yes, I was immediately hooked and wanted to have my own classroom. After choosing to work in East Orange Public Schools as a middle school science teacher, I was afforded the opportunity to write curricula for a new marine science program that I taught the following year. My students and I set sail.
All right, everybody, we're going to be switching gears here. A couple different live events happening at once. It appears we're going to head on over to the Atlanta area, and that's because Georgia Democratic nominee John Ossoff says he raised $1 million after his opponent, Republican Senator David Perdue, mocked Vice Presidential nominee Senator Kamala Harris by repeatedly mispronouncing her name at a rally for President Donald Trump. Perdue was wrapping up his remarks at an event in Macon on Friday when he referred to Harris as Kamala, I don't know, whatever. That is according to the remarks that our sister station Fox 5 in Atlanta is reporting, and then they are saying that the audience laughed. So again, we're going to listen to a news conference about that right now, happening live on NewsNOW.
Or to spell, but it is my family name. The name reminds me of the great sacrifices my parents endured to get to this country. It was over 40 years ago that my parents arrived here with nothing but the clothes on their backs. They fled their country in the middle of the night and endured a horrific and traumatic escape from Vietnam, where my dad was held a prisoner of war for 3 years. It was through the spirit of bipartisanship, Democratic President Jimmy Carter and Iowa's Governor, Republican Robert Ray, that my parents were resettled in America. This reflects the best of America, a welcoming America, where immigrants and refugees are given the opportunity to build their American dream. And my parents did just that. But today, that spirit is absent. And that message of exclusion is exactly what Senator David Perdue conveyed when he disrespected Senator Kamala Harris's name. That message of exclusion is also reflected in Senator David Perdue's anti-immigrant sentiment. And we see it We see it when he is silent on babies in cages. We see it when he is silent on the Muslim ban. We see it when he is silent on the disproportionate number of immigrant workers infected by COVID-19 in our poultry factories in Georgia. We see it when he is silent by the forced hysterectomies and unauthorized surgeries on immigrant women happening in our very own state. That is not the kind of America I want to live in. That is not the kind of America I want my family to live in. We say, what is in a name? My family name is one that was born from another country, but one that will die here. My parents had 5 daughters, and after we are gone, there will be nobody left to carry the legacy that my courageous parents left behind. And that's exactly why I'm supporting Jon Ossoff for U.S. Senate and Kamala Harris for Vice President, because it is a to come. It is that very same spirit that allows a name such as mine to be printed on a Coca-Cola bottle, and it is the spirit that allows us to build an America with names like Wynn, with names like Senator Nikema Williams, soon to be my 5th congressional congresswoman, with names like Senator Sheikh Rahman, Representative Angelica Kaush, and soon to be our next U.S. Senator, Jon Ossoff, and soon to be our next Madam Vice President, Kamala Harris. And I am going to turn it back over to John.
I just want to thank these extraordinary and inspiring leaders who are committed to bringing this state together at a moment like this. My mother came to this country as an immigrant when she was 23 years old because she believed in America, because she believed that America was the kind of place that brought people together, that unified people from diverse backgrounds to pursue common dreams, common ambitions. We need unifying leadership now more than ever in the midst of this crisis, and our senator is failing us. He doesn't want to talk about this pandemic that's killed nearly 250,000 people, which he told us was no worse than the flu. Instead, he's belittling his political opponents by mocking their heritage. It's wrong. It's not what this state stands for. And the extraordinary leaders who stand with me today, and thank you so much for being here, represent where Georgia is headed and what Georgia is at our best. I thank you all for coming, and I'm happy to take any questions from members of the press. Well, there's no doubt that he owes an apology, not just to Senator Harris, but to the Indian American community and black women here in Georgia and across the country. Even more important than an apology, what Senator Perdue owes this state is real leadership. There he had the opportunity to address the state and the nation, to be candid with us about the challenges that we face, to present real solutions, to unify and inspire us to meet this moment. And instead he squanders his power, his office, and his influence on schoolyard insults. So more than an apology, what we demand from Senator Perdue is that he does his job to keep this state safe. Archith. Anyone can watch the tape and see exactly what Senator Perdue was doing. And this is about more than a few words spoken at a rally. Senator Perdue's conduct is the essence of what's wrong with politics at this moment. When we need unity, when we need solutions, he offers no solutions and he stoops to division.
You've said that Senator Perdue's comments reflect what President Trump has brought out in Senate Republicans. Do you think that Senator Perdue has changed since 2014?
Well, I think Senator Perdue has revealed himself during this campaign, running a digital ad that lengthens my nose, an age-old anti-Semitic trope, taking to the stage with the President of the United States and belittling the vice presidential nominee for her heritage. This is who Senator David Perdue is. Georgia deserves better. Georgia deserves leadership. Georgia needs leaders who bring us together instead of driving us apart.
You opened by talking about coronavirus. And what should the Senate do to pass economic relief for people who are still suffering from coronavirus? The impact of economic.
Well, it's been months since the small business lending program expired. It's been months since the extended unemployment insurance expired. It's been months since Georgia's schools have been forced to grapple with partial reopening without federal support. So what the Senate should do now is what the Senate should have done months ago, which is to rush emergency relief directly to working families and small businesses and to local school districts and local governments who desperately need help.
John, do you see Senator Perdue's comments as sort of a trend in Republican politics in general?
Well, this is what President Trump has unleashed. At a moment when we need unifying leadership, when this state deserves solutions, when this state is crying out for hope and inspiration, Senator Perdue imitates the president and stoops to mocking people for how their names are pronounced. And I think why this has struck such a chord is that this is what people find so offensive about President Donald Trump's leadership. Not only is he derelict and negligent in his job, but he attacks and belittles his political adversaries to score cheap points at the same time.
Anyone else have any last questions? All right, I think we're set. Really appreciate everyone coming out this morning.
Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate you. Thank you.
John, my kids want to go. Oh, yeah, sure. Can we get a picture? Thank you. Very good. Thank you for that. Steve Parker.
All right, everybody, it looks like they just switched news conferences on us here. I'm waiting to find out exactly what this is, but at least you know that we are on standby for another live event, a very busy Tuesday morning here at News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Thanks so much for watching. If you happen to be on the platform that has a chat feature, feel free to check in. Let me know exactly where you are watching from. This definitely looks like it's police related. I'm waiting to see exactly where, though, and what it's regarding. I have not gotten any information yet. But again, as soon as this gets underway, we'll take you there here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we're also getting caught up on some of the news that happened later on in the afternoon and evening hours of yesterday. So I'm going to bring you out here to Orange County, Florida, where they had a COVID-19 update. Again, you are watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. We are so happy that you...
The mayor will also deliver an important announcement on help for small and home-based businesses and help for our families here in Orange County. From the Florida Department of Health here in Orange County, Dr. Raul Pino is here with important updates on COVID-19 data that is trending here in Orange County. We start this press event with Mayor Demings. Mayor?
All right. Good afternoon to all of you. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Thank you, Dr. Williamson, for kicking us off today. I want to just remind you, this is the 79th press briefing that we've had in the last 7 months regarding COVID-19. And we are 15 days away from that big day that's coming up, November the 3rd. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how voting in person and the relationship with the pandemic appear to be working here within Orange County. Orange County has 20 early voting locations, including the Amway Arena. On the screen behind me, a list of various locations that individuals are able to go vote at here within our county. And I had a conversation probably about 20 minutes ago with the supervisor of elections. and he allowed me to take a peek behind the curtain of what's happening with voter turnout here within Orange County. What he shared with me was that at this point, at least as of a little after 4 p.m., 137,146 Orange County voters had cast a ballot, which represents about 16% of our electorate here within Orange County. He shared with me that 10,463 people at that time had voted in person. 126,683 vote by mail ballots had been received. If you care to know how the party votes look at this point, he said that 5,944 Democrats have voted, to 2,650 Republicans, and 1,868 others, to include the no party affiliation and I'm going to say the minor parties, have voted. The Democrats outvoting the Republicans significantly. He said that of that 137+ thousand that have voted, 69,756 Democrats have voted, to 27,388 Republicans have voted, and those no party affiliates or minor parties had outvoted the Republicans here within our county. 29,539 Republicans have voted. Why am I bringing all this up? I think it's relevant because what it clearly shows is that here within Orange County, our residents are more prone to vote by mail and not in person at this time. And that probably is directly related to the fact that we're living with a pandemic and people are not yet at that point in terms of their confidence going out and interacting.
All right, everybody, I do believe that we had a officer-involved shooting in Houston, Texas, where 2 police officers were injured. I think we're getting an update from somebody. I'm going to bring it to you here live, but I might need to switch off of it.
Just to get in, and I don't know how many cop cars are here. I mean, look at that guy, combat gear. It looks like they're going into Desert Storm. You know?
It's definitely a sight.
Yeah, it is. It is. So hopefully this will all be resolved very soon.
Yeah, all right.
At what point did you realize that this was pretty serious?
Well, you know, standing there and watching 20 cops walk into and look at a situation where it's obvious they're looking for someone. That's like, okay, you know, and there's a helicopter over. You know, that's. Then when I went to my phone and got the details that 2 officers had been shot, that's like, well, okay. So
did law enforcement talk to you at all? Did anybody talk
No. See this building here, that building I live in right there? I just went to the very edge of the building, and they're like multiple yards away. I mean, you can see them, but you can't. But you really don't know what they're saying, or you know, you can't pick up any dialogue.
Sure, they haven't been talking to residents about, you know, maybe.
No, right now, if you're a resident, you don't want to walk over them. You know, all you see over there is blue, and a few green, and bulletproof vests. So you know, I know enough to know. I know enough to. Okay, let me just stay back here from a distance and watch.
So you said 20 officers. Did it look like they were like honing in on like an apartment that you could see from your vantage point?
All I can see is that they're gathered. Some of them are in the parking lot. Some are around the building. There's a whole circumference of them surrounding 2 different condos. And so, you know, I have no idea who this guy is, where this person is, but you can see that they're all gathering to do some kind of tactical thing. So your guess is as good as mine.
And sir, I'm sorry, we were late, but did you say that you heard gunshots when you were out
No.
there?
When I drove up, all that had already happened. I've been here for like 45 minutes. It had already happened.
And you live in the complex?
Yes, ma'am. I live here. Yeah.
It's a building. Sir, what's your name?
Stephen Finley.
S-T-E-P PHENFINDLEY?
Right, right.
It's a building in this complex, or is it another
Yeah,
complex?
this entire complex here is called Richmond Manor.
Sorry?
That's one of my neighbors. And yeah, so this is Richmond Manor, and this is all happening past the gate, just beyond that building.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
All right, everybody, so the photographer is moving around just a little bit out there in Houston, Texas, but I do want to read to you the latest from our sister station, Fox 26. They are reporting Houston Police Chief Art Acevedo says 2 police officers have been shot in southwest Houston. It happened in the 2600 block of Holly Hall this morning. The police department saying that SWAT is responding to the scene for a possible barricaded suspect. So the scene, of course, is still active. That's why you see the photographer there moving around just a bit. The public asked to avoid the area. So it sounded like they just spoke with somebody who lives nearby. Houston police, of course, taking to Twitter to say, update, this remains an active scene. SWAT is en route to a possible barricaded suspect. Please continue to avoid the area. Hashtag HOU News for Houston News. And the chief also wrote on Twitter, quote, we have had 2 officers struck by gunfire. Please pray. More to follow, end quote. So that is the latest situation there breaking in Houston, Texas. I do have another live event. I don't have exact details just yet. The gentleman speaking has a mask on that reads vote. We're going to take you there live. Lots of moving pieces this morning here on NewsNOW.
In all of our locations, because without a doubt, people are interested in voting for the November 3rd election. Why are we doing this? I think everybody recognizes what's going on, but early voting provides access to voting for citizens that historically have been presented with barriers to casting a ballot. We're talking about working families, people working multiple jobs, students, parents with limited child care options, and seniors with limited transportation options. And during the pandemic, we have been committed to doing everything we can to give as many safe, secure options to our residents to vote. That's why between now and November 1st, all of these early vote locations will be operating. The pandemic has created even more challenges for voters who are experiencing economic hardships, instability, and uncertainty. But voters can go to early voting and feel confident they will have a safe, healthy voting experience. And that's because we have created a marriage between our Elections Commission and our Health Department. All early voting sites will be practicing social distancing. You can see there's good distancing. I'd like it to be a little bit more. I've yet to see a person in line without a mask, and that's great to see. Every single person I have seen at this location has been wearing a mask. And the areas inside will be frequently disinfected. Consequently, voters do not have to make a choice between their health and their fundamental democratic right to vote. We are very, very proud that we have expanded early voting from the 3 sites used in 2016 to an unprecedented 14 sites. Sites were selected based on geographic diversity and include this location at Midtown, the Zeidler Municipal Building, 8 neighborhood libraries, and new additions such as the Clinton Rose Senior Center and Cannon Park Pavilion on the far west side. Additionally, recognizing that students often experience some of the greatest challenges to voting, I'm very pleased to announce that the city is partnering with UW-Milwaukee and MATC to provide on-campus early voting locations there as well. As you can see, early voting has begun, and it runs through Sunday, November 1st, preceding the election. We will be scheduling 1,092 hours of operation over the course of the next 12 days. So you don't have to rush out today. You've got 1,090 hours left to get out there. The schedule includes evening and weekend hours that are essential to fair access to voting. What we have seen in the last few years are efforts around the nation to make it more difficult for individuals to vote. I believe that a democracy works best when more individuals get involved by voting. And that is exactly why we are taking this unprecedented step to have this expansion of early voting opportunities despite the pandemic. So we've had great support from the council. We've had great support from Claire and her staff. They have been working around the clock, and they have been doing just a fabulous, fabulous job. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the President of the Common Council, Cavalier Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Cavalier Johnson, 2nd District Alderman, you're in the 2nd District, welcome. And President of the Common Council of the City of Milwaukee. The Common Council is very happy and very thrilled to be able to partner with the administration, along with the Election Commission, in order to make sure that Milwaukeeans have the opportunity to let their voices be heard, not just on November 3rd with making sure we have more polling sites open than we had in the April election, but through efforts like this, to make sure that Milwaukeeans across our entire city have access to early voting locations around Milwaukee, including Midtown Center here, like I said, in the 2nd District, which is the reigning defending champion for early votes being cast in the city of Milwaukee during elections.
And who's the alderman for that district?
The alderman for that district is yours truly, Cavalier Johnson, President of the Common Council. And I'm very proud of that fact. And I'm proud of it because it just goes to show that when opportunities are provided to citizens who normally who don't have the opportunity to go and cast a ballot on a Tuesday during Election Day if they're working or have many of the other barriers that the mayor mentioned before, they have the opportunity to come here. They have the opportunity to cast their ballot, and they have the opportunity to do it in a way that is accessible to their schedule, that allows them to let their voices be heard. The Common Council over the course of the last several months has been very active and very busy working to make sure that City of Milwaukee residents have access to the vote, and to do it in a way, as the mayor said, that does not comprise them having to make a choice between their right to vote and their health. And that's exactly what's happening right now, and will continue until Sunday, November 1st, as long as folks have the opportunity to vote early at locations like this around the City of Milwaukee. We are again excited to have 14 early vote sites available all across the City of Milwaukee, and we encourage residents, whether you're voting by mail, whether you're voting early in person, like the several people are here doing at Midtown Center and at other early vote locations across Milwaukee, or you're going to go on Election Day, like I plan to do, with my mask and tote and cast a ballot in my neighborhood. Make sure that you have a plan to vote. Make sure that you have a plan for your voice to be heard in this critical, very important election. All right, thank you so much. And with that, I'll pass it over to Claire Whittle-Vogue, the Executive Director of the Milwaukee Election Commission.
Thank you. Good morning. So these lines are similar to what we are seeing at all of the other sites across town. So if voters are getting ready to go out and cast their early vote, we want to make sure they know what to bring with them so that they don't get in line and then find out they don't have what they need. So all voters need to bring a photo ID. Your photo ID does not need your current address. We've been hearing some misinformation on that. So voters, you do not need to have an ID with your current address, but a Wisconsin driver's license, state ID, passport, military ID is what you need to vote. If you need to make an address change, make sure you're making your plan now. The deadline is Friday, October 30th to early vote. And we also just want to remind voters, if you're looking at these lines and maybe this isn't for you, it's not too late to request your absentee ballot if you're already registered at your current address. You can request absentee ballots at myvote.wi.gov if you are registered at your current address. So I think we'll open it up to questions.
So over at Zeidler, we saw the machines that people are using, like pencil erasers to vote. Take us through what that process is. Is this the first time you guys have used these machines?
Yeah, so this is not the first time. Since 2018, we have used what's called an express vote machine in order to cast ballots. So it's not connected to any internet or modem or anything like that. It's just a machine that actually fills out the ballot for the voter and then prints out a card that they confirm, and then that is what is run through the machines on Election Day. And we're using pencil erasers because we can sanitize the pencils very easily as opposed to having to wipe down the touch screens after every user. So it'll help with our line issues as well.
Does it surprise you guys to see this many people, this long of a line
despite what we saw earlier in the year?
You know, it doesn't surprise me. It kind of warms my heart to know that voters aren't letting the pandemic stop them. And like I said, we're seeing these at all of the 12 locations that are open as of this hour right now across the city. So we are seeing a demand for early voting, and we are lucky that we have 14 early voting locations in the city of Milwaukee. And we'll have so many polling places open on Election Day as well.
It's hard to remind people to socially distance when you have this many people in line. Are election workers told to kind of maintain the lines and tell them to keep 6 feet apart?
Yes, so right now we are staffing and focusing on social distancing as much in the polling place as possible, but after seeing the lines today, we will be adding additional staff and markers outside so that social distancing is just as important outdoors as it is indoors. So we will be working on some of our social distancing issues that we're seeing with the congestion. Yep.
On that one, we saw the lines, and obviously people are distancing. I'd like to see it greater, but we've already had that conversation this morning with Claire, with our Department of Public Works, to see what we can put in place so people have more of a guide to do the social distancing, because we want to see it throughout the entire process.
So adjustments are already taking place a few hours in.
Yeah. Again, we noted it right away, and we're already working on a solution to that as well.
Mayor Barrett, you talked about today being an effort to eliminate barriers towards voting. Wisconsin, one of 33 states with voter ID laws that can inhibit people's ability to vote. How does that impact a community like this?
Well, obviously it does impact a community like this, and I think we have seen that the voting restrictions that have been put in place by the Republican legislature have succeeded in their goal, which I think is to make it more difficult for people to vote. But as hard as they are working to make it difficult for people to work, we will work equally hard to make sure that people can exercise their fundamental right to be involved in our democracy. And that's what I'm committed to. I know that's what the President of the Council is committed to. I think all members of the Common Council are committed to that, to make sure that people's voices can be heard. But we want to make sure we're doing this in this unprecedented time in a way that's safe from a health standpoint. So we've got twin objectives here. We want to have an election that is beyond reproach in terms of the integrity of the election, which is very, very important to me and to Claire and to everybody else. We want this to be an election that people will look at the results of the election, not how the election is conducted. But we also want all the individuals who are standing in line and who will be voting to be safe. So a lot of time has gone into this. And we learned. We learned in April, because as you recall, that's when we had to limit the number of spots because we had lost so many election workers. And that was really when the first stay-at-home order had been issued. And people were really, really just confused as to what to do. Countless hours have been put into prepare for this by Claire and her staff and the health department because we know how important this election is.
Claire, can you talk a little bit about, can you have an absentee ballot and still come and early vote? I've heard from quite a few people over at the Zeidler building that they requested one, changed their mind, and then showed up today to vote. Is that allowed?
Yeah, so if voters have received an absentee ballot and they've changed their mind and they would like to vote in person at an early voting site or on Election Day, they are able to do so. It's important for voters to know when you come to early voting, you're still casting an absentee ballot. So if you wanted, you could actually bring your blank ballot in and you could vote it here in front of our staff. You don't necessarily have to get a whole new ballot, but it's still an absentee ballot in Wisconsin. But you are able to do so if you're more comfortable voting with our staff.
Which also means you won't be able to count any of these votes until Election Day on November.
Correct. So all of these voters that we see standing in line, these ballots will not be counted until 7 a.m. on Election Day.
Claire, when we look at the 40,000 fewer people who voted in 2016 compared to 2012, is there any data that shows where we are right now? Is there any enthusiasm this year compared to 2016 in voter registration, youth vote, anything else that you share?
You know, we've had over a third of our registered voters request absentee ballots by mail, which I think is a very promising statistic. But until early voting gets underway, we won't have a clear idea of whether we will start to break records like we're seeing in other states with voter turnout. I'm very hopeful. Our registration statistics in the month of September were just overwhelming. We had over 38,000 registrations submitted in the month of September after we sent out a safe vote mailing with the council to encourage voters to register in advance. So to me, that number is promising. Our voter registration numbers are up to 315,000 registered voters, which is much higher than it's been in the recent years. But we'll have to wait and see what voter turnout looks like as early voting continues and we get closer to Election Day.
And as far as ages, is there any way to quantify the age of these new registrations as far as the youth vote? We've seen all these protests over the summer. Is that leading to new registrations?
You know, my intuition is that there probably is a larger youth vote that was registering, but I don't have those statistics in front of me to verify that.
And if I may, I want to add to this, because one of the things that we're going to be doing, and we'll be releasing it either today or tomorrow, on our website, we are going to have a daily compilation of where we are with the number of absentee ballots that have been requested, a number of absentee ballots that have been returned, other vital election information, because we want to do it for two reasons. We want the public to know exactly how many people have asked to vote early, have returned their ballots, but we think it also is going to encourage more people to vote. When they see these incredible numbers unlike anything we've ever seen before, I think people are going to understand why it's so important for them to be involved and to vote.
Claire, do you have any advice for people who struggle with having a valid ID?
So if a voter is struggling with getting a valid ID for voting, we'd strongly recommend they contact us or the Wisconsin Election Commission, and we can walk them through the ID petition process. They are able to still apply through the DMV, even if they don't have the documents necessary to get that ID, through a petition process, and they will be issued an ID that they can use for voting on Election Day.
One more question. Do you have enough election workers?
Yes, we have plenty of election workers. We have recruited and trained over 4,000 workers to work on November 3rd, and our goal was 2,400. So we believe we have a healthy reserve despite the spike with the pandemic right now. Going into Election Day, we feel very confident.
Any age range? I mean, are they younger people that are signing up for this?
They are definitely much younger people. I've been meeting a lot of our new election workers in our office as they pick up their manuals, and we are seeing a lot of young citizens just out of high school and in their 20s, really taking on this civic duty.
Hey, well, keep in touch.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, that's the latest out of Milwaukee with the mayor and other officials in regards to early voting. They said there's lines across the city, and for them, they say that's good news because people are voting and they're lining up to vote. I do want to show you, we still have a live picture out of Houston, Texas, everybody. We are hearing that 2 police officers have been shot. I did just see the Chief Art Acevedo walking around the scene wearing a bulletproof vest. So as soon as he comes to speak to our sister station there, Fox 26 Houston, and or a police spokesman or woman does the same, we will bring that to you right here. Of course, very breaking news, fluid situation, so the cameraman or woman out there is moving around a lot. Also getting told here that we're going to be getting an update on a police initiative in Minnesota. So as soon as that happens, we will have it for you here live as well. Lots of breaking news, lots of live events this morning. Meanwhile, let's take a look at how stocks are doing. The big board, Dow Jones Industrial, currently up about 115 points. Nothing but green so far on the big board, so that is looking good. While we are waiting for one of these live events to get underway, we're getting kind of caught up with some news that happened late yesterday afternoon into the evening, including the COVID-19 update from right here in Orange County, Florida. Now, I have put in a request to get the latest from Austin, Texas public health officials. They are having a news conference right now in terms of COVID-19 testing as well. But again, you are watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for being here. You know, if anything breaks or happens live across the country, we will certainly
of sanitary protocols ensure that you can vote without significant concern of contracting the novel coronavirus at any of the locations here within Orange County. According to the State Division of Elections website, so far, 2.5 million vote-by-mail ballots have been cast for this November election statewide. And there are 3.2 million ballots that have yet to be returned. In other words, they sent ballots out to individuals who have requested vote by mail and they have not been returned at this point. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a glimpse into what is happening with voting here within our county. And as I said, it makes it relevant regarding the pandemic that we give you a briefing about at least several times a week. I want to go forward and talk to you a little bit about our goals for the week. Each Monday I try to tell you what we're trying to accomplish. We will continue to offer crisis assistance to individuals and families in Orange County. That's a priority for us, to help fill that gap of need in our community as a result of the downturn in the economy and the pandemic. We will continue to offer crisis assistance to businesses, including home-based businesses, and I'll talk more about that in just a few moments. And we will continue to offer free COVID-19 testing here within Orange County. Some communities across America are letting up on the testing that's being done, but we intend to stay the course and continue to do what we can to work in partnership with the state and our private partners to continue offering free testing. As for the total number of COVID-19 cases in Orange County, there are now a reported 43,621 cases. That is an increase of 132 cases since just yesterday and 577 new cases since our last briefing this past Friday. There have been
All right, everyone, we are getting a couple different live events right now. One I must show you because I lived in Texas for a total of 5 years, 3 different cities, and I definitely went to the Texas State Fair. This is Big Tex that I'm getting to show you live aerials right now. I believe they are taking them down because the State Fair is over. Let me confirm, though. I did just get some information from my coworker. Closing day of the Big Tex Fair food drive-through. So it was not a typical fair there in Dallas this year. Big Tex departing from Big Tex Circle in Fair Park this morning. That is exactly what's going on there. And yeah, so if you've ever been to the Texas State Fair or you've ever seen Big Tex, you know he talks to you. He goes, "Howdy, folks," and he waves. It's just, it's quite an experience. He is so iconic, and this year he was wearing a mask. So just some really cool live aerials that I wanted to show you, only available to the media. So big thanks to our sister station out there in Dallas for providing us this coverage so we can bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. That's the beauty and magic of this show, everyone. We get to go across the country thanks to all of our sister stations, the Fox-owned and operated ones across the country. Huge, huge team efforts to put on News Now from Fox. Next, I'm going to take you out to New York City, where Mayor Bill de Blasio is holding a COVID-19 update. Actually, it looks like it may have just ended, so we are going to bypass that for right now. I'll try to get it on for you a little bit later in the show. So I will return us back out here to Orange County, Florida. If anything else happens live or breaks, we get an update from Houston, Texas for the police shooting. I'll bring it to you right here as well on News Now from Fox.
Of the numbers, and perhaps he will share more with you about how we got to 531 deaths. Again, never thought we would see that many people who actually died of the virus in our community. So we acknowledge those families who have lost a loved one. We're thankful that it is not worse than what it is in our community. Since we last updated you, that's an addition of 3 cases, 3 deaths, I believe, since Friday. Our 2-week positivity average has risen from 5.0% on Friday to 5.3% today. So slight increase. We're still hovering around that 5% number. So I think it's still not a bad number, but we monitor these numbers on a day-to-day basis, and so it's slightly up. I want to note that on October the 5th, the 2-week positivity rate was 4.4%. And today, we have reported that it is 5.3%. This week, Orange County Health Services will continue to offer free COVID-19 testing on Wednesday and Thursday at Barnett Park from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Again, that's free testing at Barnett Park. Appointments can be booked by going to our website at ocfl.net/Barnett Park, and this is for anyone 12 years of age and older. In addition, the state regional drive-through testing facility at the Orange County Convention Center has now transitioned and offering only rapid antigen testing. You can get your results in about 15 minutes. Online appointments are encouraged for that location. They have made a change there, and now they are requesting that individuals produce their health insurance cards when they get tested there at the facility. That's a change. More than likely, the state is trying to determine at some point if individuals are covered by health insurance, the state will look to get reimbursed for the testing that they're doing. Otherwise, why would they ask for your health insurance card? So I think this is a goal of the state to eventually look to have insurance companies perhaps pay their fair share of the testing costs throughout the state of Florida. Let me talk a little bit about our CARES Act funding for small businesses. To date, Orange County has provided nearly $60 million in funding to help 6,800 small businesses or so. These are small businesses with 100 or fewer employees, and this is where we were offering the $10,000 grant. 67% of those businesses have been minority or women-owned businesses. Then we have the micro grant program, where we have been assisting home-based or sole proprietorship types of businesses with micro grants of up to $3,000. We're continuing to make dollars available through both programs. You may recall that we announced this past Friday that this morning at 9 a.m. we would reopen the Orange Cares for Small Business portal for a second time. Remember, a week ago we opened the portal for 10,000 small businesses. And of the 10,000 businesses that entered the portal, 6,000 completed the application, meaning they provided all of the information that was needed. 2,500 of those have been processed for payment. If you're in Orange County small business, you were able to re-enter the portal this morning. We had an additional $7 million that was we were making available. We believe that that would assist 700 brick and mortar businesses. For the home-based businesses, we believe that the additional $650,000 to $700,000 that was being made available through the micro grant program will be able to assist additional home-based businesses. Again, those businesses can receive up to $3,000 in micro grants. A total of 235 additional businesses applied for the funding this morning, and our web traffic was over 2,500. Just as a reminder, we also announced that this coming Saturday, October the 24th, we would reopen the CARES portal for individuals and families to apply for $1,000 grants. We are opening up the portal on Saturday for residents of Orange County who may have had some difficulty getting into the portal during the weekdays because of other commitments, et cetera. The portal will be open this coming Saturday to 15,000 potential applicants. That will be the capacity. 15,000 people will be allowed to enter. This is being done to ensure that our team can process all applications. For those who have applied and received a confirmation number on October the 12th, this past Monday, a week ago, we ask that you allow up to 3 weeks for the team to provide you a status update on your application. It doesn't mean it will take 3 weeks, but we ask that you allow up to that. Some people were here in a shorter period of time. If you have not heard about the status update after the 3 weeks, then we would encourage you to just simply dial 311, the county information number. I also encourage anyone interested to go to ocfl.net/orangecares and read the frequently asked questions to get familiar with the guidelines. I'm going to give you an update on our compliance or strike teams. They're well into their second month now of offering coronavirus compliance assistance to Orange County businesses. The teams conducted unannounced inspections. So far, over 3,600, to be precise, 3,620 different business sites have been visited. There have been 448 follow-up inspections. That means that businesses who were either found to be non-compliant or in some cases just to ensure that people continue to honor the mandates that are in place and comply with the CDC guidelines. We have continued to send our strike teams out. This past weekend, the teams were visiting businesses along the Goldenrod and Curry Ford Road locations. They found the majority of business owners receptive and in compliance. That's good news. Our businesses are continuing to comply. In addition to smaller businesses, the teams will be once again revisiting the major theme parks unannounced very soon. And with that, I want to turn it over to Dr. Raul Pino for an update as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Before we go into the COVID-19 numbers, I would like to inform you that last Saturday we have our first flu pod for this season. It was done at Freedom High School. It was extremely successful. We provide 1,121 vaccinations for flu. Just to give you an idea, we have never even reached 500 in any pod that we have done in the past. So this was quite an event. We also are going to have one on November 7th at Jones High School here at AO1 Rio Grande, and Saturday, November 14th at the Colonial Promenade Mall at 4308 East Colonial Drive. And we will have plenty of vaccines to give out for free. As the mayor mentioned, we have 43,621 cases, cumulative, that is, and that is giving us a cumulative positivity rate of 11.41. Our recovery rate is continuing at 95%, which is not bad, but a little bit tad down from 96 that it was at the beginning of last week. The mayor also mentioned that we have a discrepancy with the data there that says 534. So through our data cleaning process, we identified 3 cases that are residents of Osceola, Hillsborough, and Seminole County. So those were deferred to those lists, and it will be reflected there tomorrow, but just in case that you notice the discrepancy. The age range in the 4 deaths that we have was from 78 to 91, 1 female and 3 male, and all of those deaths occurred before last Friday when we talked to you last. Yesterday, for rates, we received 132 new cases were reported to the state yesterday, out of also reported yesterday 1,903 negative tests, and that gave us a 6.4.9%, although it's higher than the prior day or the entire week. Also, Mondays are not a good day for data because there is less testing in the weekend. But the interesting part about this data, and we continue to mention these, is that 50% of all cases yesterday were between 15 and 34. And let me see if I can explain this well. In the last 14 days, all 15 to 34 age cases, when you put it all together, and then you run an analysis just on that group, 75 of all cases are 18 to 20 years old, meaning it is in the older segment of this group, which is college-age students. Doesn't mean that they go to college. It means that it's college age. So we want to continue to alert our community about the need to protect young individuals, not just to protect them, although they seems to be doing better than the general population at large, but also to protect those who are older with pre-existing conditions that are living in multifamily units. And just to give you an idea, we continue to do well. The data continues to perform very well, and although there has been a little bit of a change in the data that we just mentioned to you, last week our positive rate was 5.23%. That was week 42. The prior week, the entire week, was 5.5. And we have a reduction last week of a negative growth of about 11%. So we continue to perform. And as the mayor mentioned, as long as we hover around the 5%, it is a number of cases that we can handle, that we can complete every day before the working hours end, all the contact tracing and everything that we have to do in those plus 100 cases with the resources that we have right now. With that, any question, Mayor?
All right, we'll open it up to any questions that you may have from the audience. Ms. Lauren Seabrook is back. She may have a different last name. She got married.
Still that on there. Lauren Seabrook, Channel 9. My question's for Dr. Pino. It's been about, I guess, a month or maybe a little bit more since the bars opened. I was wondering, when you talk about that college age group, are you seeing issues with the bars or any other specific businesses or house parties? What's your staff seeing?
All of the above. We haven't seen a major outbreak in the bars. We have seen cases related to a few places, not just bar, around the county, and we provide the strike team with that list. So a few places that have constantly been mentioned by others when we do the interviews. So we want to double check. It's not a large number of cases, like a dripping here, dripping there, but we want to check. It could be just a coincidence. With regard to the bars, there has been a few where we have been identified a few cases linked to it. The issue that we are having with the ability to pinpoint one or another one is that the people that we have talked to are bar hoppers. So they go to many bars in the same night. So it will be unfair to the business in that sense to mention one and not the other one, because they really, the students, or the people in this age, not the students, people in this age go through this. But there has been activity, an increased activity around the UCF campus in those bars in that area. So we have been watching and communicating with them. And if anything happens, we probably will let you know. But the biggest outbreak that we have right now is at an assisted living facility I will know more tomorrow as we are meeting in the morning. But last week, they have over 50 cases overall, accumulative, during the last 3 months. And we were there, did test twice. I don't know the results yet for last Friday. That's what I will have tomorrow. But we went back last Friday and tested everyone who was prior negative, so to see if new cases has come up. I will know the results of that tomorrow. That's Courtyards Orlando here in downtown, and we are working with the administration there to try to curtail this outbreak. Courtyards.
This is Steve Hudak from the Orlando Sentinel. This is for Dr. Pino, too. I was wondering, Dr. Pino, if you could go into a little more detail about the 75%, did you say 18 to 20-year-olds?
So when you take in the last 14 days, everyone who is 15 to 34, and you do a separate analysis.
All right, everybody, we're finally getting that police update out of Minnesota that we have been on standby for a very long time. So I'm going to take you out there live now, right now on NewsNOW.
As the chief and I have gone around the city and spoken with individuals, say, we need good police. We need police. We need good police. We've met with faith leaders who want good police officers because they grieve every time they bury yet another man cut short in his life. We've met with high school principals from North Minneapolis who want good police officers because they too grieve when their students don't return to school because they've been the subject and the victim of gun violence. I've met with the downtown business leaders who too want good police officers because when this pandemic is over, they want our vibrant city back. The businesses open, the restaurants open, the bars open, and everybody enjoying our downtown as we have. And I've met with a multitude of community members. And those community members, too, want good police. Because they deserve what is promised to all Americans: equal protection and justice under the law. In fact, I have not yet met with any community leader who does not want a good police department for the city of Minneapolis. And by that I mean people who live in the community, work in the community, lead the community. They want their community safe, they want good police, and they want to feel comfortable in their streets. They are tired of living with bars on their homes while there are folks on the street committing violent crimes against their community. Chief Arredondo and I have heard these voices loud and clear, and so have my colleagues at the Department of Justice. And that is why we are here today, because the Department of Justice is making a wonderful offer to the city of Minneapolis and to the police department. Chief Arredondo has a vision, the Department of Justice has a vision to help him, and that's what we're here to announce. I'd like to introduce to you the speakers who you will hear from next. The first is Catherine T. Sullivan. She's the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General of the Office of Justice Programs. She is also, like me, a former prosecutor and a former judge. Judge Sullivan, among her many duties, like me, was a drug court judge. And I can tell you from my many, many conversations with my friend Judge Sullivan that she understands for any crime reduction program, there has got to be three components. There has to be prevention, there has got to be treatment, and there's got to be enforcement. And if you are missing any one of those three components to your crime reduction program, it will fail. It is proven. The second speaker is Eric S. Dryden. He's the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. He has pedigree that I can't begin to go on and on about. You can Google him and look him up, but I'll tell you this, he is smart and he is wise, and he is leading arguably one of the most important divisions at the Department of Justice. And finally, our third speaker and our final speaker will be the Chief, a man who needs no introduction to any of you. Chief Arredondo will close out this conference. Again, thank you for your patience, thank you for coming, and I'm going to turn the podium over to Judge Sullivan.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much. It's great to see all of you here. It's my second time in Minneapolis in this current position, and I've had a lot of times both here and in Washington, D.C. with your wonderful, esteemed U.S. Attorney, Erica McDonald. I meet with U.S. attorneys all the time as we try to forge state and local partnerships with the federal government, with the Department of Justice. And I have to say that I don't think that there is a U.S. attorney out there who is more community-minded, who's more truly embedded in her community. And while Minneapolis, we all mourned. We are continue to mourn. We continue to grieve over what has taken place and started here in Minneapolis. I know the Attorney General, it weighs on him heavily what happened here. There's been discussions, constant discussions about what can be done, how can we help, how can we help, just simple solution, how can we move forward, how can we build trust in the community, in law enforcement. Attorney General Barr says the bottom line is that, you know, police officers are the most functioning potentially in the criminal justice system, and it's often everyone around them who's failing them, and that the police are actually doing a terrific job in large part. We understand that's not perfect. I have to say my colleague Eric Dryband, Assistant Attorney General from the Civil Rights Department, is here as well, and as Erica said, is an amazing, thoughtful, and brilliant guy who is running a very important component of the department. But it has been a really special pleasure for me to face-to-face finally meet this amazing chief that you have here in Minneapolis, in Chief Arredondo. I call him Rondo, so hard to put the era. So he's unflappable. He is a true leader in every sense of the word. And it has been a great pleasure not only meeting you, but also working with you, having fantastic conversations. I know that you have a chief of this Minneapolis Police Department who is completely willing to move forward and to take advantage of resources that the department is anxious to make available to you here in Minneapolis and to the Minneapolis Police Department specifically. So the top line, so I know this is a press conference, so let's get to the top line. The top line today is that my office, the Office of Justice Programs at the U.S. Department of Justice, and Attorney General Barr, we are announcing today that we have created a Law Enforcement Training and Technical Assistance Response Center. It is a tactical center that will surge resources to work with law enforcement agencies across the country. Our hope is that Minneapolis does decide to take advantage of this response center and all that we are offering, which will include a coordinator in order to sort of support and help these amazing chiefs like Chief Arredondo, and then the technical assistance that's needed, focusing on making sure that use of force policies are not only in writing but also are being implemented, that you have good recruitment tools, retention tools, and equally as important, you are working with the health and safety of law enforcement officers, their resiliency, and their safety. So it's an initial investment of $3 million in grants, and it was an extremely competitive application, or we call them solicitations. We received many, many applications from across the country, and under a merit-based review system. It is the International Associations of Chiefs of Police who will be running our response center. And I couldn't be happier about that. The way that we pick our grantees is done in a very fair, balanced, and neutral manner. It is merit-based, and they definitely rose to the top. What I love about the International Associations of Chiefs of Police is that you have law enforcement officers who are either currently in their positions or have left their positions in the field and are now actually have become experts in certain areas of law enforcement. So we will be happy to surge these resources to Minneapolis to start to move forward, to try to help not only the chief but the city. Again, we cried and we mourned with you, and we would love to help rebuild as well, and rebuild community relations, as well as doing everything that we can do to make sure that the chief has the very best law enforcement agency that all of you deserve. So regards from Attorney General Barr. I'm thrilled to announce this response center. As I said, it's very tactical in nature, and we are hoping to help law enforcement agencies across the country who are all suffering from similar things to how you are suffering. So thank you all very much, and I will be available for any further follow-up or questions after everyone speaks.
Well, good morning, Judge McDonald and Judge Sullivan. Thank you for your kind words. My name is Eric Dryban, and I'm the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the United States Department of Justice. We stand here today in the shadow of the horrific death of George Floyd. Mr. Floyd's death provoked outrage, both here locally and nationally, and that outrage remains. And we are here today to try to help this city and help our nation heal. We are also here today because we want the Minneapolis Police Department and all other law enforcement in this country to comply at all times with the Constitution and other laws that protect us and ensure safe policing. We're here for another reason. We want all people in this nation to be secure in their persons and to know that the United States Department of Justice is committed to protecting the constitutional rights of all persons. One of America's greatest strengths is our commitment to the rule of law, and the Justice Department will never waver when it comes to preserving order and protecting life and liberty. The rule of law protects all people, regardless of their position in life, their social status, their wealth or poverty, their race or color, and the rule of law makes all people equal. Our goal here today and going forward is to keep everyone safe and secure through constitutional and otherwise lawful police practices. And we look forward to working with Chief Madera Arredondo, Chief Rondo, and the Minneapolis Police Department to protect the people of Minneapolis and to support law enforcement. We seek to ensure public safety and eliminate excessive force by the police. We also seek to enforce the rule of law to protect the people of Minneapolis, because doing so is necessary to all civilized societies, including here in Minneapolis. So you just heard Judge Sullivan talk about our response center, this newly created response center, and I'm here to tell you how we're hoping to enter into partnership with local government and law enforcement in Minneapolis, including Chief Rondo. Before I do, let me say, though, that, and this is very important, today's announcement should not in any way be understood as ruling out other further action by the Department of Justice here in Minneapolis. If our efforts are unsuccessful, we have additional ways to help ensure that all citizens in this city are protected from harm. So I will now briefly set out the features that Judge Sullivan mentioned and that we are offering the city of Minneapolis, and primarily I'm going to focus on three different components of what we are hoping to do here in Minneapolis. First, training. The Department of Justice, through its newly created response center and the hoped-for appointment of a program coordinator with significant law enforcement experience and expertise, will, if our offer is accepted, provide training, advice, and consulting services to assist the Minneapolis Police Department improve and reform law enforcement and community protection policies and procedures. Two, excessive force. A central goal of our program, we hope and expect, will be to review, enhance, and reform policies and to provide training to ensure that the Minneapolis Police Department enforces the law without the use of excessive force and in a way that complies fully with the United States Constitution and other laws. 3, drug addiction and mental health. The program will also focus on helping the Minneapolis Police Department respond effectively and safely to members of the public who suffer from mental or drug-induced impairment. And our goal will be to work with the Minneapolis Police Department to de-escalate encounters between the police department and members of the public. Let me now turn the podium over to a man who I believe you all know, Chief Rondo. Over a 30-year career in the Minneapolis Police Department, Chief Rondo rose from a patrol officer to become Minneapolis' first African-American chief of police. Chief Rondo has been a tireless defender of safe, fair, and constitutional policing, and a tireless defender of those who wear the badge. He has the confidence of the people of Minneapolis, and he has a vision for positive change. But as he has told us, he needs more support and more resources. Chief Rondo, we are honored you are here and enthusiastic about what we can accomplish together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I first want to give my thanks to the leadership and just overwhelming support that I've received from our United States Attorney, Ms. Erica McDonald. Many of you may know that besides the overwhelming task she has in terms of just really not only law enforcement but prosecution of cases here in our city, she's been very tireless in her support in terms of keeping our city safe. Just this summer, as we experienced an increase in violent crime, her task force was there to help us try to do all we could to curb that. So I want to just say thank you so very much for your support. I also want to acknowledge the fact that I'm so very proud to have so many professional, hardworking men and women of the Minneapolis Police Department that continue to show up each and every day to provide the best service they can for our community members. And so I want to say a sincere thanks to them and their families. I'm excited and I'm encouraged about the offer for the response center to the city of Minneapolis. We have been, and I have been working on our plans and creating a new MPD, and this would be a key component to that. There are many different lanes that are occurring right now. I want to also mention that what this offer would do is it would provide that additional support for us in terms of training, in terms of looking at our policies, in terms of resources for not only just our men and women in terms of their mental health, wellness, and resiliency, but also to our community. As our United States Attorney had mentioned, we have been in conversations with many, a broad sector of those folks in our city. As she mentioned, from faith leaders, from educators, to small business owners, to our downtown business owners, to neighborhood groups. And all of them overwhelmingly, they need good public safety. They want public safety. As chief, I'm sure all of you know that I'm right now dealing with a very diminished resources in terms of the Minneapolis Police Department. Sadly, we are becoming one-dimensional. We've done a lot of great things over years, but we are strictly now becoming a patrol response and investigations. If someone picks up the phone to call 911, we have to make sure that we have a squad car there for their response. And if someone unfortunately becomes a victim of a crime, we have to make sure they have investigations. But there's far more that goes on in our city that our men and women are dealing with. And so these resources that are being offered today, I'm very grateful and I'm hopeful that we will take advantage of them. As we move forward again in creating this new MPD, I want to also just emphasize, many of you are familiar with the Minnesota Department of Human Rights Patterns and Practice investigation that is going on under the leadership of Commissioner Lucero. This offering would in no way usurp that. It would not supplant it or be an alternative to that. That work is still ongoing, and we will continue. I will continue to work closely and cooperate fully with Commissioner Lucero and her team. But this is part of the plans that an offering that I certainly would hope that we could engage in and take a part in to, again, provide those additional resources that we so desperately need to really create this new MPD and continue to work off the professionalism of our men and women. So with that, thank you so much.
Chief, 1 year ago, when President Trump visited, he brought Bob Kroll on stage, who many think is representative of the problems of the Minneapolis Police Department. During the protest, the president tweeted, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Why is bringing in the federal government the right move here as a partner if the goal is to rebuild trust within the public?
So that's a good question. So we interact with our federal partners all the time. When we've had individuals who've committed arsons and looting in our city, we've relied upon our federal partners' assistance to help bring those folks accountable. As we've seen an unprecedented spike in violent crime in our city, over 400 people in Minneapolis shot and wounded, which is absolutely unconscionable. Our violent crime, our homicides have more than doubled this year. We cannot do this work alone. As chief, I'm not an elected official, and I try to separate politics from all the work that I do. At the end of the day, I need to make sure I have trusted, responsible resources and partnerships, and it's about building relationships. And I have that relationship with our U.S. Attorney Erica McDonald, and so I'm looking at it from what is in the best interest of our community. We're going to be meeting later this afternoon with many members of our community. We've had these conversations. I respect individuals' views politically on things, but at the end of the day, if there are resources that I know that will help instill crime preventative tools to help build up the resiliency of our men and women, that will help bring resources to communities that have been so devastated not only by a pandemic, civil unrest, spikes in violent crime, then I'm obligated to look into that and make sure that if it's an offering that we can utilize, I want to make sure we do that.
Chief, you indicated in your remarks and some of the things other people have said here that there might be some question about whether or not the city participates in this program. Why is that?
So, as Chief of Police, you may know I report to Mayor Fry, and I will say that Mayor Fry has been a wonderful supporting partner for me in this endeavor. There are some legal things that have to, I'm not a lawyer, but there are certainly some legal things that have to be worked out and looked at, and so my hope.
All right, so we were getting an update there in Minnesota about different policing initiatives, that everything that has happened since the George Floyd era there back in May. We're going to continue on here with more news of the day right here on News Now from Fox. We're going to go out to an exciting endeavor that's going to be happening for NASA, where the first asteroid sample return mission is ready. And right now we are going to go to a NASA scientist right now with all of the details. This is Jose Aponte. How you doing, Jose? This is
good. How are you?
Good, good. This is an exciting day and an exciting couple of weeks. Tell us everything that has really planned for this mission.
Right. So the OSIRIS-REx mission departed the Earth in the year 2016, and arrived to asteroid Bennu on December 2018. Since then, we have been analyzing, studying its surface so that we can find the best spot for approaching. Today, that approach is happening. Today, we are going to be executing a tag maneuver, which will allow the spacecraft touch the surface of the asteroid and collect rocks, dust, pebbles that are sitting there for millions of years, with the purpose of bringing them back to the Earth in the year 2023.
And Jose, can you tell us when did this all begin, and how this week is really going to be a fun culmination of it?
Yeah, the maneuver is starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch that on nasa.gov/OSIRIS-REx, and it's a simple touch and go. It will be, the touching of the surface will take between 6 and 16 seconds. So it's a very difficult but simple and quick maneuver.
And can you tell us just how this particular asteroid was chosen to be sampled?
Absolutely. There are more than 500,000 different asteroids in the solar system, but Bennu was picked because its orbit is really close to the Earth, so it allowed us to complete the mission in a reasonable time. Also, Bennu has a very optimum size. It's not very big, it's not very small. If it was too small, it would spin too fast, and it would be very dangerous for us to approach. But most importantly, and as to me as an organic chemist, is the fact that Bennu, according to the radar data that we have, is very rich in organic matter. And it may be very similar to the meteorites that we are analyzing and have analyzed in our laboratory at NASA Goddard. And we have found in these meteorites that they contain abundant organic matter that is relevant to the origins of life on our planet. So it's going to be extremely exciting to analyze the same or close to a very similar material coming from asteroid Bennu.
And now this is all super exciting, and everybody that will be able to participate across the country and the world. So for people that want to, I know you mentioned it a little bit before, but if they want to watch this all unfold a little bit later today, where do they go?
Yeah, please go to the different places on social media. You can look for OSIRIS-REx with the hashtag OSIRIS-REx. Back from Bennu, and also go to nasa.gov/OSIRIS-REx, and also on YouTube there is a live feed, but again the action starts 6 p.m. and we are hopeful that we're going to be successful and collect at least 2 ounces of material from Bennu.
And what are you most excited, you personally, from this mission? What are you hoping to find, and what are going to be some of the things that will be very interesting to you?
Well, I have personally analyzed samples brought back from the Apollo mission in the 60s, and that's something that we are currently analyzing in the laboratory. We are also analyzing Martian meteorites and meteorites that are similar to what we think Bennu would look like. And so imagine this, we have analyzed meteorites from Mars, samples from the moon, samples from the early Earth, and even samples from a comet. And so analyzing Bennu is extremely exciting for me because I want to understand how similar or how different they are. And remember, the samples from Bennu will give us a glance of what was the chemical composition of the early solar system, how our solar system was, and what was the inventory of water and organic matter and minerals that were present before the planet's formation.
Yeah, because really, I mean, asteroid is really just a time capsule of thousands and thousands and thousands of years, right?
Yeah, millions of years. You know, this material in the surface of Bennu has been untouched, pristine, has not been altered by biology like it happened on the Earth, and it has not been altered by geology like it also happened on the Earth and in other planets. Also, Bennu has never been melted, and that is very important because it has contained all the ingredients that were present when the planets were not even there.
That's amazing. That is so amazing. Jose, thank you so much for breaking it all down for us, and we look forward to later today to watch this all happen and make history today. So thanks for breaking it down and giving all of our viewers some great insights on today's big mission. We appreciate it.
Please stay tuned. Thank you.
Yep. And we continue to bring you the very latest right here on News Now from Fox. Now going out to the Senate floor, where we are monitoring everything that will be happening today. We are learning that we could be getting a COVID-19 stimulus bill update a little bit later this afternoon. So we'll feature that as soon as we get some more insights here for you. But if we have any more senators speaking on the floor, of course, we'll bring that to you as well. Right now, I still want to go back out to Minnesota, where they are talking about different policing initiatives going on.
People across the country ready, willing, and able to help. They're an incredible organization, and I'm thrilled to announce them as the lead on this center.
That third party, that coordinator that you mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
is he based in Minneapolis or at?
No. They would be based wherever they are, and then they would come here as needed. So it isn't a new position. It's not a new, again, it's really not, from what I understand, and of course I'm not an expert in what's going on in Minneapolis, and I don't pretend to be, but from the conversation.
All right, it looks like maybe that shot did freeze up here for us. We'll keep an eye on that. Taking now out to Washington, D.C., where we're waiting on any types of senators that could be talking, and if they do, we'll bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox, always bringing you the very latest as it's happening. And right now, we're going to go out to Seattle, getting an update on some arson investigation. Let's bring that to you right here.
The officer's helmet was cracked. I'm sure if you've seen some of these photos, these disturbing images on your broadcasts and on social media. According to the charging documents, after the brutal attack, the 19-year-old from Kirkland expressed remorse, not for potentially fatally assaulting itself, but for the fact that the officer was wearing a helmet that most likely saved his life.
All right, everybody, we will go back to this story here. This one was taped, but we want to bring you all the live events that we can during the day, so that's what we're going to do. Take you out to Florida right now. You have the governor there, Ron DeSantis, giving an update. Let's listen to him right here on News Now from Fox.
And as soon as either one of them or both get emergency use authorization, they're going to send it, most likely, I talked to Secretary Azar, most likely through the states. And so if the state of Florida is getting that, we're ready for it. We're going to send that long-term care facilities and hospitals. If you have an outbreak in a nursing home, you have it. HHS thinks you can give the antibody cocktail to any resident who wants it, who may not have been infected, maybe even as a prophylactic. So I think these therapeutics have been really underrated. We hear a lot of talk about the vaccine. Hopefully we'll get a vaccine, but even successful, not every vaccine is going to be 100% successful. And so to have therapeutics where if someone does get infected, you can reduce the severity, that will take a chunk, hopefully, out of mortality and let people recover better. So we're working really hard to make sure that gets out where it needs to go. And we also recognize that there's other health needs other than just simply dealing with coronavirus. Many people know that a lot of folks have been scared to go in and seek medical attention. ED visits for heart and stroke dropped dramatically in March. They still haven't fully recovered. Obviously, heart attacks and strokes are still happening, so we want people to feel comfortable to go in and to get that tended to, because those are really, really significant health problems that if they're allowed to build, you're going to have way worse outcomes as a result. We've also seen a big decline across the country, but including here in Florida, in cancer screenings. We have a 33% decline in adult cancer screenings and a 44% decline in child cancer screenings per the folks who are on Medicaid in Florida, which we have easy access to that data. But I think you're going to see some similar for the broader public. I know HHS and CDC have looked at it for the nation as a whole. You've seen the decline. And so if you think you have millions and millions of people nationwide who've not gone in to get screenings for cancer, they don't pick up some of these in certain situations, that is going to really lead to some significant health problems down the road. So we want people to go in and get their cancer screenings. We're going to be working, and also immunizations for children, down 18% in the Medicaid program year over year. Again, that's going to be something that is going to be very, very problematic. And so we're going to be looking to do more messaging along the lines of don't let coronavirus detract from you getting the type of health care that you need. And then finally, in terms of health, is mental health. This has really caused a lot of problems in terms of mental health. We know CDC has said up to 25% of young adults have contemplated suicide in recent months. That is a major, major red flag. I have identified some additional funding from the CARES Act. So we're going to have an announcement on that hopefully very soon about ways that we can continue to fortify mental health efforts in the state of Florida, because I think it's really, really important. And I think this is a kind of a broad-based crisis like we've really never seen before. But again, it's something that isn't going away. Also, I think that plays into it is the economy. We've worked hard to allow businesses to rehire people. I think we've regained almost 650,000 jobs. Of course, we lost a lot, particularly in leisure and hospitality. Leisure and hospitality have grown the most because they were starting from the lowest depths, and we want to continue to see them grow. But we've also seen increase in retail, healthcare, and other types of assistance. And some of the areas that have been flat, like construction, have been flat because they've been going at it the whole time. I mean, we've had really, really good signals in terms of home building and home sales. The prices have increased 9.1% from April to August, just in the last few months. That's a $25,000 on average increase in the prices of homes. So people want to be in Florida, they're moving, and I know the home builders are doing really, really well, so we want to continue to do that. And then finally, some of the COVID indicators. We look at the emergency department visits for COVID-like illnesses. That's been very, very stable at much lower levels than what we saw in June and July, and so we continue to keep an eye on that. The number of COVID-positive patients that are hospitalized and being treated for COVID. Yesterday's numbers were an all-time low for us. Ticked up a little bit back today, but we've basically been in that kind of 2,000 patient range now for several weeks. Probably aren't going to go too far below that, just because with an endemic virus, you're still going to have occasional infections or cases, just like we do in seasons with other types of things. So we look at that. Yesterday, the admissions to hospitals for COVID was one of the lowest single-day number of admissions since May, and currently 3.2% of our licensed hospital beds have a patient that's being treated for COVID, and 28% of all licensed beds are empty, including 28% of all ICU beds are empty, and obviously they have an ability to expand that as they want to. So those are things we're going to continue to monitor. But I do think being here is really important to me, just because of the opportunities that they're offering to these kids. Under any circumstances, I think this would be important, but particularly under these circumstances where they wanted to get the kids back into the classroom. They've worked really hard to do it, and just me taking the brief tour that I did, I can tell these kids are in good stead here, and they're being cared for well, and the teachers are doing a great job. And so I want to thank what they're doing here, but also throughout the state. As much as there were people that were fighting against opening schools, so many of our teachers really wanted to get back in to the classroom, and they really wanted to be there for their students, because that's why they got into this. They care about their students, and I think it's made a big difference. I think we're much better off today than we were a couple months ago in terms of the health, safety, and well-being of our youth, and we want to continue to do that and go forward. And so Richard and I will be supporting the efforts, whether it's through the school districts, through the charters, or through our private scholarship kids. So I'm going to introduce Richard to say a few words, and then we'll hear from some of the folks affiliated with the school.
Thank you. First and foremost, this is a great opportunity to be here, because it's one of the special things that happen throughout our state. We have tremendous leaders, and when you watch what happened here, is you have somebody who's quasi in their retirement years. Hope he doesn't mind me saying that. But what does he do with his capital? What does he do with his time? And he's like, I'm going to invest selflessly in trying to provide a world-class education for every single student in downtown Jacksonville. And just whether it's his time, whether it's money, it's an amazing thing to see how quickly you've put together this ambassador route. But it's also just great to have folks like you in our community up and down the state who are willing to invest their own capital and time to give kids this great education. And I will say, what they're doing here is amazing. People ask me all the time, what's the disruption? What's the new innovative thing that's going to happen in education? And what we're seeing so clearly across this country is the disruption and the innovation in education is actually going back to those fundamentals. And when we just went through a classroom, and you have kids in kindergarten and first grade, and the teachers working through with them, when you have a word like tape and you have a softy and a consonant separating the vowel, what does the vowel say? And they all are memorizing these rules that the vowel says its name, so it's a long A. When you give that fundamental basis to kids, by the time they get to third grade, which is what we're teaching them to learn how to read by third grade, and then after that, they're reading to learn. But if we lose them in third grade, we pretty much lose them for all time. And so having that disruption be the fundamentals is something special. Our Teacher of the Year, we just awarded sixth grade math teacher, a predominantly free and reduced lunch minority population. And she took these kids who were getting 1s and 2s on the FSA in math, and in 1 year flipped them and got them all 3 or better, which is basically grade level or better. And people went to her and they were asking her, what was the disruption? What was the innovation that you did that transformed these kids' lives that fast? And she said, again, for 10 minutes at the beginning of every school day, because she realized they lacked that solid basis of fundamentals. And if you don't have those fundamentals in your automaticity, you know, imagine Michael Jordan being a good basketball player. Every time he dribbled up the court, he had to say, okay, now I got to push the ball down, I got to push the ball down. If it's not automatic, same with learning, you can't go on to those next great levels of either sports or education. And so for the first 10 minutes of every day, she taught them their math facts. She created a game, she created rewards, but she had to get them to their math facts, which should have been there by the time they get there. But that's the disruption. That is the innovation in education. I always say the PISA is the international, they take 60-plus countries and they say, where does America stand against these countries? We're like 24th, 28th, and 36th in math, science, and English. And people say, well, what does America do well? You know, those numbers aren't so great. And we score, generally speaking, we have the prettiest buildings, but you can always teach Play-Doh under a tree. You don't need a fancy building. And we have more tech than any other those countries in the whole world. We have tech everywhere. You know, blackboards that speak to us, iPads everywhere. But what matters, what educates those kids, is what you guys are doing, and that is getting to those fundamentals, getting to that automaticity in their minds. And when you do that, they're transformed for life. And so for what you guys have started and what you guys are doing, we're greatly appreciative. As far as the school reopening, the governor will not say it, but I will tell you, there's 50 governors in this great country. Only one governor went through all the forensics, all the analysis. I always tell people all the time, we were and we are not the guinea pigs. We are the smart ones who looked at what was going around the world. The governor, whether it was Asia, Scandinavia, Europe, we looked at all that data, and what became very, very clear to the governor early on, to the point that he called us in July, is we've got to open up schools. And even to this day, we have, of the top 10 urban districts in the country, Florida has 5 of them. Those 5 urban districts are fully open, fully face-to-face, teaching kids the great education that you can only get with a teacher standing in front of those children and those kids interacting with each other. All 5 of the top 10 that Florida has are open. The other 4 to this day are still not open, and 1 is only partially open. And to the governor's point, I like to quote the Royal Academy of Pediatrics in London, but to the governor's point, and this is something that he saw early on, and that is, let's stop this discussion, is it safe because of COVID, and ignore the discussion, is it safe not to send them back because of COVID? Which one is more to the point, to their health and emotional and social well-being, which one's more dangerous? And it's overwhelmingly clear that not having these kids interacting in schools is just overwhelmingly more, and it's an absolute risk. It's there. COVID, when it comes to these school children, is virtually de minimis or no risk, and we're seeing that from the reopening. But the Academy said that what we're doing is we are permanently scarring the hopes and dreams of a generation of children. And what's not happening in Florida is the permanent scarring of a generation of children, because the governor has opened up schools, and now we have the USA Today, the Atlantic. You can't pick up an article, a magazine, or a scientific study with, quote-unquote, all eyes on Florida, and see that what we have done is absolutely special, it is great, and the kids are getting that world-class education they deserve, and the best mode that they possibly can. And honestly, Governor, it's hats off to you. It would not happen, because it has not happened in other states, what we're seeing here in Florida. So as far as the reopening goes, I'll say it. It has been an absolute overwhelming success to date. We're still vigilant every day. We're still making sure that we're looking at that data and making good decisions, but the children in Florida are getting what they deserve, and that is a world-class education available to them, and it's up to their choosing. And so With that, I do want to introduce the head of school here and have him talk a little bit about just that innovative, disruptive model that they're doing here and how they've got the kids back in the classroom and face-to-face learning and doing a great job. So with that, please welcome Dr. David Withen.
I'll be very brief, and I just want to say that it's an honor to have Governor DeSantis here, to have Commissioner Corcoran here, and of course Ambassador Root. It's always an honor to have you in the building, sir. And this is important, what we're talking about and what we're doing here, but the most important thing that's happening in this building is happening actually beyond the walls over here, because it's happening in the classrooms. And we had an opportunity to walk through and take a look at some of those things, just a few samples of them. We were looking at a phonics lesson in a first grade classroom. We were talking to some first graders who were finishing their lunch and getting ready for their own phonics lesson. We had the opportunity to stop in on a Latin lesson in sixth grade a little bit earlier. Those are the important things, and it's an honor, of course, to host some very special guests in Jacksonville Classical Academy today. But beyond that, it's an honor every single day to be in the classroom with some absolutely amazing teachers. Kindergarten teachers like Miss Hattie Anthony, who is a master of teaching those phonics so that our kindergarten students can go on to be great readers by the time that they get into third grade, so that they can do things like pick up The Secret Garden in fifth grade and read that with Mr. Barker, who is one of our really amazing fifth grade teachers here at Jacksonville Classical Academy. And it's important that they have the opportunity to teach students in the least restrictive environment possible and to teach them in person. There's nothing that can replicate the relationship between students and teachers in a classroom or, as you pointed out, sir, under a tree. And we do read Plato here. Our sixth graders are learning about Plato right now. We haven't given that up. And in ninth grade, they'll learn about him again. And sometimes we go out and we do it under a tree. Mr. Barker has taken them out to read The Secret Garden in our garden in the backyard. But the important part is that we're doing it together, right? We're not doing it via video screen. We're not doing it with plexiglass between us. We're not doing it 6 feet away from each other. But that we are doing it in a way that is both reasonable and safe and meets the needs of all of our students. And so I want to give Mr. Barker and Ms. Anthony just a brief opportunity to talk about the things that they're doing in their classrooms and why it's important that we have that opportunity for teachers to do what teachers do best. So, Mr. Barker, please.
Thank you. I'm honored to be with men and women like you and get to celebrate education. I'm not an expert on policy or health, and so I can't really comment on any of those things, but I knew that if students were going to be coming into our building, that it was my job to make sure that they were safe and felt confident to learn and felt loved. I know growing up, I learned better when I knew that a teacher cared about me. And so I've learned that building relationships with students is the best way to build a rhythm of learning with them. Just this morning, every now and then we do something called a Socratic dialogue, which is an opportunity for our students to learn discourse, greatly needed in 2020 in our time. And so even our fifth graders are learning how to engage in discourse with each other. And just this morning we had some Socratic dialogue that was focused on a picture of the bridge in Selma, Alabama, that the late Congressman John Lewis walked and has written and spoken about so many times. And one of the things that we were talking about was his quote, which I'll paraphrase. Basically, he said that they spilled a little bit of blood on that bridge. This is his quote. They spilled a little bit of blood on that bridge, but that there's still a long way to go. That we haven't gotten there. There's still a journey to travel or a distance to go. And I love teaching because I think that education is the means of taking that journey. And so my fifth graders are going to be the ones carrying the torch someday when it comes to engaging in the things that are right and good, true and beautiful, which is something we try to emphasize here at Jacksonville Classical. And I love the fact that I can teach challenging content while also pointing our students to virtues. And it's a challenging time, 2020, through the things with pandemic and some of the social issues that have been going on in our world and our nation. and our students have a lot of questions. And so we have a great opportunity to say, hey, I'm not going to tell you exactly how everything should be or is, but I can point you to good virtues, and we can learn how to engage in society with perseverance and courage and honesty, and those type of great interpersonal virtues. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're running after here, and I'm just honored to be part of it. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Miss Anthony, and again, I am very honored to be here, honored to be in your presence, and I'm very thankful to have my kindergarten scholars in our classroom. I have had that opportunity to teach online through Zoom and all those other great technology devices. And there's nothing like being in the classroom and actually connecting with the student and looking them in the eye and enjoying their responses. So that's what we're doing. We're doing a lot of great, innovative activities, learning so many different things, literacy, math, science, geography, history. It is wonderful. We were just talking about the different types of clouds, and we were able to actively create the clouds by moving around with our bodies. We're using our senses to actually have those students understand many different concepts. So it's just wonderful to be here, and I'm very excited about what we're doing, and I love to see student growth, so I can't wait to see what they're going to do at the end of the year and how far they're going to grow. I know they are going to grow, and we were just talking about perseverance. Everyone is not going to move at the same time, but we have to be patient, but we will get there, and they all understand that, and again, I'm thankful and glad that we were able to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks again to the teachers for all the hard work that you're doing. We really, really appreciate it. We've obviously appreciated it from the beginning. I mean, the biggest thing we did the last legislative session was take Florida from the bottom half of states for average minimum salary for teachers and bring us in, we are number 5 now, bring us top 5. And so it was something that was very, very important to us to not only recognize that, but to make sure that we're continuing to attract qualified and quality folks who really care about their students. But I could tell you, just having gone through this, to see so many of you step up and really be there for kids who've been in need. It's been a very difficult time for our youth, and seems like they were not always on the forefront of a lot of people's mind. I think that's regretful, but I think we now know we need to have these kids in school, need to have them enriched. And then finally, I'll just say, I know we're in a different part of the state, but we do have a Florida team playing in the World Series tonight, so I just want to wish the Tampa Bay Rays the best of luck. You know, if they're able to win that, then I think Tampa Bay is title town USA, because you got to bet on Tom Brady making it to the Super Bowl. I would never bet against Brady, so it could be a very exciting few months for the folks on the, what's that? That's what I'm saying. They won the Stanley Cup, and then if they win the World Series, that's enough for title town, I think. And then you have a chance to have a home team play in the Super Bowl, which would be unprecedented. But I think it's been pretty exciting. So best of luck to them. I know it's been a little bit different type of season, but if you hoist the trophy, you hoist the trophy, and it counts just the same. Any questions? Yes. Why did they close?
Because I believe in one school there was over 30 cases in students, and then another there was, I believe, over 11 cases. And for Duval County schools, there's a 20%, I believe, threshold where if 20% of the students could be affected, the school will be closed and they will be moved virtually.
Yeah, I'm not sure of those instances. I mean, I think what we've tried to say is, closing the school is not the best option. If you have some students who have positive tests, obviously you can isolate them, but that really is a better model than to just throw in the towel, because you're going to have a lot of students that need that instruction that are just going to be stuck at home for 2 weeks. Now, I don't know what happened in those instances, so I don't want to speak directly, but I know we've also had instances in which you've had teachers have some outbreaks in like a faculty lounge, and then they've had trouble bringing in some of the substitutes like they needed to. So that's happened occasionally as well, and that obviously presents, I think, a different issue. But one of the things that we've looked at, both Commissioner Corcoran and myself, is you should not be quarantining healthy students. We have people that get letters, parents get letters saying, oh, your son or daughter was exposed, they have to quarantine for 2 weeks. No way to appeal that, no way to do anything. And that really is not, I think, the way you want to go. And so if someone's symptomatic, by all means, isolate and have them stay home till they recover. But somebody that had just a glancing exposure in a hallway or something, to then say they're out for 2 weeks when they're perfectly healthy is not, I think, the way to go. It's interesting, if you look, before March of 2020, there were some kind of tried and true pandemic guidelines that got thrown on their head, and then we kind of went, and this has been a very big political thing now. But you go to like WHO 2019 website or pandemic guidelines, they would say you do not quarantine healthy people who've been exposed, that's not something good for the general public, much less for school kids. School kids, it's obviously even more problematic because, with this disease, you're not seeing them be the main vectors. It's usually the adults who are infecting them. So I just think that the more surgical approach, the better. And I think that we found in the areas where there have been exposures and isolation of healthy, very few have tested positive, right? Correct. Yeah, so very few. So you end up in a situation where you're taking out a student from academics, activities, all these things, when they're perfectly healthy. Now, we have sent these NewsNOW tests to the school districts. What we've recommended is, if you have someone that's symptomatic, obviously you can test them. We're going to work on saying, you know what, if you're going to take a healthy student and send them home, unless they test positive, why would you want to force them out of school? So I think we're going to work on, a way that can be a little bit more surgical. But I think it's been a problem. I've talked to different parents who've been frustrated by it, and I know people are trying to do the right thing, but we also have to look at the data. We have to look at kind of what's going on, and then weigh taking a perfectly healthy student and putting them home for 2 weeks, what that does, versus you can continue to monitor them. Obviously, if they develop a symptom, then you can take appropriate action. Yes, ma'am.
I have the same question as her, but I believe there's a third school that's sending children home because of COVID. Is there any instance that the state would decide to close schools?
Well, one, it's not our decision to close schools, but no, we are not going to recommend school closures. It's not proven to be something that has been effective. I think we look back in March, there was a lot that people didn't know. We did know that the kids were at much less risk. And if you look now, the data is clear. A school kid is about 1,000 times less at risk than somebody who's in, say, 75 in a long-term care facility. So we know that. We didn't know the role that they would play in community transmission. Was it like influenza, where this was kind of the germ factory where you would have the disease spread because of schools? And that's just not what's going on, anywhere in the world. And so I think the closures, we got to move beyond that. The cost of a closure is so devastating, and that you don't want to do that. So, and again, I don't know, like on these individual schools, how they're doing it. I don't know the facts on all that, but I can say, broadly speaking, parents are going to be able to send their kid to in-person into the future. We just have to do it. It's something that's very important. Anybody else? Okay, thanks everybody. Take care.
Those are the updates there in Florida regarding coronavirus, as well as getting students back into the classrooms here. We're going to take a quick break here for some of you right here on NewsNOW from Fox, but when you come back, we will continue to bring you the top feeds from all over the country. And we do continue on. We're going to go out to the Senate floor right now. Sure. We do have Senator Dick Durbin right now.
They invited Senator McConnell as head of the Republicans in the Senate,
and Kevin McCarthy, head of the Republicans in the House, to join in this bipartisan negotiation. McConnell and McCarthy declined. They would not even sit in the chairs during the negotiations. They simply came, Senator McConnell's case, simply came to the floor on a daily basis to mock every effort to respond to this COVID-19. Well, this is not a news bulletin, but we are 2 weeks away from an election. And guess what we're going to do on the floor of the Senate today? We're going to entertain a new idea by Senator McConnell of how to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic. It turns out that it's a scant list of his priorities. Not surprisingly, the first priority is an issue he's called his red line on the floor over and over again, to give immunity from liability to businesses who fail to take the necessary steps to protect their employees and their customers from the spread of this deadly virus. That's his first priority. He said that even before the first issue was raised as to what would be included in this. The first thing that Senator McConnell insisted on was protecting these businesses. How do the American people feel about that? Well, they're pretty clear. They believe if you put that immunity in place, that many businesses won't do what they need to do to protect their employees and customers. They worry that this gets them off the hook instead of putting the responsibility clearly on their shoulders. The good news is the overwhelming majority of businesses that I know are really trying to do the right thing. The bad news is they're not sure what that is. They hear about CDC guidelines that are ignored and mocked by the president, and they hear about the possibility of other standards that will be used. We've had hearings before the Senate Judiciary Committee when a Texas businessman with a string of convenience stores, I think, came to us and in good faith said, I don't know where to turn for a standard. CARE. What am I supposed to do if I want to protect everyone coming in my store, employees and customers alike? I thought his statement was genuine. I really believed him, and I still do. But it's no excuse for what we failed to do here. We failed to come up with a national standard to protect people from the spread of this virus. Instead, Senator McConnell comes to the floor and says, if you can find any standard by any level of government good enough, you're off the hook. That is no way to lead in the midst of a deadly pandemic. It's not the only issue. There are many others. You take a look at what's missing in Senator McConnell's proposal. No new funding when it comes to state and local governments. Remember the phrase, defund the police? You heard it from the right wing about the left wing of American politics, wanting to defund the police. Well, Senator McConnell's action will defund police at state and local levels, because these units of government won't have the resources to hire the policemen they need, the law enforcement officials they need, nor the firefighters, nor the teachers, nor the healthcare workers. But that's priority one for Senator McConnell. No help. No help for state and local governments, for fear that you might actually send money to a Democratic mayor or a Democratic governor. Spare me. That virus is not looking for party registration. It's looking for kindling to light the fire of infection. Housing? Well, what does the McConnell proposal deal with housing? No funding. No funding for housing or rental assistance. The stimulus checks, $1,200 stimulus checks. I listened to talk radio back in Chicago, and people are wondering, is it possible we're going to see a $1,200 check? Well, you won't see it in Senator McConnell's proposal. No direct stimulus payments. How about unemployment benefits? The federal unemployment benefits that expired on July the 31st were $600 a week over the state amount, whatever it might be. Some people may have made more in the process than they did at work, but most were struggling to get by. If members of the Senate have not been in touch with Real America in a while, they may think that folks with these checks were doing binging on Netflix and eating chocolate-covered cherries night and day. That's not the case that I see back in Illinois. People who've lost their jobs, even at the time they receive these unemployment checks, were still struggling to pay for the mortgage, pay for the rent, pay for the car, keep up with the credit card bills, and put food on the table. So what does Senator McConnell propose that we do? He proposes that we cut in half that amount to $300 a week. I guess Back in Kentucky, it's a little different world, at least as he sees it. But where I live, that means a pretty dramatic cut in survival pay for people who've lost their jobs. On the healthcare side, this is the one that troubles me the most. Couldn't we all agree that we don't test enough for the COVID-19 virus in America? There are about 1 million people tested a day. Public health officials say, well, you need at least 4 million. Others say, but if you truly want to reopen the economy and reopen the schools, you need 14 million a day. So you would guess that anything we pass would really zero in on testing to find out those who are positive, to do the contact tracing, to warn those who may have been exposed, and to try to contain the virus. So let's take a look at what Senator McConnell thinks when the priority of testing. $16 billion for testing. How much did the Democrats propose? Nancy Pelosi proposed? $75 billion. And let me add, the McConnell bill provides no funding for hospitals or health care clinics. No dedicated funding for nursing homes where we know the populations are so vulnerable. When it comes to the reality of what we're facing in this COVID-19 pandemic, the McConnell bill, which is coming before us this afternoon, is deficient in testing at a time when we are facing so many infections. On nutrition, the McConnell bill, no SNAP benefit increases or funding for food banks. Education provides $105 billion for education stabilization funds. 2/3 of the K-12 funds will be held until schools provide a reopening plan. And of course, the voucher program. Postal assistance, the McConnell proposal alters language in the original legislation to change the borrowing authority. The Postal Service is doing its best, and I thank the men and women who are engaged in it. We should do more than thank them. We ought to fund them and give them a helping hand. So what it boils down to is this. If this is a real pandemic, if we want to believe the public health experts whom the President has called idiots, like Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's been my friend for 20 years, if we want to believe the public health experts, we need to address this in a serious manner, as we did last March in passing the CARES Act. This is not a time for people to cover their backsides politically. It's a time to remember that the American people need our help more than ever. A half-hearted, half-inspired effort to do this will not answer the call. We need to stand as a nation on a bipartisan basis. How does it start? It starts when Democrats and Republicans sit at the same table, which has not happened. It starts when we agree, both parties agree on what the priorities must be, and it starts when we stop the speeches and start with real action to pass legislation like the CARES Act, which passed with 96-0 on this floor. It is time to take this deadly virus and epidemic seriously. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess until 2:15 today.
Is there objection? Without objection. The Senate until 2:15.
Okay, so you can see that the Senate is taking a break here, and we will take a short break here, too, on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we will continue to wait. Will there be more senators speaking, talking about this COVID-19 bill that the Republicans are pushing through? It's a slimmed-down version, only $500 billion, not even close to the $2.2 trillion that Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi wants. We'll be right back. More News Now from Fox does continue. For those of you that are staying around here with us, you're taking a live look at the Dow here, up big time today, up more than 250 points in the green, as we will continue to follow the very latest regarding the markets, as well as any stimulus bills that could come to fruition here. Bringing you the very latest, we'll get you a quick update in Orange County, Florida for just a little bit. We were playing some of this, but wanted to show you just a little bit more.
Any question, Mayor?
All right, we'll open it up to any questions that you may have from the audience. Miss Lauren Seabrook is back. She may have a different last name. She got married.
Still that on there.
Lauren Seabrook, Channel 9. My question's for Dr. Pino. It's been about, I guess, a month or maybe a little bit more since the bars opened. I was wondering, when you talk about that college age group, are you seeing issues with the bars or any other specific businesses or house parties? What's your staff seeing?
All of the above. We haven't seen a major outbreak in the bars. We have seen cases related to a few places, not just bar, around the county, and we provide the strike team with that list. So a few places that have constantly been mentioned by others when we do the interviews. So we want to double check. It's not a large number of cases, like a dripping here, dripping there, but we want to check. It could be just a coincidence. With regard to the bars, there has been a few where we have been identified a few cases linked to it. The issue that we are having with the ability to pinpoint one or another one is that the people that we have talked to are bar hoppers. So they go to many bars in the same night. So it will be unfair to the business in that sense to mention one and not the other one, because they really, the students, or the people in this age, not the students, people in this age go through this. But there has been activity, an increased activity around the UCF campus in those bars in that area, so we have been watching.
All right, so those were just some of the updates there in Orange County, but we do want to go to a live event that is happening right now, New York Police Department news conference. Let's bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox.
That is highly talked about, where everyone is encouraged to come out and vote. So even though there's early voting, there's mail-in voting, we are preparing as if this is going to be a very heavy turnout, and we hope it is.
You guys can decide which of you answer the question. Oil or March 6th.
Go ahead. Chief, I'm sorry. With the recent cap on overtime, is that going to affect the deployment of police officers in any way in this NYPD's budget?
Listen, part of our budget is to make sure the city is safe. If we need to put personnel out there to make sure it's safe, it'll be part of the overtime budget that we have to work through. So we'll make adjustments elsewhere, but we're not going to cut down on having a coverage out on the street and have to worry about the safety of people in New York.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. You guys.
I'm confused about the numbers. You said there'd be several hundred cops doing this, but then you'd be calling cops at the polling center. What's the number of cops?
I said there's 1,201 polling sites that we will be covering. So they'll be at the 1,201 polling sites, plus we will have additional police officers in teams that can respond if there are any instances. So there'll be a lot of cops out there.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, that was an update there from the New York City Police Department talking about 2 weeks from now how they are going to be monitoring and really providing security for the poll places and poll workers as we are just now 14 days away from the election. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here as we continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox. Here's what we have going on right now. Live look at Capitol Hill right now where we continue to wait. Will there be any more senators that want to speak as we could be getting closer to a possible COVID-19 stimulus bill. The very latest that we know that around 3 o'clock Eastern, we're going to hear from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and the Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin. But let's listen right now.
There seems to be some confusion about exactly what hearings are scheduled on the Section 230 issue. And I know there's been a lot of discussion among members of the Judiciary Committee. I just want to make it clear that since October the 1st, the Commerce Committee has had a hearing scheduled for Wednesday of next week on the issue of Section 230. And 3 CEOs of the big tech companies will appear virtually, Mr. Jack Dorsey, Mr. Sundar Pichai, and Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. The subpoenas were issued by the Commerce Committee unanimously on a bipartisan basis, and based on that, the executives agreed voluntarily to come without the subpoenas actually having to be issued. So I just want to make it clear that while we're certainly happy for other committees to look into this, I just want to make it clear that the Commerce Committee is in fact prepared to tackle this issue, and we do have the cooperation of these three CEOs. Just want to make that clear.
What is your reaction to the antitrust?
Well, okay, the antitrust matter is something that the Judiciary Committee has jurisdiction on. And so I'm sure the committee will be competent to look into that. Of course, the Justice Department is empowered to bring the suit. Our inquiry will center on the Section 230 issue and also issues of privacy and things of that nature.
Do you have faith in Secretary Mnuchin to negotiate this deal with Nancy Pelosi?
Well, I've been cooperating with Secretary Mnuchin the entire time. It does look like the parties are pretty far apart, and at this point,
It's possible they'll get a deal today.
I encourage that, and we'll see what the details are. But I hold out hope. I'm someone who would still welcome that. I think it would be good for the American people, and it probably wouldn't have any effect on the election one way or the other. So I would hope that.
And news now from Fox does continue. Live look at the Capitol. Welcome everyone here to News Now from Fox as we do continue live look at the U.S. Capitol as today lawmakers hail the DOJ antitrust lawsuit against Google as long overdue. Lawmakers in the House and Senate today welcomed the Justice Department's move to file an antitrust lawsuit against Google that claims the tech behemoth used its power to preserve its monopoly via its search engine. Citing today's lawsuit as the most important antitrust case in a generation. That is from Senator Josh Hawley, saying in a statement, Google and its fellow big tech monopolists exercise unprecedented power over the lives of ordinary Americans, controlling everything from the news we read to the security of our most personal information. The DOJ suit alleges that Google has used its dominance in online search and advertising to stifle competition and boost profits. The suit could be an opening shot in a battle against a number of big tech companies in the coming months. A Google spokesperson told Fox News, saying today's lawsuit by the Department of Justice is deeply flawed. People use Google because they choose to, not because they're forced to, or because they can't find alternatives. We will have a fuller statement later today. Hi everyone, Mike Pace here as we continue to bring you the very latest across the country. Thank you so much for joining us here today as we always try to bring you the live events as they are happening, and we will continue to wait for those, and when they do, we'll bring them to you right here and any breaking news along the way. Hey, we're just now 14 days away from the election, and you know it is going to be on hyperdrive for the two campaigns. And starting today, it was Ivanka Trump in Milwaukee campaigning for her dad. Let's take a look at some of her remarks, this one in Battleground State, Wisconsin.
So I thought, Ivanka, let's start with that. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
So I know she laughs, but that's a really hard question. No, my favorite is chocolate chip cookie dough.
Oh, there you go.
First,
There you
second,
go.
third, and then maybe Oreo.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm hearing ice cream is one of these big things in Wisconsin. Is that right?
Yes. So it's funny that you mentioned that. So one of the things that I've done with my children that's been actually amazing as I've been traveling around the country campaigning in support of the president for 4 more years. Wisconsin's going to help bring us home. But obviously it's hard being on the road, and so I've tried to help my kids participate in this journey. So there's been a great civics lesson. We've learned a lot about the states together. I buy all these books that I share with them. We have a map where we put thumbnails in every city and place that I travel to. So prior to coming here, we read one of the children's books with just fun facts and state facts about Wisconsin. And I learned that Wisconsinites eat 21 million gallons of ice cream a year, which is amazing. And my children, upon learning this, want to move immediately. So the Kushners may be coming to town, but I also learned that the first ice cream sundae was created in this amazing state.
There you go. I'm telling you, it's spending all this wonderful time in this great state. And just to get started, though, on a serious note, okay? You know, your father has had tremendous successes. This administration has done something that I don't think any other administration has been able to do, which is the promises made, promises kept. But you all, as a family, are under constant attacks by the left, by those in the liberal media. Why do you do what you do every day?
Well, it's a bit of a blood sport, this politics thing. And we came from real estate, so, you know, we're not babies, but this is definitely a whole nother level. But, you know, at the end of the day, we do it for the same reason he does it, which we love this country, and we love the people of this country, and it's worth fighting for every single day. And it's really that simple. And I will say, for all the negativity, for all the noise, and certainly all the incredibly biased media coverage that the president receives, the outpouring of love, prayers, it's beautiful. It's amazing. And I would say that far outweighs any little bit of negativity that's thrown his way. Although he probably has more incoming than any human being on the face of the planet in that regard. But the love is so great as well that it's a really beautiful counterbalance. But no, I mean, to be in this business, you have to do it for the impact. And that's what he's all about. And especially when you will upset the status quo and really take the country in a new and better direction, you have to be unafraid of the backlash you'll receive. And he is very unafraid and has more conviction than anyone I've ever met, and has stayed true to that conviction, despite the fact that Washington is notorious for turning even well-intended people into swamp creatures. I mean, that's just what happens. People go and they kind of forget who they were and what they believed and where they came from and who they represent, and people get reduced down to statistics. Communities get reduced to sort of faceless ideas. So he's just not like that. For him, politics is about people. That's why he did it, and that's why he wants to keep doing it, because he knows what he's accomplished, but he knows what's left to do, and he's excited about it.
And Ivanka, we're facing, this global pandemic. It's impacted all of our lives. You've been impacted personally with family members who have had coronavirus. Tell us about, this is something the president then said, we got to take action. We got to take action immediately. We got to defeat this virus, was the strong words that he used. There was one program in particular that you've been very involved with. It's with Secretary Sonny Perdue and those in the faith community as well, the Farmers to Families program. Share with us this incredible program that's helping to feed millions of families across the country.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Pastor, for your incredible work. Pastor Smith, please stand up. Thank you so much for joining us today. And my husband, Jared, is a huge fan of yours. He went to visit your church maybe around a year ago now for the Joseph Project. And he was so impressed with what you've been able to do. So thank you. But Pastor Smith has also been a great advocate and champion of our Farmers to Family Food Box program. So this, I think, is a story that really embodies the way this president approached the pandemic, with common sense and fast action, and smart, well-crafted solutions. So whether it was ensuring that our governors had everything they needed, from ventilators to PPE, to meet the challenges, creating at record speed therapeutics that are reducing the mortality rate in this country dramatically. It's extraordinary. Since April, the mortality rate has gone down by 85%, to streamlining a highly bureaucratic process to deliver on a vaccine without compromising efficacy, to also, within a matter of weeks, passing a $4 trillion relief package to make sure that our small businesses, like the one we just visited right down the road, that our small businesses are able to stay in operation and continue to employ the nearly half of Americans who work for them. And, you know, this is no fault of the worker, it's no fault of the small business owner, and we need to keep them strong for our communities. So he addressed all of these issues at record speed. And one of the programs, which is a very large program in the context of $4 trillion, it doesn't seem as large, but a multi-billion-dollar program that this administration created, was called the Farmers to Family Food Box Program. And it was a direct result of the president watching on television and seeing in the newspapers farmers, including the dairy farmers right here in Wisconsin, who were literally taking this beautiful milk and pouring it down the drain. Farmers who were tilling their crops under because the distribution to their supply chain had been completely severed. Once restaurants closed, hotels closed, a lot of the distribution, especially that small farms had put in place, was closed overnight. So he watched this. At the same time, we were seeing reports of food banks with lines around the block. We saw it in Florida. We saw it elsewhere around the country. So he called and he said there's got to be a smarter way to get the crops, the protein, the dairy from our amazing family farms into the hands of those who need it the most. Many of those people who had never even before been to a food bank. You know, there were families who it was so sudden for them because of the onset of this plague. So feeding the most vulnerable amongst us. Within a week, we created this program which gives grants to the faith-based community. Has been a huge part of the program, but distributors who effectively will take product from point A to point B, because that was the middle. We had the vegetables, the fruit, the protein, the dairy, and we had people in need. It was how do we get it packaged and get it from one place to the next? And it has been just extraordinary. In a matter of months, over 100 million boxes have been delivered across the nation. And you've seen these boxes, Pastor. I mean, a box will feed a family of 4 for around 2 weeks, and these are amazing boxes. And one of the things, and I haven't had the opportunity to go to your church, and I hope that we can remedy that one day, but I did go to a church in Pittsburgh and many churches across the country in support of this program, and one, a Church of God in Christ in Pittsburgh, where I met with a woman who was crying because she had never before had the ability to give her children fruit like this and vegetables like this. So a lot of churches started putting recipes in the boxes to help people learn how to cook with these really nutritious, amazing, seasonal American crops. So it's an extraordinary program on many levels, but it really goes to how the president thinks. That's just a common sense solution that few people would have thought of.
Now, it's truly a creative solution as well. And I think what we're seeing is with Joe Biden, you know, his emphasis is saying, well, we got to plagiarize the president's plan on coronavirus. But then, in addition to that, let's just keep the economy also shut down. We can't deal with the economic problems right now. And I think that is so different than President Trump's approach. And why is that?
The Republican Party under President Trump is the party of safe reopening. And we have to reopen, right? We now know how to live with this virus, but we have to reopen. And our kids have to go to school. the damage, and we all see it in our own families of kids. Even if you just think about the component of losing that social interaction that's so critical, especially for our youngest children, it's really important. Now we have to be smart, we have to be safe, we have to love one another and protect the most vulnerable amongst us and do it with great rigor. But we do need to reopen, and now we are equipped to do so. Our hospitals are prepared, our doctors, our nurses, they know how to combat this much better than they did in February and March. We have the therapeutics and very soon a vaccine.
It's huge progress that we're making, and it's very important to talk about that message of what President Trump is doing with Operation Warp Speed, the vaccine development, the therapeutics, really working hard to help our hospitals, to help our heroes, our doctors and nurses.
That's a great example, because it's not even a plagiarized plan. I don't think another president who had been part of sort of the D.C. Government bureaucracy, especially not somebody who had been part of it for 47 years, would have thought to do what he did on the vaccine front. Yeah. So in 6 to 7 months, the president has done what would have taken 6 to 7 years without compromising any phase in the process, but truncating it, eliminating what they call dead periods. So between normally phase 1 and phase 2 of a trial, there'd be a 1 to 2 year wait while the company would put together a group of people who would participate in the second phase trial. Well, they were recruiting participants during the earliest days of phase 1 for phase 2, should any of the candidates get to phase 2, thereby allowing it to start immediately. So it doesn't compromise anything, the studies are as robust, but it eliminates months and months, years of downtime and wait, or as they call it, dead time. So it's practical business thinking that's going to enable us to have a vaccine. I'll even give you another example, just pre-purchasing. All the top candidates being produced domestically and around the globe to make sure that Americans are first in line when a viable vaccine passes through the third stage. You know, that takes a lot of creativity and foresight as well. So he's done an extraordinary job on that front, and the whole team involved in Operation Warp Speed.
Absolutely. And we're also leading in testing. He announced 150 million rapid tests that are going to schools, to nursing homes, to protect our most vulnerable, to protect our seniors. Let's shift a little bit to the economy, the great American comeback, right? So we talked about Joe Biden shutting down. Joe Biden now wants to add, I don't know, more taxes. You're talking about $4 trillion worth of taxes. It's the cost of Bidenomics, as the Wall Street Journal editorial mentioned. Why does the president's economic policies, why do they work here in America and here in Wisconsin?
Well, when you think about the president's economic agenda, it's really rooted on 4 pillars. The first is tax cuts, and he has said that he will continue to cut taxes. Tax cuts to enable our businesses to compete in a global playing field, but also tax cuts to ensure that American families can thrive. The middle-income tax cuts that have put so much money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans here in Wisconsin as a direct result of tax cuts, Wisconsinites took home an average of $1,400 more just from tax cuts, not including anything else, and elements of tax cuts like the child tax credit, which this president doubled to $2,000 per child, which is extraordinary. In 2019 alone, 40 million American families received an average benefit of $2,200 from the child tax credit. So it's just amazing. So tax cuts is important for competitiveness for our families, and Joe Biden has said that he wants to impose a $4 trillion tax increase on middle-income families. So there's just a totally different philosophy, right, on the tax front. Number 2 is deregulation. I think it's a quality of life issue, as any of you know, when you can't get basic government services without it, taking 6 months to a year, occupational licensure, so many other things that are the direct results of over-regulation. So really addressing that without compromising the environment or safety or all the good things that regulations were intended to protect. where oftentimes they just were poorly executed or had become obsolete or were now part of like an onion. You peel it back and there are 33 layers of regulation. Probably 2 of them are okay. The rest you can get rid of without anyone noticing, but helping people's quality of life. So deregulation, he'll continue to do that. And just one example, Mercy was in the White House. She knows that in the first year the president took office, for every regulation his administration imposed, he repealed 22. Which is awesome. So that gave the economy a major jump start. Then broader macro issues like renegotiating trade deals that have shipped good-paying jobs and our great factories overseas. So he took on so many of them day one, whether it's South Korea, whether it's Japan, most famously replacing the job-killing NAFTA, which decimated communities, including right here in Wisconsin. Just ask the dairy farmers about how difficult it was to sell milk into Canada. So, you know, people talk about fair trade, free trade. Well, that's not fair. It's not free. It's not reciprocal. It cost our American workers. So rethinking those trade deals and negotiating trade unapologetically in the benefit of the people that he was elected to represent is so important at the heart of everything he does. And he has said, despite USMCA being the largest trade deal in history, there's a lot he wants to do on this front. So he's got a few more trade deals to take on. And then energy independence. I mean, who would have imagined that as a country we would be a net exporter? I mean, it's truly extraordinary, and it has made, thank you, yeah, it's amazing. And it has major consequences. It has incredible consequences from a jobs perspective, in terms of the number of jobs and livings and families that the energy sector supports, but it also has extraordinary national security implications, because we are no longer dependent on foreign nations for our energy needs, which is really important. So all 4 of those things are really at the foundation of what this president's all about and what's created. You go back to January, this was the greatest economy in the history of this country, with every single category and population achieving record low unemployments and opportunity just soaring for all. And so it's not a subjective question anymore as to whether his economic agenda was working. It's just, it was, right? We saw it. I'll give you one example. For the first time in American history, and this was true for 16 consecutive months, in this country there were more job vacancies than unemployed Americans. Amazing. Amazing. And that's not to say there weren't people who had been marginalized, who had left the workforce, who were outside and weren't being counted in those numbers. What's so extraordinary is because wages were going up for the first time in decades, because employers were getting creative through amazing projects such as Yours Pasture, and they're saying, you know what, we're going to reach out to populations of people we would have otherwise overlooked and give them an opportunity, like our returning citizens, give them a second chance at securing a job and putting themselves on a pathway to careers. As a result of that, of all the new jobs created in 2019, 72% of them came from people completely outside of the labor market. They weren't even...
And News Now from Fox will continue in just 2 minutes.
Starting to go up. So great things were happening, and everything Biden and the Democrats have put forward is a complete opposite. No longer energy independence, no longer tax cuts, but rather increasing taxes by $4 trillion, more regulation. Status quo, if not worse, on trade deals. Keep in mind, Joe Biden voted in favor of every trade deal over the past 4 decades that shipped American jobs overseas, whether it's NAFTA, TPP, voting for America or voting for China to enter the World Trade Organization, things that have cost Americans so much. So, as the president often says, Joe Biden should not be begging for your vote. He should be begging for your forgiveness. Just track record, folks.
That's too good of a line. That's just too good of a line. But as you know, in Washington, it's a tough place, like we were talking about. But your father has really been creative, really been able to work with Democrats and Republicans in a number of issues. You brought up criminal justice reform. Obviously, we've also seen his incredible work with the Middle East peace agreements. So walk us through how your father is just able to get from point A to point Z, get it done. Like, just get the work done, a results-oriented president.
Well, I think in part he's creative and he's not bound by party orthodoxy, right? Look, we were talking about trade. He's moved the Republican Party and now they're totally lockstep with him. But the Republican Party was not where he was on trade. Now the Republican Party is, and we're the party of fair and reciprocal trade agreements with the rest of the world, and the party of the American hardworking patriot. But that wasn't true before. So he is, his approach is, well, what is the right solution? Not, let me execute on a flawed solution or continue to kick the can as had been so often done prior. So whether it's criminal justice reform, which is a very relevant issue these days, and when you think about it, always is, right? But the fact that the president, my husband worked very closely with him on criminal justice reform, it's the most consequential piece of legislation in a generation. And this president was able to not only sign it into law, but really make it happen by pushing people aggressively on both sides of the aisle. So really, really important work, and there's more to do, for sure. When Congress failed to come together and do anything about policing reforms, it was this president who, while supporting our amazing men and women in blue, recognized that there are modifications that could be made and signed an executive order to do it. Look, everyone here knows that there's no one who hates a bad cop more than a good cop. So we partnered with the police to advance good, smart solutions that will make their jobs better and safer and easier, and that are reforms that needed to be made. So it was him who did that through executive order on many fronts, whether it's creating a database for bad cops or creating a standard for use of force, because Congress failed to act and they failed to even take up Tim Scott's really thoughtful piece of legislation that they put forward. But then you look at issues like the environment. We were talking about energy independence, but that's not at the sake of our American lands. He signed into law the most important piece of conservation legislation since Theodore Roosevelt created our national park system over 100 years ago, the Great American Outdoor Act. You probably haven't read about it, but it's going to fund our national parks in every state across the nation for the next 100+ years. The largest piece of legislation ever. The backlog on maintenance, on everything, it was, our parks, and what time in our country's history do I value our parks and outdoor spaces more than in the middle of a pandemic where we're required to socially distance? It's a place of great refuge for American families across the nation. So that's extraordinary. Human trafficking. An issue people weren't even talking about as a domestic challenge, I mean, the gravest of human rights violations, but people didn't even know it was happening right here in America until this president started to amplify it as an issue, raise awareness, to make parents and caregivers more attuned to what was happening, and then critically pass into law 9 pieces of legislation in the last 3.5 years to combat human trafficking and online child exploitation in America. And I could go on and on and on, but that gives you a sense, look, he just gets things done. Yeah. And you don't know about, nobody knows about most of it because it's not reported on, but he really, for him, politics is about people. And so he will push and advance policies that will better your lives and protect the most vulnerable, whether it's quietly or not so quietly.
Usually through Twitter. But, one thing...
Sometimes he'll say, don't tell the Democrats that I want to get it done, otherwise I'll never want to do it. So there's a lot he's gotten accomplished in a little low-key way.
Yes, but Ivanka's being humble. She really has been so involved and in the center of the combating human trafficking. It's been a big issue for you, something that you've really been involved in. Walk us through a little more on the funding that's been provided for this, what you've seen on the ground, and really how it's helping to save lives.
Well, I mean, it's devastating. You know, we're talking about trading and selling and exploiting human beings, far too often children. So it is just the greatest of darknesses, and this country should be very proud of the role we've taken globally in creating the standard for trafficking and what's happening. We were talking about USMCA before. It's the first time ever that human trafficking has been incorporated into a trade deal, so that forced labor is prohibited under our international trade deals. That had never happened before. So that's an incredible thing when you think about the bigger global picture. But the fact is, this is happening right here in our own communities. And with our kids spending so much time online and knowing that half of all kids that are recruited by traffickers are found and identified online, it's very, very frightening, and the problem is something that is growing. So the President took aggressive action to increase the amount of funds the Department of Justice has to find these perpetrators and to prosecute them. So important, especially as they hide on the dark net and on the internet. So you really need to commit resources to finding them and prosecuting them, but also to helping those survivors get the rehabilitation they need, whether it's housing grants. With so many states now forcing sheltering in place, a lot of victims don't have the ability to leave their traffickers, even if they otherwise would have been able to somehow free themselves or escape from the situation. The therapy that's involved in the process of rehabilitation, especially for our nation's youth, and so many of the kids who are trafficked are part of the system in our foster homes. They're some of the most vulnerable. So how do we protect them? How do we help them after they've experienced such trauma? So he's done an extraordinary amount on this front, and we're really proud, the whole White House, of the work that he's done. He's actually the first president ever to make a special White House post just on combating domestic trafficking. So he really cares very deeply about this issue.
Talking about our children, school choice is such an important issue. And yes. And I think one of the things is Wisconsin's really been a leader when it comes to school choice and education reform. So for the president, what does school choice mean, and why is it so critical to get it done and help empower our parents and help our children?
It's one of these policies that it's hard to imagine anyone could argue against. Now they do.
Joe Biden does. I don't know about you.
But that's the thing. It's so, any parent knows that what works for one child under their own roof may not work for another. So how could a one-size-fits-all solution work for a community, work for a state, work for a nation? It doesn't. So he believes fundamentally in the individual, and that the more local you get, the more benefit that there is, because you know what people need right here in this community. You know what your kids need within this community and what will best serve them. So creating competition, creating and empowering parents to make the choices that are right for their family is just obvious to him. So he's been advancing it very aggressively administratively. He's committed $1.5 billion to advancing school choice options for citizens across the nation. But he's also committed to ensuring, and he's announced that he will not rest until every single parent in this country has the option of choosing the school that's right for their children. So it's an extraordinary goal, and one he will see through in term 2.
And News Now from Fox will continue in just 2 minutes.
7 months. And contrast that with Joe Biden, career politician, 47 years in Washington, not getting much done. That's right. So what does the president's second term agenda look like, since we know that President Trump is going to win?
And Wisconsin's going to be critical, right? So you'll bring us home. And you said it before, it's hard to get stuff done in Washington. To do anything small, it's like turning a tanker, right? There's so much headwind. So you have to really believe. And the problem is too many people, too many politicians don't have solid convictions. And they waffle too easily, and they sort of go with the wind and go with the flow. So up against the headwind of changing the status quo, they're never going to get it done. I mean, it's why just one example is moving the American embassy to Jerusalem. Yes. How many presidents have promised to do that on both sides of the aisle? And look, I was there. I understand why they don't get it done. Foreign leaders call and say, don't do it, it's going to create chaos in the region. Generals call and say, don't do it, don't do it. He did it because it was the right thing to do, and he sent a strong message that I will deliver on my promises, which earned our country respect in the region and has helped facilitate things like peace in the Middle East. I mean, peace in the Middle East. 2 trade deals in 30 days, or trade deals, peace deals in 30 days. It's amazing. It's amazing. So advancing peace, he's already committed to bringing all of our troops home from Afghanistan by Christmas. 2,000 have come home in the last month from Iraq. So he wants to advance peace, foster peace and prosperity, and bring our troops home where they belong with their families. So that's very high on his agenda, and we see great momentum for further peace deals in the region, which is extraordinary. The Great American Comeback, look, he wants to create 10 million jobs in the next 10 months and will get it done. But that's not a given. That's based on his plans for executing a reopening of this country. So he needs to be reelected in order to create that opportunity, in order to build upon the foundation which is there. You see, every time a county opens, a state opens, you see this V that all the experts say was impossible. It's happening because the foundation was so solid. This country was healthier than it had ever been. And then the plague descended on our shores, but the fundamentals are there. So not only do we not want to rip them down, like Biden is proposing, we want to maintain and advance them. So we create and return to a prosperity like we had in just January of this year and then well beyond that. We talked about school choice. The president is also further committed to ensuring vocational education is available in every high school across our nation, because for too long that has been denigrated and stigmatized and not upheld as a very viable path A. In this nation. So there's so much that he wants to do, and he's deeply passionate on delivering about. He's talked about additional tax cuts, which he feels very, very strongly about, and will be an important part of his economic agenda in term 2. But there's a lot, and we're all really excited because, over the last 4 years he's accomplished a lot, but for those policies to really take root and to stand the test of time, they need more time. And then he needs to build upon them.
And there's no question that while Joe Biden calls the lid at about 9:30 in the morning, I think the president has finished about 10 events by that time. And the first family, like Ivanka, they don't stop working. They really don't stop working for this country. So we are so grateful for your service. So now I'm going to ask you a personal...
I have to tell you, though, it really is a joy because just being able to get out of D.C. And look, D.C.'s fine, my kids like it. But leaving and here, it's different this time around than it was in 2016. I believed fully in the president's economic agenda, for example, right? But it was still speculative as no one had done it. They hadn't renegotiated the trade deals. He cut taxes more than had happened in 30 years prior. All of these things. So I knew it would work, but we didn't have proof it would work, and now we do. Now we have the proof, and we hear from people all across this country about how his policies have lifted them up and empowered them. And it's the most amazing thing in the world. So that, I mean, that keeps me going. You see it in the president. I mean, my goodness, he was in a hospital 2 weeks ago. And the guy's got more energy. He's out there, and he loves it because he loves connecting with the people that motivated him and motivate him today to do what he does. And it just psychs him up and energizes him, and it's what drives him. So it's been an amazing couple of weeks, albeit we could do with a little sleep.
No, there's no time to sleep. Out there's no time to sleep, okay? But let me ask you just a bit more of a personal question. And it's not your favorite ice cream flavor. It is, what values has your father instilled in you?
I would say the things that when I look back on my childhood that were most consistent and most meaningful were actually the simplest that probably all of your parents instilled in you. Number one, find something that you love doing, regardless of what it is that you're passionate about, that motivates you and that you're excited to get out of bed to do every single day. Because that's really the path to happiness, the people you surround yourself with and the fulfillment you get from the work that you do. And then number two, work really hard, because you just can't phone it in. If you want to be great and if you want to do what you do well, you've got to work hard. And be persistent and have that work ethic. And then I think the most important is remember what really matters, right? And have priorities that align with your core values. And to our family, we've always been incredibly close. I mean, it's been all I've ever known, and it's something that I've learned from, and I try to foster that same closeness with my own children and our own family. But you know, that's what really matters, and I think all of you in this room agree that there's nothing more important than that. So I think this sense of passion, of hard work, of family and community is something he instilled in us from a young age.
So, to wrap up, okay, early voting starts today here in Wisconsin.
Yes.
Okay.
Wisconsin, get out and vote.
Exactly. I think momentum is on our side here in the state, right?
Yeah.
So, Ivanka, what message to send to our Army for Trump here will you give them so that they can go out and tell those who might be on the fence about this election, about who they're going to vote for? What's their message? What's their closing argument?
Well, if you want a safe country, a prosperous country, a country that believes in American exceptionalism, there's one choice, right? And I think we all want that for our nation and for our families. We want our communities to be thriving, our communities to be safe, and our children to have opportunities that surpass our own. And this president is committed to delivering on that promise. So get out and vote. Get your friends, get your neighbors, bring the kids along. It's a great experience, and vote for the president now until November 3rd. He fights so hard every single day and night for all of us, and now we can fight for him and fight for this great country and give him 4 more years in the White House. We need a warrior.
That was Ivanka Trump there, President Trump's daughter, as Wisconsin starting their early voting today. As she did that conversation with the likely voters. You're watching News Now from Fox. Here's what we are waiting for at this hour. We are expecting at any moment an update from the Houston police chief after earlier today 2 police officers were shot in southwest Houston, and we are being told that a suspect is now under arrest, but we will be waiting for an update on the condition of the 2 officers, where the Houston police chief said earlier that a suspect has been taken into custody after 2 police officers were shot in southwest Houston. Just before 10 a.m. local time, Houston Police Department said SWAT was responding to the scene for a possible barricaded suspect. Around 10:30, the chief said that the suspect was taken into custody. Houston police said the suspect was being transported to the hospital there as well. The conditions of the wounded officers are not released right now, but we will be waiting for this to happen, and as soon as that gets going, we will bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. We'll be back with more news from around the country. And while we do wait for that update, let's go out to Michigan right now in Lansing, where we have President Trump's son, Eric Trump, on the campaign trail for his dad out in Battleground State,
By the way,
Michigan.
now we're taking the oil, but why aren't we taking the oil? If we're going to be over there, why aren't we taking the natural resources to repay ourselves for the bills that we spend over there? But his philosophy is very simple. Keep our men and women back at home, have the greatest military in the face of this earth, and if we ever have to use it, which he never wants to, you go in so viciously that it's over so quickly, and then we get the hell out of there and we go back to America. And so he wants the greatest military. He wants to take care of our veterans. How many veterans do we have out here today? You guys are incredible. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. And look how bad the VA was in this country, right? I mean, I go to VA places. I went to the VA right outside Denver. It was supposed to cost $80 million to build this thing. It was $1.5 billion, and things was 7 years over schedule, right? And it was nowhere near being open by the time I saw this place. And it's unbelievable. Our VA was failing. They were doing a terrible job. The vets weren't happy. And so my father did a little thing called an executive order. If you're not happy with the VA, very simple. Go to your private doctor, and the government will pay the bill. You know, and all of a sudden, everybody was happy, and all of a sudden, there was VA accountability where you could actually fire people who weren't doing a good job. What a novel concept. You could, if you had a doctor or you had a nurse and they weren't doing a good job, guess what? They were gone. They were gone, which is like a novelty for, government. And so he fixed our military, he fixed our economy, created the best economy ever. By the way, a little stat, the media never wants to report this, but the Dow Jones, for anybody, raise your hand if you have a 401k or an IRA or a pension fund. So the Dow Jones under Obama and Biden went up by 4,000 points in 8 years. In 3.5 years of Trump and Pence, it went up by 12,000 points. So in half of the amount of time, it went up 3 times more. Think about that. So anybody that has a pension fund, anybody that has a retirement fund, anyone that has an IRA, that's a beautiful thing for this nation. And that's what he cares about. So he cares about our economy. He cares about our military. He cares about ending senseless wars. He cares about school choice. Like, why wouldn't a beautiful girl like that be able to, her parents choose the school that they want to go to? And they didn't want to do it. My father wants to protect faith in this country. Another thing, as I mentioned before, you can open liquor stores in this country, but you can't open churches? What's wrong with that? Hey, guys, make no mistake, we have God on our side. I say this, and I say this proudly. I say it proudly. We have God on our side. Make no mistake. Everywhere I go, people are coming up to me. We're praying for you. Our church is praying for you. Our family's praying for you. Our school is praying for you. Our book club is praying for you everywhere I go. And I know it to be the case, guys, because in 2016, if you go back there, we didn't stand a chance. We didn't know what we were doing. I mean, we're not political people. I know much more about this industry here than I do about politics, right? I mean, we're builders. I know more about gravel pits than I did about politics. That much I can tell you. And if you look at Hillary, crooked Hillary, right? She raised $1.5 billion. You know how much we raised? $300 million. And we had no idea what the hell we were doing. We didn't know what we were doing. Like, believe me, the hands of God were on this process because, Mike Huckabee. Who likes Huckabee? So I'll never forget, Huckabee, he was running in the primaries, and he came up to my father after one of the debates, and he said, Donald, I've chosen to drop out of the race. And my father had, they're talking, and I was kind of standing off to the side, and he goes, I really believe that you have the hands of God on you. I really believe that God is guiding you through this process. And he was, because honestly, you wouldn't have been here today. You wouldn't have had these crowds. You wouldn't have had the enthusiasm. We didn't have a chance in the world of winning if somebody wasn't guiding us today. And so we are always going to preserve religious faith, religious liberty. We're going to. And frankly, there's going to be a revival in this country, guys. There's going to be a revival in this country. Make no mistake about it. Yeah, the best is yet to come. Second Amendment. People like me that really, really care about the Second Amendment is probably my number one issue. My father will never let it go, and believe me, it's under all-out attack right now by the Democratic Party. You see what's happening in Virginia. You see what's happening all around the place. My father will always protect the Second Amendment. Guys, we love this country. We love red, white, and blue. As a family, it makes us sick to our stomach when people kneel for the national anthem, and they kneel for the Pledge of Allegiance, and they disgrace the Pledge of Allegiance by pulling out selective words. It's not who we are as a country. We love red, white, and blue, and they're happy to attack law enforcement. You see, the greatest people we have in this country are the men and women of law enforcement. There's a lot of them here today.
All right, that was Eric Trump in Battleground State, Michigan. We want to now go out to Houston. This is the event that we are waiting on. I told you about that a little bit ago. Live look right now in Houston. We are going to be getting an update from the chief there, where 2 officers were shot earlier this morning. We're waiting to see what their conditions are. The suspect is in custody right now. Let's listen in right here, live on News Now.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. As you all know, we had an officer-involved shooting this morning, and we've lost just a wonderful human being here at the hospital. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mayor Turner make some comments, then we're going to walk everyone through what occurred and what's going to happen from this point forward. So with that, Mayor Turner, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chief, and I will tell you, this is not where any of us would want to be at this moment in time. I want to start off by thanking Sergeant Harold Preston. I want to thank him, and we want to celebrate his life of service and commitment and dedication to the city. Some 41 years that he's been a police officer with the city of Houston. And I want us to lift up his family. Specifically, I want us to lift up his young daughter. I want us to lift up his mom and his dad and other relatives and friends and loved ones. And certainly I want us to lift up the men and women of the Houston Police Department in our city, because it is a family. Pray for our city. And then for Officer Courtney Waller. His injuries do not appear to be life-sustaining, threatening, but want to lift him up and ask for a total and complete recovery for him, someone who's been with the police force for 3 years. Let me say, each and every day our police officers enter some very unsafe conditions, especially when we're dealing with situations, let's say, of domestic violence, domestic disturbance. And so it's a dangerous job. They place their lives on the line every day. But the moment for today, I want us to lift up these families, and specifically the family of Sergeant Harold Preston. There are a lot of people knew him, and not just police officers, but a lot of people knew him as much of a commitment he gave to this city. He gave equal or greater commitment to his parents and to his family. So I'm asking the city to just continue to pray. Just a few days ago, we were here for the arson investigator, Lemire Bruce, and we continue to pray for his family. 2020 is a tough year. 2020 is a tough year. And what will get us through is that we have to depend and rely on each other, and then we have to rely on a force greater than ourselves. For myself, I place my strength in God. I continue to pray, and just like I ask you to pray for our city and for our men and women on the front line, whether they're police officers or firefighters or municipal workers, we have to just pray ourselves. So let's continue to lift up these families. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being here with us like you always are. And thank you for lifting up our officers in prayer and our families in prayer and leading the prayer this afternoon. We're very blessed to live in a city that is a city of faith and a city that comes together unlike no other city in the country, especially when the going gets tough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the community, I'm going to walk you through what occurred this morning, and then we'll open it up to questions. So this morning, at about 7:55 a.m., the Houston Police Department received a call of a disturbance, unknown weapon, domestic violence type situation in the 2600 block of Holly Hall, which is in Southwest Command of the Houston Police Department. The call was dispatched at 8:05, and our first units arrived at 8:15 a.m. Two officers, Officer Taylor and Officer Courtney Waller. Officer Taylor's a 5-year officer and Officer Waller's a 3-year officer, and one sergeant, Harold Preston, who has 41 years of service. Upon arrival, officers were met by the female complainant, who is the wife, estranged wife, significant other of our suspect. She indicated she was moving out and she wanted to be able to get some items from the apartment. HPD actually had 2 other previous service calls over the weekend before she wanted to get her things so she could leave and unfortunately the door was locked and he wasn't letting her in. The officers were there, everything was calm, out in the parking lot talking to the complainant for close to an hour, trying to get some background information. And at one point, at about 9:25 or shortly before, the suspect's 14-year-old son, who was with the mom outside in the parking lot, unlocked the door and opened the door. When he opens the door, I've reviewed body-worn camera. He sees that the son sees that the dad has armed himself with a firearm and tells the officer he has a gun. The suspect immediately engaged officers, shooting multiple rounds at officers, striking Officer Courtney Waller in the arm and striking Sergeant Preston multiple times. At 9:25 a.m., officers put out an assistance call. Officer needs help, shots fired call. And SWAT, Fox, which is our air operations, helicopters, and K-9 immediately responded. At about 9:31 a.m., responding officers put together a quick react team and were able to safely move Sergeant Preston away from the front door area of the apartment while the suspect remained armed inside the apartment. At 9:32, HFD ambulance arrived at the scene and transported Sergeant Preston, Officer Waller, and the 14-year-old young son of the suspect. The son went to Texas Children, and Officer Waller and Sergeant Preston came here to Herman. At about 10:26 a.m., the suspect looked out the window, saw the heavy police presence. By that time, SWAT had surrounded the apartment, had it well contained. They had taken over from patrol, and he came out and surrendered, and an elderly female came out after the suspect exited. The son was also shot, I believe, in the arm. He was transported to the Children's Hospital, and again, Sergeant Preston was brought here along with Courtney Waller. I want to give a special thanks to several people before we keep going. One is to the Houston Fire Department. When I arrived on that scene, I thought it had been an earthquake with so much fire equipment that was there prepared to help our officers and to help any civilian that might have come into harm's way with that suspect that was in there. The teamwork was phenomenal, and I want to thank them for their quick arrival and taking our two employees, our sergeant, our officer, and that young boy to the hospital in very short order. As far as this hospital, we all know that if they can't save you at Herman Memorial Herman, you can't be saved anywhere. And I want to just give a special thanks to Dr. Laura Moore, who's here with us, the trauma surgeon that worked on our sergeant. She won't be speaking, but she did want to stand with us. Unfortunately, his wounds were not survivable. He was shot more than once in the head and also received a gunshot to the shoulder area that embedded in his spine. I can tell you that, thank God, we were able to keep him alive in time for his mother, who I absolutely know. It's a wonderful family. His 23-year-old daughter and other family members that were able to come here, including his fiance and his ex-wife, who's here with the daughter and said it's love of her life and he's a wonderful person. I would just say this about Sergeant Preston. This man's been around for 41 years, and people throw out the word hero all the time. And I'm not calling him a hero because the way he died today, but he is a hero. Here's a guy that's in his 60s, 41 years, and he's leading from where we want our sergeants to lead, from the front. He's leading with his men and women on the streets instead of choosing to sit in an office drinking coffee and reading the paper. That's the man he was. He's a man that lived with his elderly parents, who I've told you I've met before, and takes care of his elderly parents. As good as he was as a cop, he was a better human being. That's just the guy that he was, and we're going to miss him. But we're very blessed that this family is a family of faith. And the strength from his mother right now up there, I think, has given us, we're all drawing strength from that mother. Because our cops have to understand, if a mother can bury a son, this department will bury a colleague, will bury a hero. Let me tell you about Courtney Waller. He's a twin. When my mayor brought me here, I got to meet him and his brother, who was working on HISD. Sorry, I stole them from you, Chief Lopez, and helped recruit them and bring them over. They're great young men, and they do great work. And I'm glad and I'm grateful that he and the little boy are going to survive. Members of the Houston Special Investigations Unit, the District Attorney's Office, and Internal Affairs are all on the scene. Our Tactics unit from the Academy are on the scene, where we will digest all of this incident from beginning to end to see if there are any lessons learned from a tactical perspective. And the SIU will conduct the criminal investigation that I would venture that we will probably be charging this suspect with murder. Let me tell you really quickly about the suspect, and then we'll open it up to questions, and then we'll talk about the next steps. The suspect is Elmer, E-L-M as in Mary, E-R, Manzano. It is spelled M as in Mary, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, Z as in Zoo, A as in Apple, N as in Nancy, O as in Ocean. He's a 51-year-old Hispanic male Salvadorian. And he has a criminal history that I'm not going to worry about discuss right now. Suffice it to say that a guy that requires the response of the police multiple times for abusing his family is not a good character. And we're not going to talk about that today. Our department did go, again, to calls for service a couple of times over the weekend on 10/18 and on 10/20 for family disturbances, but no charges were taken at that time by the District Attorney's Office. And the suspect's wife reported a family disturbance at the Southwest Station on October 17th. What we're going to do here after this is we have our honor guard here, we have our officers here. We're going to escort our fallen comrade to the medical examiner's office, and then we'll start planning for this celebration of a life well lived. It breaks your heart that here we are less than a week after investigator Bruce was murdered in our city by another suspect. The suspect, again, was transported with, when he came out because he had a gunshot wound to the abdominal area and exchange of gunfire. And so now we have to piece together what occurred between the suspect, our officers, and also the young man that was shot. I'm glad that it appears that he's going to be fully recovering. So with that, we're going to open it up, but again, we'll be probably moving here within the hour to the ME's office, and then we're going to continue preparing with our brothers and sisters at Houston Fire to honor Investigator Bruce on Thursday, and then shortly thereafter, obviously, we'll have to honor Sergeant Preston, who's it's a big loss. A lot of tears being shed. With that, we'll open it up to questions.
There's so many people who are watching who care about these officers. Can you, your message to those, maybe it's family, maybe it's loved ones, maybe it's friends, who are watching this, your message to their loved ones?
To our officers, well, they're here. I mean, most of the family is here, but the extended family just know that Sergeant Preston, I don't need to tell them. They know the quality of the human being that we lost here today. They know the quality of a son we lost here today, of a father, of an uncle, of a friend. They don't come much better. And it's pretty bizarre. I know you're probably thinking, well, that's what the police always say every time an officer gets murdered. But the truth is that the ones that work the hardest are the ones most at risk. So that's why it's frequently that when we have someone murdered in the line of duty, that we say all those good things because it's the truth. You know, if he was mediocre, I certainly wouldn't be saying the things I'm saying right now. So tell him that he was surrounded by family. He was with his mom. He was with his loved ones. His closest family was there when he breathed his last breath, and he was not alone. And now he's going to be surrounded by his HPD family, as is Sergeant Preston's family. Yes?
Chief, we're looking at some of the documents provided by the District Attorney's Office and the police call for service for yesterday. It appears that the DA's office has been prepared to take some charges of abuse officers that didn't think a crime was committed yesterday.
You know what? We just lost of somebody. I'm not going to worry about that. Like I said, we'll worry about all those issues later. I can't speak to that. That's part of the investigation.
I only asked because you mentioned that the charges were taken.
Yeah, we'll look at it. No, we'll look at it. It's too soon in the investigation to be able to say. You know, I know he has a criminal history because I just looked at it, but that'll be part of our what we call our profile on the suspect. We'll go back a minimum of 48, if not longer. We will investigate his entire existence here as far as we can, and we will. That'll be part of the criminal investigation. Bueno. Bueno, lo que ocurrió esta mañana que como a las
All right, that was the update there in Houston. Obviously, a very sad moment for the community as well as all of the officers, not only in Houston but across the country, as an officer was shot and killed. Another one was shot but is expected to be okay, and the suspect now in custody there, as that investigation obviously will continue here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here as we continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country as they are happening. Live look right now at the Dow that we are seeing almost up nearly 300 points in the green. We're going to take a short break here on News Now from Fox for some of you, and when we come back, we will have an update from Senate GOP leadership. And we're going to go to that right here on News Now from Fox.
We'll get any Democratic votes, but we wanted to make the point to the American people that Senate Republicans believe another package is important, and we've crafted one that we think includes things that are not controversial. I'm aware that discussions continue between the President and the Speaker about a larger package. Obviously, if that were to come over, we'd have to consider it and would consider it. With regard to the Supreme Court justices, I think you've already written, we'll be voting to confirm Justice to be Barrett next Monday. And I think that will be another signature accomplishment in our effort to put on the courts, the federal courts, men and women who believe in the quaint notion that maybe the job of the judge is to actually follow the law.
Well, as the leader pointed out, we will have a vote, an opportunity this afternoon to vote on coronavirus relief legislation that is targeted, that is fiscally responsible, that addresses all the issues that both Democrats and Republicans have said they want to have addressed, whether it's unemployment insurance, loans for small businesses through the PPP program, funding so that schools can open safely, additional funding for health care and actually beating this crisis, which means funding for testing and therapeutics and vaccines, all things on which there's bipartisan agreement. We're going to have that vote again. That's where Republicans are coming from. That's where we've been coming from since the very beginning on this. What the Democrats are advocating as an all-or-nothing approach that holds coronavirus relief hostage to a bunch of left-wing demands. And essentially what they're saying is if you don't move over here and give us everything we want, there's no deal. And so what essentially they're saying to the American people is if you don't give us $2.4 trillion, which is what their demand currently is, that's the most recent CBO score, then you're going to end up with $0.0. That's basically the Democrat position. It's an all-or-nothing approach, and again, we are going to continue to advocate for policies that are targeted, that are fiscally responsible, and that deliver the assistance to the American people where it's really needed. To the point about the Supreme Court, she is a wonderful nominee. I think everybody got an opportunity to see that last week. She acquitted herself extremely well in front of the committee. I was proud of all our Judiciary Committee members, the way they handled that hearing. I think it was great. In fact, even the ranking Democrat, Senator Feinstein, on the committee indicated that she thought she was very impressed with the nominee and thought that the hearing was conducted in a very fair and balanced way. And I agree with her on that point. I think she's absolutely right. This is a terrific nominee. As the leader pointed out, we're on a schedule now to confirm her early next week, and we intend to do that because I think we all believe on the Republican side that we want justices on the Supreme Court who are there to apply, interpret the law and the Constitution in an impartial way, to call balls and strikes, not to rewrite the rules of the game. She is a constitutionalist. She made that very clear. And that's what we want to see on the Supreme Court and in all the federal courts.
Well, Republicans are ready to vote for urgently needed relief for the American public, and the bill that we're going to be taking a look at is $500 billion, a very significant amount of money aimed at patients, aimed at workers, and aimed at school children. I mean, that's where the needs truly are. If you take a look at this, it's a second round of paycheck protection for small businesses. It's $100 billion for our children to be back in school safely. It's unemployment benefits for people who, for no fault of their own, are out of work. It's money for vaccines, additional money to develop vaccines, and then to distribute those vaccines. That's what the American people need. So there is an urgency, and the need to act is now. If Nancy Pelosi were actually serious about doing relief for the American people, she would tell her deputy, Chuck Schumer, to get on the bill that we're bringing to the floor today. If Nancy Pelosi were actually serious, she would eliminate all the things in her legislation that have nothing to do with coronavirus, and she would eliminate the poison pills. Now, if Nancy Pelosi were really serious, she'd call back this do-nothing Democrat House of Representatives to Congress to work with us on finding solutions for the American people. But Nancy Pelosi isn't serious. That's because she doesn't want anything to pass. She and Chuck Schumer have made a calculated decision, it's a political decision, that nothing is going to pass until after Election Day because they believe that they have better chances of success on Election Day if the American people are held hostage all the way through then. The American people need to see clearly what is happening, and I know certainly in Wyoming they do see clearly what is happening. And we're going to vote, and the Democrats are going to vote today and tomorrow against something, and then they're going to say they're for it. Let us be clear. The Democrats are acting out of selfish political reasons, not because they're trying to help the people that they claim that they represent.
Well, the Speaker knows how to get things done if she wants to get things done. And she also knows the way to get things done is not to say
Give me everything I want, or I don't want anything. And not just the money, but the policy. This has not just been a debate about the money, which is well beyond the money we need to do the job that needs to be done, but it's also not just about spending the amount of money they want to spend, but more and more it's about spending it exactly the way they want to spend it. That will not produce a result. I think it's incredibly unfortunate, as Senator Barrasso just said. There's money in our package to complete the incredible effort we're making on vaccines, the incredible effort we're making on testing, to be sure that both vaccines and tests have the money necessary to get distributed and widely used. And that shouldn't wait till the middle of December or the middle of January or the middle of February. That needs to happen right now. But it's not the way to legislate. Nobody knows that better than the Speaker. It is not the way to reach a conclusion. It's the best way you can almost assure you're not going to reach a conclusion, which is to say, give me everything I want or I don't want anything.
The Paycheck Protection Program was one of the most popular, bipartisan supported programs in our CARES package, or the COVID-19 relief package. And I am very excited that we will have the opportunity to vote on the Paycheck Protection Program once again and allow a second pass for those small businesses that have been hit the hardest. In Iowa, over 61,000 small businesses benefited from the Paycheck Protection Program. So I'm very hopeful that we can come together on the floor of this Senate and that Democrats will join us again in one of the most bipartisan programs available during COVID-19. We really need to make sure our small businesses are supported and that our moms and dads have opportunity to remain employed and then to go back to work. Now, moving on to Judge Amy Coney Barrett. I had the wonderful opportunity to sit through the judiciary hearings this past week, and Judge Barrett is very poised even when she was being interrupted and really pushed around by our Senate Democrat colleagues. They wouldn't allow her to answer the questions. They kept interrupting. But through all of that, she just held herself with an extraordinary level of grace and poise. And not only that, bottom line, she's an exceptional jurist. She's been highly commended by liberals and conservatives in academia and all across the board. So we are very excited about the opportunity to put on the Supreme Court another justice who will uphold and defend our Constitution. And bottom line, that's what Iowans are looking for, someone who will defend our Constitution. And so this Thursday, when it is brought up for a vote, I look forward to casting my support in favor of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to be our next Supreme Court Justice.
Well, evidently, Speaker Pelosi and National Democrats believe that giving the American people during a time of great need nothing is better than giving them something. I think she misreads the opinion of the American people as she makes that judgment, but we here in the Republican-controlled Senate will once again take a stab this week at providing much-needed targeted relief to the American people. We'll provide them relief so that their health care can be assured during this time. We'll provide them relief so that they can safely return to work and to school. I'm hopeful that we might get some bipartisan assistance this go round, but not particularly optimistic. In the meanwhile, we will continue discussions. We will continue to see if negotiations might lead to a broader breakthrough when it comes to a package. And it's my hope that that can happen, but I am not optimistic. Once again, Nancy Pelosi seems to prefer nothing over something during a time of Americans' greatest need. On the positive front, the Senate Judiciary Committee just had an outstanding hearing last week, and the American people were able to get a front row seat as they watched Amy Coney Barrett from the great state of Indiana demonstrate her knowledge of the law, demonstrate that she certainly has command of the facts of particular cases, that her means of jurisprudence is infused with great integrity. She is someone who doesn't intend to legislate from the bench, but instead to apply the law of the land to the facts of a given case. And along the way, the American people increasingly became supportive of her nomination, and they support confirmation before the election. So I very much look forward to voting as we turn towards Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation vote, to voting in support of Amy Coney Barrett. And I think we will find that this is one Hoosier for years to come who will be serving this country with great honor and distinction.
Leader McConnell. Does your skinny bill contain another round of stimulus checks for all Americans?
No, it doesn't. But it does address an awful lot of things that we do agree on. And I don't think the fact that those checks are not a part of this package, as others have said, is a good argument for not doing what we are laying on the floor, most of which is completely without controversy.
Why did you decide not to include another round of stimulus checks?
We thought about $500 billion was appropriate for at this juncture. No one would argue the economy is in good shape, but it's noteworthy that unemployment's about 8.4%, which is what it was in several years during the Obama first term. We clearly have way too many people unemployed, and we do continue the plus-up of unemployment insurance.
I just want to clarify something you said earlier first. You said that if Pelosi administrations do reach an agreement, that you will consider the legislation. Does that mean bringing it to the floor?
Well, if a presidentially supported bill clears the House, at some point we'll bring it to the floor, yes.
And has the president asked you to move forward on that or to support it and to get your members to support it?
We'd have to see what it was first. There's been no deal announced. If a deal is announced, then it'll have to be written. Then people will have a chance to take a look at it. Then it'll have to clear the House. And if all of that occurs, of course, we would consider it in the Senate.
Are you personally, he's talking about a price tag of $1.8 trillion. He says he wants to go higher than $2.2 trillion. Are you personally, Senator, comfortable with spending that amount of money?
Well, what I'm telling you is that if such a deal were to clear the House, obviously with the presidential signature promised, we would put it on the floor of the Senate and let the Senate consider it.
Do you have any reaction to the tremendous amounts of money that are flowing into some of these Senate races on behalf of Democratic candidates? Some of your GOP colleagues say that maybe campaign finance rules need to be reviewed. Do you have any reaction to that?
Well, let me give a shout out to the Democrats. The lion's share of the money that's flooding into campaigns is coming from small donors. I give an example in my own campaign. I've got over 700,000 donors, and the average contribution is about $35. I don't think any kind of campaign finance reform designed at producing fewer people interested is a good idea. And as you know, I've been in the forefront for 25 years of fending off efforts by the government to restrict campaign contributions, because it is the only way normal citizens get to participate other than voting.
I guess the point, though, is that contributions that are $200, you don't know where they're coming from. They don't have to be disclosed.
Well, because they're below $200?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think anybody giving less than $200 would be somebody trying to buy influence.
Leader McConnell, is it appropriate for the president to continue attacking Dr. Fauci in the way that he has recently?
Well, one thing they both agree on is that shutting down the economy again is not a good idea. And as you guys have heard me say repeatedly since the 1st of May, the one thing we all need to do is wear our mask, practice social distancing, try to prevent the spread. It's clear that we're having a second round of surge, and the only thing each of us can do until we get a vaccine is to act as responsibly as possible. That's what I and my members are doing. That's why the Senate's been in session since the 1st of May. Thanks.
There we go. Senator Mitch McConnell saying that the Senate would consider a larger COVID-19 coronavirus relief stimulus if President Trump and House Speaker Pelosi can reach an agreement. We will stay tuned for that, definitely. A live look right now still in D.C. while we do wait now for the Senate Democrats, their turn. Senate Democratic leadership about to do a news conference. We'll have that for you in full right here on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to go to a quick 2-minute break, but we'll continue to bring you live feeds from across the country. And while we do wait for that Senate Democrat leadership news conference, we're going to take you out to New York here, where we're getting an update from Suffolk County, where there was a comprehensive and independent analysis at traffic stop data to detect if bias was a factor in routine traffic stops by the Suffolk County Police Department. Let's listen right here on News Now from Fox.
Data collection system that gives us reliable data that we can analyze, and that organizations like the Finn Institute can also analyze. With that data system in place, we took the data for the period March 5th, 2018 to March 4th, 2019, and supplied that data to the Finn Institute to conduct a sophisticated scientific analysis. The Finn Institute recently delivered their report. This is that report right here. They recently delivered this report to the county, and this morning we completed a final call with the Department of Justice to release this report. This report is being released publicly today and will be online as well. The data files provided to the Finn Institute include records on the drivers and passengers in each stop, the date, the time and location of the stop, the reason for the stop, the duration of the stop, and what action, if any, was taken after that initial stop. The data included complete information on over 130,000 traffic stops during that one-year period. The result of that analysis is now complete, and the results are contained in this 81-page report from the Finn Institute. Based upon the data the Suffolk County Police Department collected and then provided to the Finn Institute, compared with a similarly situated white driver, black drivers were found to be more than twice as likely to be subjected to a vehicle search, more than twice as likely to be subjected to a search themselves, 84% more likely to be restrained, more than 3 times as likely to be subjected to physical force, and 59% more likely to be arrested. The report also found that Hispanic drivers were 16% more likely to be subjected to a search, 16% more likely to be arrested, 32% more likely to be ticketed, 25% less likely to receive a warning. Both black and Hispanic drivers were also found to be ticketed for a larger number of violations and to be detained for a longer period of time. Now let me be clear. These disparities are unacceptable to me. They're unacceptable to the police department. And we are committed to working with the community, the Finn Institute, and other expert law enforcement organizations to develop successful evidence-based strategies to effectively reduce and ultimately eliminate disparities so that we can ensure just, fair, and effective policing. This report, commissioned by the Suffolk County Police Department, underscores the importance of the work that we have been doing around implicit bias training. We understand that implicit bias is a real thing, that it exists in society, that we all have unconscious biases, and that the way that you address that is by acknowledging it and then putting in place systems and structures that compensate for it, including better training, supervision, the kind of training that we've been doing now since 2018. That is why, literally, we're taking the implicit bias training that we've been doing in the police department and adapting it so that we will be doing that training for every person in county government. What's also clear from this report is our commitment to using data to continue to reform our government, including the way in which we police, so that we can continue to keep Suffolk County safe while at the same time ensuring a justice system that treats people equally and fairly. Our police officers are out there every day, risking their own safety to help keep all of us safe. And we owe it to them to have systems in place that effectively position them for success in this mission. I've made reform of government, including policing, a top priority of this administration. We introduced community-based intervention in the police department, with the first woman and the first person of color to serve as deputy commissioner in the police department, Deputy Commissioner Risco Menchin-Lewis. And I want to acknowledge and thank her for the work that she has done as part of this department to bring us to this point. And specifically with respect to the implicit bias training that I spoke about. We were the first suburban police department in the state to institute translation services for immigrants. We revamped the way that we record hate crimes to ensure that there was not systematic underreporting. We overhauled internal affairs. We overhauled recruitment efforts to increase diversity. We fought corruption in law enforcement that led to true reformers taking over key positions in leadership, including the former police commissioner and now district attorney Tim Sini, and the former head of the FBI and now current police commissioner, Commissioner Jerry Hart. And in 2018, we initiated implicit bias training that's now being utilized in other parts of the country, again under the leadership of Deputy Commissioner Menchin-Lewis. And now we continue this work. This report has been distributed to the command staff. Precinct commanders have been briefed on the report and will be meeting with members of the department under their command. We'll continue to work with the Finn Institute to refine the way that we collect data moving forward so that it is even more accurate and more comprehensive. And we're putting the report, as I mentioned, online today so that people have easy access to it.
And more news now from Fox will continue.
Deputy County Executive Vanessa Baird-Streeter for her leadership of that task force, along with John Kamen, Deputy County Executive. They have their regularly scheduled meeting tomorrow, and we will continue to work on all of the critical issues that have been under discussion. Obviously, this will be one of the key subjects that we're talking about at the task force. And I want to thank really all the members of that task force for their commitment to this work. These are leaders all across this county who do great things and who are committed to this mission. As part of that reform initiative, the public forum sessions begin starting next week. So we encourage people to be a part of those. We all have a role to play in this endeavor. And I encourage the public to be engaged in working with the county, working with the police department, this task force, in advancing our goal to be a model for equitable, just, fair, and effective policing. With that, I want to turn it over to our Commissioner, Jerry Hart. And I just want to say, I want to thank her for her leadership and note when I mentioned the 130,000 reports that that this analysis is based on, 130,000. I think the Finn report showed that out of those 130,000, somewhere about 80 of the individual reports were incomplete. So about 80 out of 130,000. The commissioner came in around the same time that we had got the system in place. And I think what that indicates, that one data point indicates, is the commitment of the commissioner and of this department to make sure that we were collecting the data that was necessary to be analyzed, and it was being done comprehensively and accurately. Because without doing that, without having the right data being collected and without doing it in the right way, the data is unreliable. And any analysis or report that you do based on it is not worth anything. So I want to thank her for her leadership and thank her for her commitment to this work. Commissioner?
Thank you, County Executive, and good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here as we share this next important step to move us to a more fair and equitable police department. This analysis is extremely important to us as we continue to move forward together. In 2017, we contracted with an independent, not-for-profit, and nonpartisan corporation to analyze our traffic stop data. They analyzed close to 133,000 traffic stops that our officers conducted between March of 18 and March of 2019. The data file they studied includes gender, race, ethnicity, and approximate age. The date, time, location of the stop, as well as the reason for the stop and the duration of the stop, was also reviewed. Additionally, the fields and officer captures include if force was used during the stop, the total tickets issued, any equipment violations, was the vehicle searched, the reason for that search, the outcome of that search. If a person was searched, provide a reason for that search and an outcome for that search. If occupants were asked to exit the vehicle, where were they placed? Were they restrained? What was the outcome? How long were they restrained? The Finn Institute provided us with a comprehensive 81-page report that we reviewed together with the Department of Justice earlier today. And as the county executive said, that report will be posted today. We know that disparities were detected during the analysis of both stop and post-stop outcomes when comparing the same stops of Black and Hispanic individuals to stops of white individuals, and that is very concerning to this department. Let me say that we are committed to being transparent, and that's not always comfortable, but it is critical. In our effort to continue our commitment to bias-free policing, we now need to move from analysis to action. And here's how. We will be taking a deeper dive into this data to identify where disparities are occurring, why they're occurring, and implement strategies for reform. We will continue to partner with the Department of Justice to develop solutions, and we will continue to engage with outside experts who are wide-ranging in their field across the nation, and they will implement with us best practices. We know that this department is an integral part of our community, and therefore we will continue to work with our community partners to address areas of concern and develop together targeted solutions. We will continue to mandate implicit bias training as required throughout the department, that the Department of Justice has recognized as a national model. And we look forward to the results of our community surveys that will be utilized to gauge public perception of our department. This department remains committed to the important and hard work to ensure that all of our residents are treated fairly. We will continue to gather the data, make it available to the public, analyze it, and pinpoint what is working to expand on it, and more importantly, where we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions?
You mentioned the community
surveys and the public forums. Can you expand? I don't know about that. What is that?
So under the governor's executive order for the Police Reform and Reinvention Task Force, we have put together a comprehensive community-based process to work with the community about police reform and what we're doing. Because of the position we're in, we've advanced a lot of the issues that are under discussion with the task force, and the governor's executive order calls for significant community engagement. So we're doing not only having a task force, in addition to that, we're meeting with multiple stakeholder groups throughout the county to get their input and feedback. And then on top of that, we're going to have 8 community forums throughout the county in which we'll be engaging the members of the community. And we encourage people to be engaged in that process.
You're going to release? Yeah, when did that start?
Yeah, I don't have the date, but we'll get the dates for you.
You said
Next week is the first one, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said they're ticketed for a larger number of violations. What's the average number of violations per traffic stop?
Commissioner, do you have that?
Not really. No.
Okay, we'll get that to you. I don't have that off the top of my head.
And you said that
Although the report's online now. So.
the agreement was made in 2014, you said?
The settlement of the investigation that was underway by the Justice Department, yeah.
And since then, have you increased the hiring of minority police officers? Is that how much?
So we, of course, the hiring of officers is based on the civil service exam. So we, which is offered every 4 years. So basically you have an opportunity every 4 years. Now we worked in 2015 for that exam to make changes and to look and to analyze it. We had a group, a committee here that did that work. We worked with outside community stakeholders. And we've seen some increases in diversity out of that, but it wasn't nearly enough from my perspective. So we worked with civil service and worked to implement reforms there, which were tough, which was not easy. There was a bit of a fight there to get reform in civil service, but we did that because civil service obviously plays a huge impact on the process for hiring, because there are civil service exams and the entire process is run through there. With that,
and more news now from Fox will continue on just a short break.
Candidates that we've ever had before, and now the question is hiring individuals off of that list. So as we hire people off the list, because that candidate pool is more diverse, we have more eligible applicants who are from diverse communities that we'll be able to access.
Do you happen to know how much more diverse is the pool of candidates?
Again, I'll get that for you. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Steve, what you
Yep.
said, Steve, what you said to advocates?
Okay. Go ahead,
Okay. Oh.
David.
When you say to advocates, you say that the 5-year delay was too long and that it does not show a commitment to getting this information and analysis out.
Well, I would say that this was brand new. The police never collected this data. I agreed to it because I thought it was important that we do this. We ultimately had to implement systems. We worked with the Justice Department. We worked with the Finn Institute to get this to the right place. As I said, we could have collected the data under the old system and simply had unreliable data that statisticians and institutes like the Finn Institute couldn't have produced reliable reports on. But that's not what we wanted to do. We were committed to this work. So this was about refining the system, ultimately implementing an entirely new system because it wasn't going to work, continuing to work with the Justice Department and the Finn Institute to refine that system to get the collection to where it needed to be. And then beyond doing the collection, it was actually doing that correctly and right and having leadership in place that was committed to that. And I think it speaks for itself when you say out of 130,000 individual reports, 78 couldn't be utilized because of incomplete data.
But there was a 5-year delay in getting this analysis out from what was promised in 2016.
Well, no, I disagree with that. That's not what was promised in 2014. What was promised, what we did was to settle a investigation that the Justice Department was engaged in based on hate crime from 2008 that spurred this investigation. And ultimately, when I came into office in 2012, with a commitment for reform of government, including police reform, we worked with the Justice Department and many of the things that we worked with and put into the settlement agreement were things we were already doing now, because, again, we were committed to these things. And we put this in, and we agreed to this because this is something that we wanted to do. I'm a big believer in data-driven decision-making. The key to this and the importance of this data that the Suffolk County Police Department initiated, collected, refined, and had an institute analyze, is the key to making progress and change. Because without reliable data, you cannot understand, you cannot know where you are, you cannot identify the problems and what you need to work on in order to develop effective solutions. So getting the data right was critical. It was far more important for us to, I think, become a model, in a sense, for the data that needs to be collected, how it needs to be collected, how it needs to be analyzed. And I think moving forward, we're committed to being a model for how you implement effective strategies once you have that data in place.
What strategies are there besides implicit bias training you mentioned? Is there anything else that you could do to lower this disparity?
Well, right now what we're doing is obviously communicating the contents of the report throughout the department. We will be, short term, we'll be engaging the community through the task force on the details of the report. We will be re-engaging with the Finn Institute in order to refine further our data collection methods, because even though this is incredibly comprehensive, there is more we can do. We can add on additional pieces of, and I think it's important of data points that will give us even a better understanding of how to tackle this. And then we will look to work with other expert law enforcement organizations that can help us work with us, the police department, on developing effective, again, evidence-based strategies to address the disparities that exist. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I know you have this listed by infraction here. Generally speaking, in terms of the stops, it's fair to say that blacks and Hispanics are stopped more than whites. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, separate, I was just looking at the 59% more likely to be arrested, the black drivers. Do you know what they're arrested for?
That would all be, yeah.
Do you
I mean,
want to speak to that, Commissioner?
Yeah. There's a wide array of different violations, but and they're certainly detailed in the Finn report, but off the top of my head, it's difficult to say, certainly.
On the data collection, so there's 130,000 traffic stops over a year. Was this every officer told to enter this data, or was it just highway patrol?
No, so it's, and you'll see in the report, so it's a little over 133,000 traffic stops within that time frame, and every officer is required to do what we call T-stop data entry, which is when you make that stop, you hit the T-stop button and you begin that process of entering all that data that we talked about.
And both of you mentioned implicit bias. I mean, is that your takeaway, that there is in fact implicit bias in the department? Is it that obvious from this data?
So there's certainly, as you can see, disparity in the numbers, and that's concerning to us. We do not want anybody to feel that they're not being treated fairly. I mean, really, that's at the heart of all this, right? That you, as a resident of this county, deserve to be treated fairly. So that's what we're drilling down on. That's what we're going to ensure that we take significant steps towards as a department. It's very important to us.
What is the message to the, what's the message to the officers? I know it sounds like you're still working on the reforms, but today, this week, what is the message to the officers to make these stops?
Yeah, and I think, there are officers out there doing a tremendous job every day. I mean, we saw stories yesterday. They're pulling people out of the water who had submerged in the water. So two things can be true at once. They can be an effective and professional department, and there can also be room for improvement. And so my message is be open to that. Be open to moving to the next level as a department as we move further along that continuum. And that is a continuum that we've begun and are committed to continuing.
Does this data give you a sense of certain officers that were engaging in this, I don't want to say behavior, that's not the word I'm looking for, but does it give you a sense of certain officers?
So that's part of the next kind of level of analysis. They call that internal benchmarks, where we'll be specifically drilling down on particular officers. Okay. Certainly.
Last question.
How much did this cost?
I'm going to get that for certain for you. I don't know. Yeah, I'll get that for you.
Are you going to look for more years of data going forward?
So as you know, we post this publicly, this data, and we have been doing so. And we're going to continue to post that publicly. That's an important part of our transparency, that the public has this raw data with them to do the analysis similar to what you did. So we're going to continue to do that. We welcome that, that feedback from the public. So we are going to continue
to analyze the data.
Right.
That's the point of having the data.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, that was the update there in New York, Suffolk County, to be exact, as we continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to wait right now for Senate Democrats. It looks like we got a 2-minute warning here just moments ago. So Senate Democrats leadership going to be talking, and hopefully they could maybe give us an update as well. Are we getting any closer to a stimulus deal, as today is the supposed deadline there, and we will wait and see for that. For most of you, you're going to go on a 2-minute break, and then hopefully when you guys come back, Senate Democrats will be coming out to give their weekly briefing. You're watching News Now from Fox. Live look right now at the Capitol Hill here, as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said Democrats in the White House have moved closer to a coronavirus stimulus deal ahead of her latest call with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin this afternoon. The California Democrat downplayed the importance of a deadline she had set to strike an agreement before the end of the day, signaling she would keep talks going. To have legislation ready before Election Day, lawmakers would have to come to a deal and write a bill before the end of the week. She added, "It isn't that this day was a day that we would have a deal. It was a day that we would have our terms on the table to be ready to go to the next steps," she said. Pelosi and Mnuchin's conversation today will continue a desperate scurry to reach a relief agreement before the November 3rd election. Democrats in the Trump administration have struggled for months to overcome fundamental disagreements about what the U.S. government needs to do to lift a healthcare system and the economy sagging under the weight of this pandemic. Heading into the phone call, the sides had narrowed their target for an overall relief price tag. The White House increased its offer to nearly $1.9 trillion, short of that $2.2 trillion legislation that House Democrats passed earlier this month. After a Monday afternoon conversation between the pair, Pelosi spokesman Drew Hamill said the Speaker had tasked House committee chairs with resolving remaining disputes over issues including a national testing strategy and expansion of tax credits and relief for state and local governments. And by this afternoon, Pelosi said that the White House had come a long way on a national testing strategy and offered legislative language that addresses the disproportionate effects of the outbreak on people of color. She added that the sides still have not bridged a gulf over two of their biggest differences throughout the talks: state and local government aid and liability protection for businesses. We continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox as we are waiting for Senate Democrats to make some statements here for their weekly briefing. We heard from Senate Republicans a little bit ago. We'll keep an eye on that shot, and as soon as we get the Senate Democrats, I will bring that to you here on News Now from Fox. It could be at any moment right now, but of course when I play a next video, that's when it's going to happen. But let's go right now to, while we do wait for that, we have Dr. Mike on deck to give us an update on the very latest of COVID-19. I'm just going to wait one more moment because I saw some flashes back there indicating that the senators are in the wing right now, and photographers taking pictures of the senators and let's see if this is going to happen here. Sometimes it's just a waiting game, and you got to play it out just a little bit more. Pelosi said that experts, that she expects to have a proposal countering the White House's offer on both of those provisions before she speaks to the Treasury Secretary, as most of the country keeps public health restrictions in place, and some financial lifelines put in place at the start of the outbreak have long since expired. Millions of Americans await aid to cover their cost of living or keep their businesses afloat. So we'll be waiting for this news conference to begin at any moment. In the meantime, we do have Dr. Mike on deck right now for the very latest on COVID-19.
Dr. Mike Springer with Penn Medicine joining us out of Philadelphia. Good to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas.
You know, Dr. Mike, I think at this point in this virus, 70,000 new cases a day, this virus certainly is ramping up. If you're out there, you're not wearing a mask, is it almost inevitable that you may catch this virus?
Well, all you have to do is look at the White House, and you'll find out. If you don't wear a mask, if you don't take this virus seriously, you will end up getting the virus. And I just want to say one thing. Wearing a mask is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of being a citizen of the United States to prevent spread of the virus and keep you, your family, and everyone around you safe. So you have to take it seriously, especially with numbers going way, way up.
I want to talk about some of the lasting effects here. The American College of Cardiologists shows that there may be long-term heart damage in surviving patients. What more do we know, Dr. Mike?
Well, we know, Thomas, that this virus can infect just about every organ in the body, including the heart, leading to myocarditis, which is an...
All right, those were some of the updates there from Dr. Mike. We'll play it out for you a little bit later right here on News Now from Fox, but I do want to go to Senate Democrat leadership, just getting their news conference underway right here, and we could be getting more insights on a potential deal with the White House and Democrats as they continue to negotiate for a COVID-19 stimulus bill. Let's listen right here on News Now from Fox.
Let me thank Senators Durbin, Stabenow, Warren for joining us. We want to talk about what's happening to our country and the votes as they relate today and tomorrow. Our country is in enormous pain. We've had 220,000 people die, millions sick, the number's going up who get sick. 6 million Americans missed their rent payment last month. Millions are losing their jobs. Small businesses are going under left and right. We have so many different problems. And what do the Republicans do? Leader McConnell? A stunt. They can't get anything done. Their caucus is divided. Leader McConnell and Senate Republicans are the major barrier to preventing us from getting a bill. Because even when Mnuchin calls them up, they say they're not going to do anything. What was really indicative of what happened was what happened at the Appropriations Committee. Pelosi said, well, our number's 143. Mnuchin says we can get up to 119. So they decided to have the appropriators get together. The Republican appropriator said, our instructions are to start at 0. We don't have any other instructions. So when the American people are suffering, to put this political stunt on the floor a second time is cruel, is harsh, and it shows a complete lack of leadership and caring for the suffering of the American people. Now, what are we doing? We are making an effort to bring to the floor the Heroes 2 bill, the bill that passed the House, that would have a realistic chance of helping people. And it has many things in it that are not in either bill that is being brought up today and tomorrow by the Republican Senate stunt. Let me remind you what they are, or some of them. We're going to focus on 3 here. One is health care. We need more testing. We need more tracing. The Heroes bill has $75 billion, and more important even than the money is a plan laid out to how to do it, because the administration's been incompetent. We gave the money last time. Do you know $9 billion is still sitting there for the states to do tracing, and they haven't even distributed it yet, even though it was passed in the original CARES bill? So we need money for testing and tracing, but we need money for our hospitals. The doctors and nurses and healthcare workers, we can't leave them behind. We need money for patients who are sick. None of that. First area, healthcare, testing, and helping our healthcare institutions and helping the American people when they need healthcare. Second is schools. We need our schools to reopen safely. Safely. Everyone wants to reopen them. We cannot leave our school children behind. We cannot leave our teachers behind and those who work in the schools, nor can we leave all the parents behind who have jobs at work, but if their kids aren't in school, what are they going to do? And the third area we're focusing on today is small business. This PPP bill leaves out so much that the HEROES bill has in it. No targeted aid for restaurants. No targeted aid for stages. No targeted aid for minority businesses. No targeted aid for local news media, critical access hospitals, and nonprofits. No idle money. The money probably that smaller businesses use easiest of all because it's a grant. And there are so many places where their bills are inadequate and don't meet the need. So it's a sham because nothing's going to pass. McConnell can't even put a real bill on the floor. All he can do is put in a motion to table and then vote against it. A sham, a stunt, if there ever was one. And it's the second time they're doing it. Didn't work for them the first time. Won't work for them again. And then they put poison pills in their bill tomorrow that they know Democrats won't accept. And my colleagues will address some of those as well. So, every day families are left behind in so many different ways. So we Democrats later today are going to turn up the pressure on Republicans. They're all going to have to cast a vote whether they want to vote on the HEROES bill or not, which is comprehensive. 72% of Americans, according to New York Times Siena, support another $2 trillion stimulus package like HEROES. Half the Republicans do. So Americans will see exactly where Senate Republican values are, whether they really care or they just want to go through a game and pretend they're doing something while actually doing nothing at all. It's a damn shame what they're doing. Senator Durbin.
Idiots. Idiots. That's what President Donald Trump called the public health experts who work in the federal government. And he put Dr. Anthony Fauci in the same sentence. I don't think they're idiots. I think they're experts. And this president is uncomfortable around them because they are warning us. We're about to see a surge in infections and deaths in America. America. Sadly, America, with 5% of the world's population and 20% of the COVID-19 deaths. America, just south of a nation of Canada, we have 2.5 times the number of people dying from COVID-19 as Canada. What's wrong? There's no leadership. And that's what it comes down to in this debate. This president says he's tired of talking about this COVID thing. His people are having rallies. They're not worried. Sadly, they endanger their lives every time they show up at one of his rallies. We know that. And he obviously doesn't care. So the medical imperative of more and more infections and more deaths is a reality. Do we take it seriously? So seriously that Nancy Pelosi passed her COVID relief bill 5 months ago. Mitch McConnell, as he brought it to the floor, refuses to. All he offers are these skinny versions that don't address the real issues. But there's a second reason that this has now made the calendar for Mitch McConnell. He got the hell kicked out of him last week at the hearing of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Witness after witness made it clear this should not be the breakneck priority of the United States Senate. COVID-19 should be our priority if we're ever going to save lives and reopen the economy. And so, his vulnerable members needed some cover. And that's what they're going to get, an opportunity for a vote. But we know what's missing. What's missing is more testing at a time when we desperately need it, more contact tracing at a time we desperately need it, and help for hospitals and clinics and medical professionals all across this country. What's missing is help for families. Dramatic cuts by Senator McConnell when it comes to unemployment benefits. Food stamps, SNAP program, rent help, stimulus checks, all left out when it comes to the McConnell proposal. And the bottom line I'll leave you with is this. He did put his red line in this bill just to make sure that it wasn't going anywhere. You've heard him say it over and over on the floor. Nothing's going to pass unless I can have immunity for liability for the biggest corporations in America when it comes to COVID-19. The American people see through that. If McConnell creates that kind of immunity, what's the likelihood those companies will do the right thing to protect their employees and their customers? We are determined to get a real bill that addresses this very real problem.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The people in Michigan, the people across America need help, and they need it right now. They needed it yesterday. And, you know, it's really not stimulus. It's about survival for Michigan families. It's about survival for our businesses. And under the Republican bill, too many people are left behind. That's the bottom line. Instead of giving people the help they need, they've introduced a bill that ignores our urgent testing and other health care needs, our families, our children, and far too many of our businesses. If we want parents to feel confident that their children can go back to school safely, if we want people to feel they can open their businesses safely and get back to work, Republicans can't leave millions of people behind, and that's exactly what Mitch McConnell's bill does. Right now, it's not safe. COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, deaths are spiking. Hospitals and nurses are struggling to get enough PPE. Our healthcare professionals are exhausted and stressed and at severe risk of burnout, but the Republicans leave them behind. And their bill leaves millions of families behind. You know, the extra $600 a week provided in the CARES package was a lifeline, and it needs to be extended. A survey last month found that more than 25% of Michigan residents, 1 out of 4, thought they were going to be evicted or have their home foreclosed on in the next 2 months. Mitch McConnell's bill also leaves hungry children and families behind. We have 40% of those who are on SNAP food assistance in our country who've gotten no additional help through this entire process of COVID. And finally, they are leaving far too many businesses behind and the employees that work for them. Restaurants and gyms and craft breweries and theaters that have revitalized Michigan small towns all across our state. These small businesses need help now. In the initial round of PPP, we also, as Democrats, fought for $30 billion in dedicated funding to support minority-owned small businesses and underserved communities and nonprofits. That also is not in there, and they are left behind. We need to approach this pandemic and the economic pain it's unleashed with the seriousness and boldness it deserves. Our healthcare providers, our children and families and businesses need help right now. This is not the time to leave anybody behind, and Democrats are fighting to make sure they aren't.
Senator Warren.
Thank you. 220,000 Americans are dead from COVID-19. Millions more have contracted the disease and continue to suffer. We have tens of millions of people across this country who are either unemployed or afraid they're about to lose their jobs. Parents who are struggling because they can't get daycare, they can't get their children into school. Small businesses that have shuttered and not sure if they will ever be able to reopen. Restaurants who can't see a business plan going forward. Minority-owned businesses that have been hit the hardest. And what does Mitch McConnell do? Plays politics instead of helping people. This bill that he's putting on the floor again is not a bill about helping people. It's a bill about leaving people behind. Who does Mitch McConnell want to leave behind? He wants to leave behind every single person in this country who is worried about COVID-19. No help for our hospitals, not enough for tracing, not enough for testing, not enough for our doctors and nurses. Just leave them behind. And what about parents, school children? No money here for the kids who are caught in between, having to try to study from home, parents who are struggling with that. Just leave them behind. And this bill leaves millions of small businesses behind, restaurants behind, minority-owned businesses behind. There are so many left behind in the McConnell bill, but understand this. The McConnell train does have some first-class tickets in it. First-class tickets for giant corporations. For giant corporations, a release of liability, no matter how irresponsible they are, they don't have to worry about making their own employees or their customers sick. Sick to the point of dying. Mitch McConnell says those folks get a first-class ticket on the McConnell train. And how about parents, wealthy parents, who want to send their kids to private schools? The McConnell train says, let's have the taxpayers pick up the bill for that. Full tax credit for sending your kid to a fancy boarding school. How about that? In other words, what McConnell's doing here is playing politics of the ugliest sort. He wants to stand up and claim that he's helping the American people. No, he's playing the same old game. No help for the people who need it, and lots of help for the people who don't. Well, that's not where the Democrats are. The Democrats are here for working families, for people who are struggling, for small businesses, for restaurants, for minority-owned businesses, for our doctors and nurses, for the people who are in public health who are trying to get their arms wrapped around this COVID crisis. This is what it's going to take, not only to deal with this immediate healthcare crisis, but also the economic crisis that is tumbling behind it. That's why the Democrats will be voting no today.
Questions on this subject? Yes.
Senator McConnell said that if Speaker Pelosi and the White House do reach some sort of agreement and that there's a bill that passes the House, we'll take it up in the Senate. That doesn't mean that Republicans will support it. But I'm wondering, are you in talks with him at all about the negotiations that are happening?
Leader McConnell has been Dr. No. When anyone approaches him, including the administration, he has said no, no, no. So we'll have to see if this latest thing is a change or just another ruse, another trick like their bill today.
But you haven't spoken to him at all about that?
No, he doesn't speak to many people about these things.
How you see this particular issue playing out after the election, since it seems like this is not going to happen before the election?
Well, look, we Democrats want to get a big, bold bill that will meet the American people's needs as soon as we can. So Nancy Pelosi is fighting to get one now. And as you know, we've been met just with intransigence by the Republican Senate. We will try to get one in the lame duck, and we will try to get one should we win the presidency and win the Senate after that. The sooner the better, but it needs to not leave people behind. It needs to be a strong, big bill. This is the greatest economic crisis in 75 years, the greatest health care crisis in 100 years. We need something that meets that rises to that occasion and meets the moment, and we'll fight for it. Okay, yes.
What about anything for PPP funding itself? If this giant bill doesn't go through or get support, I mean, businesses are just hurting out there, and some of them are wondering if they're going to be able to make it.
First of all, we don't want to leave anyone behind, period. Because you do one thing, what about everybody else? And what about the people, you know, some Republicans may say, I did that and I don't have to do anything else. We can't do that as a country, not as a party, but as a country. We need to include all the people who need help. You're going to tell a mother who can't feed their kids, forget it. You're going to tell someone being evicted from their home, forget it. You're going to tell a school that can't open, forget it. Not us. Yes.
With Barrett hearings? The Barrett hearings?
Sure, go ahead.
Some progressive groups have spoken out criticizing Senator Feinstein for her handling of the hearings. I was wondering what you make of this criticism, and do you plan to make any changes to the Judiciary Committee?
Okay, I've had a long and serious talk with Senator Feinstein. That's all I'm going to say about it right now.
Can't tell us how that
Nope.
Leader, can I ask you about North Carolina? Republicans are, Republicans.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Republicans have seized on the Cunningham's extramarital relations.
Biggest issue, yeah.
And I just wanted to see, are you still confident that Cunningham can win?
Biggest issue in North Carolina is health care, like it is across America. The need of Americans to be protected from pre-existing conditions, the need of senior citizens to be able to afford their drugs, the need of people who don't have health care to get it. That's the #1 issue in North Carolina, and that's why we're going to prevail. Yes.
On that topic, how you've obviously running this campaign and against the Supreme Court nominee based on health care. How is the decision made amongst Democratic leadership to focus
so specifically on healthcare? And is
We
there any
think it's,
concern
well,
about
there are a whole number of issues, but the number one issue of salience to the American people. You know, if you hear the Supreme Court, the American people say, oh, health care, this court will take away your health care. Uh-oh. And that's why the American people want us to delay. Overwhelmingly. We're in the middle of a great crisis, a pandemic. People have needed help with pre-existing conditions long before the pandemic. They want to get insurance. A mother or father whose child has cancer doesn't want to be told by the insurance company, you can't get insurance and watch their kids suffer. We believe that's such an important issue, that it's one of them. But we have talked about a woman's right to choose. We have talked about labor rights. We have talked about environmental rights. We have talked about voting rights. We have talked about civil rights. We have talked about LGBTQ rights. They're all important, but health care has been the number one issue out there in the country, and we chose to emphasize it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Senate Democrats on the COVID-19 stimulus bill. We continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox. Some of you will be
I feel like I have
a short 2-minute break.
when I started talking, and then I was like, oh, sorry.
That was great.
I shouldn't have done that.
Sorry, Willie tuned out. Did he answer your question?
He said that they're going to focus, the issue right now.
And now we will be going out to a Philadelphia coronavirus update.
Bringing us to a total of 40,704 since the beginning of the epidemic. Now, in addition to that, we've had 23 new probable cases diagnosed by a rapid antigen test only. Now, for the past week, between October 4th and October 10th, we averaged 189 cases per day. That's so far. Because that data is incomplete, there's always some laboratories that report their data to us some numbers of days later, and so that average is likely to increase in the next few days. Over the previous week, from September 27th to October 3rd, we averaged 184 cases per day. These are the highest weekly averages that we've seen in Philadelphia since mid-May. Now, those high case counts are in part because we're doing more testing. We did an average of about 4,000 tests per day in the past week. And for comparison, we did about 2,600 tests per day in the middle of July and about 1,500 tests per day in May. But the percent of tests that are positive is also increasing. Last week, we averaged 4.8% of the tests that were positive so far. Now, we know we have delayed reporting from laboratories that report the positives to us only. So as we get delayed reports, that percent positive is going to increase as well. The week before last, from September 27th to October 4th, we were at 5.1% positive. A week ago, I reported that as 4.3% positive, but you can see that that percent increased with delayed reporting. For comparison to that 4.8% or 5.1%, the low point for our percent positive occurred in mid-September when we were at 2.8% positive. In mid-July, when we had a peak for the summer, we were at 5.5% positive. And in late May, we were at 9.5% positive. That's what's happening with cases. With deaths so far, we have 8 newly identified since yesterday, bringing us to a total of 1,849 since the beginning of the epidemic. We're still averaging about 15 deaths per week. So far, we're not seeing an increase in deaths associated with the increase in cases. We do know that deaths tend to lag behind, so we expect that we will see some deaths in the future related to this increase. So where is the spread occurring in Philadelphia? In the past week, it was more in northeast Philadelphia and in South Philadelphia. But in the last 7 days or so, we're seeing more in all the zip codes across the city. There's no neighborhood that has not seen an increase in recent days. Our information from case interviews as part of our contact tracing is showing that the spread is occurring within households and in social gatherings. That's family gatherings, it's people visiting each other's houses, that's weddings, it's bridal showers. The case interviews, though, were also showing an increasing percentage of the cases who reported that they were working in an office during the time period when they were exposed. It was 17% of our cases that we interviewed reported that in the week of October 11th versus about 7 or 9% during the weeks in September. And with that, we've had some individual circumstances where the spread appears to have occurred between coworkers who got together over lunch and were not wearing masks when they were doing that. So it's just a reminder that any setting indoors, when people are close together, not wearing masks, such as the time when they're getting together over lunch, is going to be a high-risk setting. And so workplaces is something we're concerned about right now. Now, beyond that, what's happening in our facilities that we've been watching especially. In nursing homes and other congregate care facilities, we are also seeing more cases in parallel with the increasing cases in the community. So we're going to be communicating to the people working in these congregate care facilities the importance of masking and other safety precautions for staff and patients now. Particularly important that they try to keep the virus from coming into the facility, or if it does get into the facility, to prevent it from spreading from one person to another within the facility. In parallel with that, we have now opened what we're referring to as the COVID Relief Unit. This is a specialized nursing home set aside to care for nursing home patients who are COVID positive, who have tested positive for COVID, who have been in nursing homes where the nursing homes cannot safely care for them within their main facility. So if that nursing home, for example, can't have a separate wing where the COVID positive residents stay to keep them separate from the negative residents, then they can have them transferred to this COVID Relief Unit. What about schools? We have been working with schools since the beginning of the school year. There have now been, since the beginning of the year, 44 sites that have seen cases in either students or staff. Now, most of those are isolated cases where there's no evidence of spread within the facility. And some often there's been more than one case. In 26 sites, there have been quarantines that we have recommended or that have been carried out. Often it's maybe one classroom. In nearly all situations, the spread has stopped right there. We however, have one school cluster where the information suggests that there was spread within a classroom. That's the Philadelphia school, independent school. It's had 15 cases so far. But this is the only situation so far where we think that's occurred. Of about 50 schools that we think are providing some amount of in-person education right now for about 7 weeks since the beginning of the epidemic. In all the other situations, we have no clear evidence of spread within a classroom. What about tracking of masks? As you know, we have been doing observations of people using security cameras to see how many Philadelphia residents are wearing masks. We've had a variety of technical problems over the past few weeks getting those observations done, but we are doing them now. We're getting the data back in again. And as of the week that started October 11th, 80% of people that were leaving retail stores were wearing masks. Now that's good at 80%, but it's not good enough. That means that 20% were not wearing masks. That's still enough to have the spread of the coronavirus. That's what's happening here in Philadelphia. What about what's happening around us? We are seeing an increase in cases across the rest of the state of Pennsylvania, as well as in New Jersey. And in the U.S. as a whole, case rates are clearly rising. At this point, they're not far from the peak that they saw in mid-July, which was the highest case count we had since the beginning of the epidemic. Now, mid-July, the states that had the highest case counts were in the South. Now, the states with the highest case counts and case rates are in the Midwest and in the Mountain West, the northern part of the central part of the country. But case rates are rising in nearly every state in the United States right now. So the overall message now is that the virus here in Philadelphia is spreading within households, it's spreading in family gatherings, it's spreading in social gatherings, and it may be spreading in workplaces. The risk is increasing now, maybe because of the colder weather, maybe because of the drier air, maybe because people are indoors more because of the colder weather, or maybe because people are becoming more complacent, or all those things combined. Whatever, though, it does appear that the virus is following the pattern of other respiratory viruses, like influenza. These viruses tend to get more common throughout the fall, and they peak in January or February. If COVID follows that pattern, we're going to be having a difficult time over the next 3 to 4 months. So what should everyone do about that? First, let me remind everyone that people who can work from home should continue to do so. I'm concerned about the risk in offices. If you can work from home, do that so you can lower your risk. Then everyone, everywhere, needs to maintain wearing masks and keeping a distance from other people. You know, it's been now 7 months since the beginning of the epidemic, and everyone is tired of this virus. Unfortunately, the virus is not tired of us. Back in the spring, when the epidemic first hit, the mayor said, this is a virus that hunts humans. And the reality is, it's still hunting. We need to wear masks until we've vaccinated enough people that the virus has trouble finding people who don't already have antibodies. So everyone needs to wear masks, especially when they're around family, when they're around friends, when they're around coworkers, and when they're around anyone else. So more information on all the epidemic is on www.phila.gov/COVID. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Farley. we are going to move now to Armando to deliver the Spanish language translation of both the mayor and Dr. Farley's remarks.
Palabras del alcalde Jim Kenney para el 20 de octubre del 2020. Buenas tardes. Hoy me complace compartir una actualización sobre los esfuerzos de la ciudad y el distrito escolar para conectar a nuestros estudiantes con un servicio de Internet confiable y de alta velocidad durante el año escolar y aún más allá. Gracias a una colaboración histórica entre nuestra administración, el distrito escolar, otras escuelas, el United Way y líderes empresariales y filantrópicos, más de 11.000 de nuestros hogares con estudiantes desde el kindergarten al 12º grado han superado la brecha digital desde el inicio de esta pandemia. Quiero que todos se tomen un momento y piensen en esto, porque realmente es un gran logro para nuestra ciudad. Estas 11.000 familias incluyen más de 2.500 estudiantes que recibieron dispositivos MiFi del distrito escolar durante la primavera y el verano. Más de 7.300 familias que se inscribieron para recibir 60 días de servicio gratuito de Internet Essentials y cuyas facturas de Internet ahora han sido pagadas por PHL Connected. Se reportan de Philadelphia School con 15 años.
Younger than it did in the spring. So a lower percentage of people are over the age of 60. However, it's not as young as we had in late August. In late August, when the college students came back, we had a spike, and it was very limited to the college age group. In the past month, it's not been limited to the college age group. It's more people ages 20 to 50 or even 20 to 60. So it's getting people old enough that some of those people may become seriously ill.
And what about the hospitals right now? Our capacity is strong, and is that, I mean, I think we're talking about this fatigue. People are saying, oh, the hospitals aren't overwhelmed. Maybe this isn't as bad as it was in the spring. And what's our capacity, and what do you say to that?
Well, the hospitals in the city are pretty full right now, but mainly with people that are not having COVID, people with other problems. Many of those may be having elective surgery that was postponed in an early part of the epidemic. And the hospitals do have the ability to clear out space by canceling elective surgeries if they need that space. They have a fairly low number of patients in the hospitals right now. That low number is increasing, and they're watching that. And you know, they will take action, and we'll be talking to them about taking action if they feel like they need to do things in order to make sure that there's adequate space.
All right. And regarding restaurants, I can only imagine that it is difficult to contact trace in restaurants. Because people are in and out, perhaps no names or check-in, and so could that be a reason why you're not seeing any sort of spread? And perhaps the mayor, can you respond? Are you going to be making any changes to the current capacity levels as we go into these coming months at the restaurant?
Well, I take the recommendations of the health department and Dr. Farley, so I don't freelance with those issues. So I think he'd be better off answering the question.
Okay. As to the first part of the question, our contact tracing is definitely a far from perfect system to find out where the virus is spreading. A lot of people may not know. We may not get them on the phone. They may not be fully forthright about everything that they did during the period when they might have become infected. However, the people who become infected, we interviewed, it's a very low percentage that are saying that they ate out at a restaurant during the time period when they might have been exposed. If that percentage increases, just as the percent of people at workplaces increased, then you will hear about it, and we'll see whether we need to do something different with restaurants.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff. We're going to go now to Michaela Winberg of Billy Penn.
Hey everyone, I have a couple questions for Dr. Farley about nursing homes, actually, since you brought it up earlier. I'm wondering if, by your estimation, most nursing homes in the city are still restricting or prohibiting visitation altogether?
You know, that is regulated by the state at this point, and so I don't have data on that. I think most nursing homes are restricting visitors to some degree. I don't know whether all of them to completely.
Okay. And in terms of balancing visitation and letting residents out with the pandemic and Election Day coming up, do you have any recommendations for how nursing homes handle that? Are there citywide recommendations you would issue?
We have not issued recommendations for, you mean for the nursing home residents to be able to vote safely?
Yes, exactly.
I would probably suggest that the best thing they should do is vote by mail. If they're not going to vote by mail, then they need to be using a very careful PPE when they go to the polling place.
And do you have any recommendations for the facilities, how they sort of manage this? Do you think they should be allowing visitors to help deliver ballots, or should be allowing residents to go vote in person?
No, we actually haven't thought about that, and let me think about that. I definitely think that the facilities should be careful about that. They want to enable voting, but they need to enable it in a safe way. So let me think about that and give you a response later.
Sure. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Michaela. We're going to move now to Kennedy Rose of the Philadelphia Business Journal.
Hi, I have a few questions for Dr. Farley. I was wondering first if you were able to provide any more detail on cases that have spread through offices, such as the number of cases you've seen or sort of any other circumstances beyond people eating together at lunch.
Really, all the information I have is what I already reported. And we get those from our case interviews when we're doing the contact tracing. And we don't get every case on the phone, and not all of them will give us full information. And so we just have that percentage of those cases that are reporting having been in an office, and we did see an increase in that. And then we've had some of these anecdotes where we hear that people got together over lunch to use masks, and that seemed like a logical situation in which that spread was occurring. Put those two together, that suggests that there may be some spread occurring in workplaces.
Okay, and are you able to provide the percentage of people who, through your contact tracing interviews, said that they were working in an office? Do you have that percentage number?
Yeah, it was 17% for last week. Let me make sure I get the date correctly because I made my other date wrong. But the last data point I have was 17%, and in September we were running between 7 and 9%.
Gotcha. Okay, and are you seeing larger contingencies of employees? Do you know if they work in sort of larger offices, or are these more people who say that they work in smaller offices with fewer people?
Yeah, we don't have that level of detail.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Kennedy. We are going to go to Argenis Figueroa with Univision.
Okay, good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, Argenis.
Buenas tardes, Armando, gracias. Armando, mi pregunta es para el doctor Farley. Quiero que nos diga si estamos ya en una segunda ola de contagios en Filadelfia. ¿Cuál es el estatus actual de esta preocupación?
Dr. Farley, the question is for you. We wonder if we're entering the second wave of contagious phase in this pandemic, and what is your concerns about it?
I'm concerned that we may be entering a fall-winter wave, and my concern is that if this virus follows the same pattern of other respiratory viruses, it will continue to get worse through January or February.
Tengo la preocupación de que efectivamente este virus es...
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So I just have one quick question for the mayor. Mayor, I was wondering, do you support City Council's proposals to delay changes to the 10-year tax abatement to 2024 and to implement a 1% tax on new construction?
We're looking at that now. That was brought to us, I think, by a few council members concerned about the degrading of housing starts. We have to look at the impact as to what the extension of the tax abatement would be and what the cost of the construction tax would be, but it seems that it may all work out.
Okay, that's all I had. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kennedy. We're going to go back to Manny Smith at CBS 3.
So just two quick questions for the mayor. Question number one is we've gotten a number of reports from neighbors and even our own crews who say things have not appeared to be cleared out on the parkway. Any update on the encampment and when all of the tents will be cleared away?
First of all, there's about 186 people that have been placed over the last number of months from the encampment. There's about, I believe, between 30 and 40 remaining. And you have to remember, these are folks with high needs. These are folks with either drug addiction and homelessness, mental health issues. So they move at different paces. But we are on track to conclude what we promised we would do, and that is eliminate the camp without any force or violence, which is what had been our goal from day one. We're working through that. But again, we tend to set deadlines, and then when the deadlines aren't 100% met, We get questions, understandably so. But large structure was taken down. Exterior perimeters of pallets and the like have been removed. We're starting to take, I believe, if either two more want to jump in, tents were coming down, I think, or expected to come down somewhat today. And we're going to get there, and then we're going to restore the parkway area where they were camped and the ball field.
With appreciation for the process, is there a new deadline for when all of that will be completed and when the restoration work will begin?
Restoration work will begin immediately after the encampment has been secured and removed. We're standing by with the streets department, recreation people, parks folks to get that back online and get it cleaned up and made safe. And I don't know if Eva or Tumar, you have any other updates from today because you were out there.
I would just emphasize that 25 placements were made in the previous week after we had signed the agreement, and so the pace of placement really has increased, and I think 7 or 8 were made yesterday, and the goal today is to be able to remove some of the empty tents to have a clear idea of the number of people that remain.
All right, thank you. And then my last question is for the mayor and for Tumar. We know that former President Obama is coming to Philadelphia tomorrow for a campaign event. Any details on that? Are you guys participating? Any impact on the city anticipated?
Tumar, do you have specifics? I heard it was going to be at the parking lot at Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah, we have just those specifics of an event, nighttime drive-in event at Citizens Bank Park. I think the Biden campaign will probably release more details. Certainly police are working with federal folks and Secret Service on providing support for any of the movement or activities that the candidate or their surrogates will have in the city come tomorrow.
The mayor participating?
What's that?
Are you participating?
I believe I may, and I'm hoping I am, and I'm looking forward to seeing my president again.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Manny. We're going to go back to Martin Pratt of Philly YBN.
I just have one question. Have we have any statistics on how many people experiencing financial insecurity have been helped by the eviction mediation process in the court system? And is there any update of status on that entire process?
This is Eva Gladstein. The last I had heard, which was a little while ago, was that there were over several hundred landlords who had filed for the diversion program, which then provides a mediation process so that landlords and tenants can resolve their differences together. We can ask for a more recent update and share that out.
How long, you said a short time ago. Was that like a month ago, a week ago?
No, more like a week or 10 days ago.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Martin. We're going to go to Nina Feldman now of WHYY.
Hey, thanks. This is actually still a pandemic-related question, but just one more question related to contact tracing. Is Dr. Farley still here, actually?
I'm still here, yep.
Okay, great. Can you just describe I know that in a perfect world, everybody who contracts or tests positive for the virus would get a call from a contact tracer, but in the event that somebody got missed or skipped over accidentally, what should somebody do if they don't get contacted by a contact tracer and they want to help the process along?
They should, again, we're trying to reach everybody, but given the very large increase in cases, we're not going to reach everyone, and not everyone picks up the phone. And so if they don't get a call from us, then they should identify every person who they spent more than 15 minutes with, let's say within 6 feet, during the period when they might have been infectious. And that is, I'm going to blank on the time period, but let's say from the time that 48 hours before they develop symptoms until they learn their result and are separated from people. Then tell all those people that they should go into quarantine, and they should quarantine for 14 days, and ideally be tested around 7 days.
Okay, so essentially they should do the contact tracing themselves.
Yes, I mean, again, we try to do that with everyone, but we're not going to catch up with everyone. So if we can't, then them notifying their contacts is at least something that's useful to potentially stop the chain of spread.
Got it. And the contact tracers call once, and if there's no answer, do they leave a message? Do they call again? What's that?
As you all know, we had an Ocean-involved shooting this morning, and we've lost just a wonderful human being here at the hospital. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mayor Turner make some comments. Then we're going to walk everyone through what occurred and what's going to happen from.
And your community safe. Another important piece, I can't say it enough, get your flu shot. I know many of you have never even gotten a flu shot, so why should you start now? Well, first of all, if you develop the flu for the first time, everyone will be looking to see if you have COVID. But you also don't want to run the risk of getting flu and COVID at the same time, nor do we want to use an additional bed for a flu hospitalization, as we don't have any definitive cures or vaccine for the coronavirus. Today, we are reporting 3,714 new cases of COVID-19 for a total of 350,875 total cases. Since yesterday, most regrettably, we have lost another 41 individuals for a total of 9,277 total lives lost. In the last 24 hours, 59,077 labs were reported for a total now of more than 6.8 million tests. In the hospital overnight with COVID were 2,261 individuals. Of those, 489 were in the ICU and 195 were on ventilators. These figures represent lives, parents, grandparents, co-workers who will not be with us at Thanksgiving. We have a deadly virus that is still prevalent throughout the state of Illinois. Let's please get together, band together, because none of us can do this alone. Individualism won't get us through this pandemic. We have to work together. Buenas tardes. Y gracias al gobernador Pritzker por su continuo liderazgo durante esta pandemia. De hecho, felicito a todas las personas que han tomado este virus en serio desde el primer día. Sin su apoyo y ayuda, Illinois estaría en una situación mucho más difícil de en que casos, las hospitalizaciones y las muertes aumentan cada día. Los números en la mayoría de las regiones del estado van en la dirección equivocada. Si su región ha implementado medidas de mitigación, le pido que se suba a bordo y ayude a su comunidad a retomar el rumbo. Si ha hecho antes, lo hicimos juntos como un estado para llegar a la fase 4. No hacen más daño al progreso que hemos logrado. Sabemos lo que funciona: cubrirse la cara, cuidar la distancia y lavarse las manos. Esas simples acciones mantienen a usted, a su familia y a su comunidad saludables. Una pieza importante es vacunarse contra la influenza. No corra el riesgo de contraer la influenza durante una pandemia mundial. Hoy informamos 3,714 casos nuevos de COVID-19 en Illinois, para un total de más de 350,000 casos confirmados. Desde ayer hemos perdido 41 vidas adicionales, para un total de más de 9,200 muertes. En las últimas 24 horas se informaron más de 59,000 pruebas de laboratorio para un total de más de 6.8 millones de pruebas hechas en Illinois. 2,261 personas en Illinois pasaron la noche en el hospital con COVID-19. De ellos, 489 pacientes estaban en la unidad de cuidados intensivos y 195 pacientes estaban en ventiladores. Estos números representan vidas afectadas, madres y padres, por este virus mortal. 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 Juntos. Porque no podemos hacer esto solos. Muchísimas gracias por su apoyo. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Justin Macariola Code.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Governor Pritzker and Dr. Ezike, for your tireless efforts in response to this pandemic, and for your enduring support of our frontline healthcare workers. My name again is Dr. Justin Macariola Code. I'm the interim chief medical officer at Advocate Aurora Sherman Hospital in Elgin, and also the medical director of the emergency department at Advocate Aurora Sherman Hospital. I'm also a resident of DuPage County and have been since 2001, and have lived in Chicago, or Chicagoland rather, since 1995. I'm a married father of 3 boys, all in school, one in Evanston, one in Elmhurst, 2 in Elmhurst, one in public school, one in Catholic grade school. So I really understand what families are going through during this pandemic. It's been a challenging time. I understand what our healthcare workers and parents, as well as our communities, are facing and have been facing for quite some time. We all suffer from pandemic fatigue. We've talked about it. It's difficult, but this pandemic is not over, not by a long shot. And we must press on. We cannot let our guard down. We are seeing an increase of COVID-19 hospitalizations across the Advocate Aurora system, and the percentage of positive COVID cases are rising. At Advocate Sherman Hospital and across our communities in Kane and the surrounding counties, we are seeing the start of what is most likely the second wave. Wisconsin is already surging, and Northern Illinois is likely next. The actions we take today to slow and spread the virus will define what happens in the coming weeks to months. Wearing a mask, washing your hands, and keeping distance from one another will prevent the spread of this illness and ultimately save lives. I myself have had the unfortunate event where both my mother-in-law and my mother have had major medical procedures during the pandemic, and my family's not been able to attend to them as they'd like to. It's difficult for everybody, for all family members, but we know what to do to keep them safe. If you must gather, please remain 6 feet apart. If you're inside, wear a mask. It's the only way to help keep the spread contained. But it'll take all of us working together to protect one another. If we do not take these basic steps, we won't be able to slow the spread of the pandemic and its potentially deadly consequences. And the harder it will be on our healthcare system, and we will put our frontline healthcare workers in danger as we head into this winter time. So please help care for our communities across the northwest suburbs. So this is an evolving situation. We have surge plans. We meet weekly to discuss the impact of the pandemic and what it may mean for our hospital. We work in collaboration within our system at Advocate Aurora to coordinate care, to reallocate resources as needed, to meet our patients' needs, to serve our communities. Now, as a reminder, if you have mild symptoms of COVID-19, it's best to quarantine and recover at home to reduce exposure of others, but seek medical attention if needed. The state of Illinois under the leadership of Governor Pritzker, has put together an excellent free program to help you monitor your symptoms and get connected with support you need. We at Advocate are proud to partner with the state of Illinois for the benefit of our residents and for those that are COVID confirmed positive. This includes virtual check-ins, educational information that's available 24/7, alert monitoring, and in some cases, home monitoring kits, which include a thermometer, a portable device to measure oxygen level, known as a pulse oximeter, and other tools. Those in need of these services can call the COVID hotline on our website, advocatehealth.com. Listen, this is a highly contagious virus that can affect anyone. It does not discriminate. At Sherman Hospital, we've seen a disproportionate impact upon our Hispanic community, which we serve. As a large health system, we are committed to the education and the awareness of the virus, and we have included outreach programs and campaigns to our Spanish-speaking families. We know that this year, more than any other year, it's extremely important to get your flu vaccination. As Dr. Ezike had mentioned earlier, this is why we are offering at Advocate free flu shots for our expanding Hispanic communities as part of an effort to improve health equity and to ensure everyone has access to the flu vaccine. Now, everyone that's over 6 months of age should get a flu shot. It's never been more important than now as we're entering this flu season. And, of course, we'll be fighting 2 viruses at once. Listen, we know what works to protect our families, our neighbors, our healthcare workers, and our community. Stay strong, keep up your resolve, continue to social distance, wear a mask, and wash your hands. Follow the guidelines. This is a call to serve one another in order to save one another. Thank you. Governor Pritzker, questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Happy to take any questions from members of the media. Yes, ma'am.
I know no indoor dining for bars and restaurants in the county looking in. Are there any other restrictions for gyms, churches, synagogues, schools that are private schools and that have already started hybrid learning?
Remember that all of the existing mitigations under Phase 4 of our Restore Illinois plan, those remain as they are. These are resurgence mitigations for areas where the positivity rate has gone up or where they've tripped other metrics, and that's where indoor dining, indoor bar service are being temporarily halted, and where we're reducing the number of people who can gather from 50 to 25. But you can find all of the mitigations that are associated with resurgence mitigations, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 on the IDPH website.
Governor, can
yes,
Dr. Ezike too would weigh in on this? Yesterday, Dr. Arwady spoke to worried about gatherings within the home.
Yeah.
And they also, the city, you all contradicted each other somewhat. The city is saying the spread is going on within the home and that restaurants and bars, they're not necessarily seeing that in their contact tracing. Is the state seeing that the spread is going on because of bars and restaurants being more open?
Yes, and there are pages and pages and pages of studies from around the world, from around the United States, not to mention articles that in fact, I believe we've sent these out to most of the media. If you would like them, happy to have my press secretary send them as well. I mean, we're literally talking about piles of these studies that show that bars and restaurants are spreading locations, significant spreading locations. It is also true, though, and I want to commend Dr. Arwady for saying, as she did, that private gatherings are another major spreading opportunity for the virus, something that we all need to be very, very careful about. It's not so much your own family that you're living in a pod with every day as it is when you're inviting either other family that don't live with you, friends over. I'm not saying you can't do that. All we're saying is, as Dr. Ezike said the other day, that it's important for you to maintain social distance even when you're having friends over. It's okay, 6 feet is not that far. wearing a mask when you don't know them, that they've been tested or that they're COVID-free. It's an appropriate thing, making sure that people have hand sanitizer available to them, that they wash their hands, etc. These are all things that we're going to have to get used to, especially during this winter season, especially during the holidays when we know we all want to get together with our friends and family. Yes, ma'am.
Understandably, there's a lot of frustration coming from different quarters in those regions that are being rolled back again, especially Region 7 already went through this a couple of months ago.
Sure.
Just a short while ago, I was speaking to one of the state reps that was on the call with Dr. Enrique earlier this afternoon, where she was telling them about this rollback. The point that she was making was this. She said that on the call, as Dr. Enrique had mentioned, that bars and restaurants account for the lowest number of cases in the current surge. And so if they're at the bottom of the list for these new surge, why are we affecting businesses? Why are we rolling them back when maybe the benefit from it won't really be what we would like to see?
I have my own thoughts, but I want to let Dr. Ezike answer for what.
I just want to make sure that I wasn't mischaracterized. Maybe you can hear me. So the issue is, on the call earlier today, they wanted to say, why do we keep going after bars and restaurants? And so as we look from region to region to region, statewide data, we look at the places, this is again from our contact tracing efforts, we have the individuals who have talked to the case. And then the questions include looking back where they have been in the previous 14 days. That is where those are the places that they have been where they could have caught the virus. And then we also look forward to since they've been symptomatic where they've been. So that's the place that they could have given the virus to, and exposed others. And so when you look at the top 3 places that come up over and over, region to region, statewide, it comes up as people's workplace, it comes up as school, it comes up as restaurants and bars. So we're not going to not have people go to school. We're letting the local health departments and the school administrators decide for themselves what's appropriate regarding school. And then in terms of workplace, there are people that you cannot work from home or you have to go to work. So the next thing that we can actually act on is the bars and restaurants. Okay.
But according to how might this affect the number of people in the classroom, though? Because if the rule is now 25, are there any classrooms that have more than 25? What should they do?
Yeah, so again, the rule for the class, and this is not supposed to be for schools specifically, but I know even as we worked so closely with the schools and the local health departments over the summer, that in the classroom they're supposed to be spaced out, the 6 feet, and masked. And so depending on the classroom, they can figure out how many people they can fit, but we've already accounted for and expect that there is 6 foot of distancing and masking in the school setting.
Yep. And there are guidelines, let me just add that there are guidelines, as you know, that were provided to all the schools from the State Board of Education to make sure that schools know what they should be doing. But as I've said all along, that schools are different locations from one to another. Even within a school district, as you know, putting Chicago aside for a moment, outside of Chicago there are many, many schools, multiple schools in a school district, and they're all laid out a bit differently. Some of them have many fewer students than the next school that's in their school district even. So we want the schools to make decisions about how to space people out, how to make sure to keep them safe within the school. But our goal, our number one goal, is to make sure that we get our kids back into school as it is safe. So hybrid learning, a good idea, and of course in-person learning, a good idea. Again, at the local level, school boards and school administrators making decisions to keep those kids safe.
How might this impact your decision on winter high school sports? If this is what's going on as far as more restrictions, might we see high school sports for the winter being played?
Well, let me begin by reminding you why we're here 2 days in a row and why we're now having a daily press conference about COVID-19 again. And that's because we are seeing a national surge of cases that is affecting every state around us in a dramatic way. And in Illinois, we are seeing the numbers go up literally all across the state. And so we are going to be very careful about whatever guidance gets issued for school sports for the winter, as we've tried to be careful about everything that we're doing so that we don't have a significant surge. Illinois has done a better job, I think, than most states, certainly the ones surrounding us, and we'd like to keep it that way.
Did the CDC change the rules a think Dr. Zika talked about this. We're now taking into consideration antigen tests, which are rapid tests. Why now are antigen positive cases being added now? And do you think that has to do with the increase in cases, not just in Illinois, but nationwide?
I don't know about nationwide. I can tell you what's going on in Illinois. Let me start with this. We already have a robust testing system that didn't have antigen testing in it. That's because the percentage of tests that are being done that are antigen oriented up to now have been very, very small. I think you can see, I think we announced that it was something like 1,000 or 1,200, out of the 50 or 60, 70,000 that have been announced over the last couple of days. The reason that we're now including antigen testing is because we're now getting resources from the federal government that are antigen tests. And we want to be able to use those tests for surveillance testing, which is a very important thing for us to be doing in the state. And so we'll be reporting those. But we've separated them out. People can see the numbers of antigen tests. Right now, it's a very small percentage. I think 1 to 2% is the total number out of all the tests. What's that?
You're separating them out?
We are. You'll be able to see, yes, you'll be able to see it. I don't know whether we've got it up on the website yet, but that's the point of it, is we want you to be able to see the separate tests, but we also want us to be able to calculate the positivity rate using these tests because they're useful for surveillance testing, which is part of how you get to a positivity rate.
Do you foresee another stay-at-home order?
I'll come over here in a moment. I promise. Yeah.
Do you
Go ahead.
foresee another stay-at-home order? And if so, what will it take to get there?
It's not something that we're considering right now. As you know, we have this resurgence mitigation plan in place. It's been working as regions have gone in to the resurgence mitigations. They've been able to lower their positivity rates and come out of it. It takes a little longer for some regions than others for reasons I can't explain, but they do come out of it. So we're going to continue with the plan that we're on. That's a regional plan. Yes, ma'am.
Didn't get no response on it. Why roll back businesses when we're not seeing maybe the benefits from it that we would like, if most of these new cases are in fact coming from at-home gathering?
But we are seeing the benefit. In fact, we saw it in Region 7. We saw it in Region 4. Those are two regions that we put into this very same set of mitigations where we limited or actually eliminated temporarily indoor bar service, indoor dining. Those were two of the things, limited the amount of people gathering. And you saw those positivity rates come down in both of those regions. So it does work. And indeed, it is an area of spread, as Dr. Ezike did say, and we are seeing it in our contact tracing. So, this is an important area to focus on. Look, this isn't about punishing anybody. We're not focused on, we didn't pick it just because it sounds good or that we want to do it. It's because all the studies that have been done about bars and restaurants show that these are significant spreading locations. And we want to stop the spread. We want to slow the spread as best we can. And so we're putting mitigations in on a targeted basis to make sure that we bring down our positivity rates so that those businesses can reopen to indoor service. And so one right here, we haven't taken one.
Yes, thank you. We talk about COVID-19 about months we've been telling people, wear your mask and don't have parties. And at some point that starts to become white noise. Do you feel, today each of you said, wear a mask, keep your distance. Do you feel like the current strategy is still working to get that message to residents?
Yeah. I do. And what I know is that wearing a mask works. What I know is that social distance works. Do I think that the messaging works? Sure. Look, there are a lot of people that have resisted because they didn't know anybody who had COVID. They didn't know anybody who got sick from COVID-19. There are a lot of people that aren't paying a ton of attention. They, of course, turn on the TV, they hear about COVID, and they say, I don't want to hear the bad news. The truth is that as time has gone on, lots and lots of people have come to know somebody that got COVID-19 and got sick from it. And I particularly want to, and I said this the other day, at the early stages of COVID-19 back in March and April, I think there were many people who lived in rural areas of the state, who live in rural areas of the state, who didn't see many cases and they didn't see many people getting sick. And they looked at Chicago and Cook County and the collar counties and said, that's a problem for them. That's not our problem. We don't need to change our lives. And so for several months, there were people that resisted and resisted wearing masks. They weren't really listening to it because it wasn't affecting them directly in their communities, or seemed not to be. That situation, to some degree, has reversed. That is to say that Chicago has one of the lower positivity rates in the state, and it's the rural areas of the state that have the highest positivity rates. You're seeing that in Wisconsin. You're seeing that in Iowa. You're seeing that in Indiana. And so we need to make sure that people hear the message again. Because now I think it's personal to people. It is local to people. They do understand it. And when they hear from a local doctor, when they see that their local hospital is getting fuller, when they know people who are getting sick from COVID-19 and having sometimes long-lasting symptoms, I think then it's real. It's more real to people. And so, yes, I think that although people feel fatigue from all of this, and I know we'd all like to go back to the lives that we were living before we ever heard the words COVID-19, the truth is that we're going to have to tough this out for a little bit longer. We do see progress on vaccinations. We do see progress on treatments, and I'm very, very hopeful that in the spring, that more and more people will have those things available to them.
What does this mean for the Joliet Casino? It is Will County's largest employer.
So the same rules for every region that goes into these resurgence mitigations. They have to close by 11 p.m. And they're under the same. That's another one of those under the list of Tier 1 mitigations under the regional resurgence mitigations. So there's some mitigation there as well. Sorry.
Only 25 people inside, or?
I can't remember the exact terminology that's in the resurgence plan for casinos. My apologies. There's a lot of detail in there, but I can at least tell you that they too are going to have to make some changes to the way they do business. Thank you.
I'll get you the casinos done, Marion.
Thank you.
And the bars and restaurants.
Jordan, can you mail out the advanced emails of bars and restaurants? The studies? Yes, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
A bipartisan group of us, Senator Rubio, Senator Cardin, Senator Shaheen, and I, put this bipartisan program together in March. We added funding in April, and we extended it in June until August 6th. The pandemic, unfortunately, is still forcing shutdowns and mitigation measures this many months later. Many of the small businesses that were sustained by their PPP loans are still unable to return to normal operations. Without more assistance, without being eligible for a second PPP loan, many of the hardest hit small businesses, including our restaurants, our gift shops, our hotels, our B&Bs, will be forced to close their doors and, worse yet, lay off their workers. That is why it is so important that we reach bipartisan agreement quickly to provide further assistance to small business and nonprofits that have been kept alive by their first PPP loan, that have been able to retain and pay their employees, but now are still struggling to survive due to this persistent pandemic. The amendment that we're about to vote on would provide approximately $258 billion in funding to allow eligibility for a second PPP loan for the hardest hit small businesses and nonprofits, while also expanding and improving the program in some common sense ways. This is all about keeping Americans employed, Madam President. This amendment is endorsed by the NFIB, the National Restaurant Association, the American Hotel and Lodging Association, the International Franchise Association, Hospitality Maine, the United Fresh Produce Association, the National Fisheries Institute, and the National International Food Service Distributors Association. I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting this important step to renew and strengthen the PPP program to save our small businesses and their employees' jobs. Thank you, Madam President.
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to.
I withdraw the motion to proceed to calendar 554 S4675.
The Senator has that right. The motion is withdrawn.
I move to table Amendment 2680 and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker,
Joe and I are really grateful for your long career of activism and for being on this campaign, and you inspire us to keep going, so thank you. So I would also like to thank Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, our good friend DNC Black Caucus Chairwoman Virgie Rollins, County Executive Dave Coulter, Congressman Andy Levine, and Colleen Peters. As you probably know, Colleen is the wife of Senator Gary Peters, who we need to send back to the Senate. So, good afternoon, and thank you for being with me today. And, well, this is it, Oakland County. There are no do-overs. As of today, we have just 2 weeks left before this campaign is over. Can you believe that, 2 weeks? I mean, we've been counting down and counting down for 4 years. Yeah. So I was thinking back to the beginning of this journey, which seems like a lifetime ago. And I remembered all the people who, gosh, came up to me in grocery stores, at restaurants, at hair salons, at airports, and said, Jill, tell Joe to run. He has to run. From day one, that's what this campaign has been all about. Not Joe, not me, not Kamala, not Doug. It's been about you and all Americans who are desperate for steady leadership, for kindness, and for unity. And you have shown that the strength of this nation at its heart still beats with kindness and courage. And we saw it in the bright young faces of volunteers, people who were at the state fairs and at community centers. And we saw it in the formidable candidates who ran against Joe. The primary opponents who would go on not to concede to Joe, but to join him. Wait a minute, I got a cough. This is what happens when you're on the campaign trail and you're speaking all the time. But to join him, excited for the... Okay, Jordan. Thank you. Yeah, I was in Scranton last night till, I think, I don't know, 9 o'clock, giving speeches. So anyway, okay. So you have shown that the strength of this nation at its heart still beats with kindness and courage. So, as I was talking about the candidates, think of all the candidates that we started out with. Super, super great candidates who would not just concede to Joe, but to join him, excited for the America that we're going to build together. And we saw it, yes. And we saw it in the people from different parties who have shown up and cheered at our events. And we've seen it every day of this pandemic. Families finding the fortitude, who keep going through all this chaos and caring for each other and refusing to give up. Democrats and Republicans, rural and urban, north and south, coast to coast. We're coming together and we're lifting up each other. We're finding that our differences are precious and that our similarities are infinite. That's the soul of America that Joe is fighting for today. 4 days after our son Bo's funeral, I watched Joe shave and put on his suit. I saw him steel himself in the mirror, take a breath, put his shoulders back, and walk out into a world empty of our son. He went back to work as your vice president, and that's just who he is. There are times when I couldn't even imagine how Joe did it, how he put one foot in front of the other and kept going. But I've always understood why he did it. He did it for the daughter who pays for her mom's breast cancer screening and misses work to drive her to the clinic. He did it for the community college student who has faced homelessness but finds the grit to finish her degree. He did it for the little boy whose mom is serving as a Marine in Iraq, who puts on this brave face for their video call, and he doesn't complain when the only thing he wants for his birthday is to be with her. Joe's purpose has always driven him forward. His strength of will is unstoppable, and his faith is unshakable, because it's not in politicians or political parties or even himself. It's in the providence of God. It's in the potential of our country. His faith is in you, in us. Joe Biden will be a president for all Americans. And he has a plan to end this pandemic, to rebuild, to reimagine a future that's better than ever. So just for a minute, I want to take you to that future, because, gosh, I can't wait to get there. So picture it. It's November 4th. You wake up and it's a beautiful morning like today. Maybe you stayed up too late watching the return, so you pour yourself a cup of coffee. You go to check the news and you notice, hey, there's no pit in your stomach. Your shoulders don't tense up. You're not dreading what's going on in the world. Instead, you see the headline you've been waiting to see. Trump is fired. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by a landslide. And as you get ready for your day, you think about everything we're going to do to turn this country around. Create a national plan to end this pandemic. Protect pre-existing conditions and make sure prescription drugs are affordable. Create millions of good-paying jobs with strong worker protections. And when you go to bed that night, you don't worry about corruption or chaos in our government. You don't think about the government at all. Wouldn't that be nice? Because you know that soon we are going to have a commander-in-chief who brings out the best in us. So for the first time in a very long time, you take a deep breath and feel hope. Don't you want that November 4th? I know I do. We can get there, but not by accident. We have to get to work because this is it. We can't sit back and watch what happens. We have to decide what happens. So tell me, are you ready to vote, Michigan? Make a plan today. Don't wait and then get involved. I know you're busy. I know that all of you are stretched so thin. But this election is too important to not do every single thing we can. One vote could be the difference between winning and losing a precinct. One precinct could win a state. And one state, this great state of Michigan, could decide our future for generations to come. So will you be that one vote? Will you join us now? Okay, here's the grand finale. Will you stand with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Because I know when you do, we are going to win this. So I want to thank you for all you do. Thank you for all you're doing for your communities. Thank you for showing up right now when it matters the most. And thank you, Michigan, for your faith in an idea that's bigger than any of us. And that is that we will build a better nation. Because Michigan, we're going to do this together. So thank you for being here. Thank you. Okay.
Didn't use my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. But Mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have.
All right, we continue to bring you the very latest here on NewsNOW Live. Look at the Senate floor. We're going to keep it going right now with another live event. This is from the Biden-Harris campaign. Get out the early vote as they are doing this in Wisconsin, targeting Wisconsin voters.
And President Trump is we have Vice President Biden who wants to see us expand the Affordable Care Act, who wants to make sure that we're covering pre-existing conditions, and is not attacking it through the courts like President Trump is doing with the oral arguments before the Supreme Court literally days after this election. So it is not hyperbolic to say that this is just a meaningless election. This is the most important election of our lifetime. Without a doubt, this is the most important election. And we know what happened in Wisconsin 4 years ago. The numbers were down. In Milwaukee, the numbers were down. But I am more optimistic than ever that if people take seriously what's going on, that we're going to see a reversal of what we saw 4 years ago here. And Wisconsin is going to be in the blue column where it should be. So there's a lot of work to be done. The polls, again, are open. They're open for 1,092 hours before November 3rd. And we want people to get out there and vote. If you've asked for an absentee ballot, you can put it into one of the 15 lock boxes that we have surveillance for. You can put it in the mails, but do that quickly, no later than next Monday. Or you can go to one of our early voting locations. Or if you desire, you can go to one of the 173 locations we'll have open on November 3rd. So it's your choice. We want you to be safe. We want you to be engaged, because we're going to have an election here in Milwaukee that's filled with integrity, but with healthy people voting. We've had a great partnership with the county, and the person who's really leading the charge at the county, of course, is our new county executive, David Crowley. And it's been just a joy to work with him for the last 6 months. And it's my honor now to introduce to you Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley. Mr. County Executive.
Thank you so much, Mayor Barrett. I am Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, and it is great to be with you all this afternoon to both kick off early voting, but also to celebrate Senator Kamala Harris's birthday. To everyone who has joined us today, thank you for all the work you are doing to elect Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris, as well as Democrats up and down the ticket. A movement isn't strong just because of its leadership. It's strong because of the partners up and down the ranks who are committed to advancing its goals and priorities. Partners who have never let up even when the odds may seem long and the challenge is significant. Election after election, you have been out there making calls, sending texts, knocking on doors when safe, and donating to candidates and causes that will help move our community forward. So I want to say thank you for that. Now, we all are well aware how high the stakes are this fall. We see day in and day out the damage that Donald Trump and the Republicans are doing to our democracy and the lives of working people. And it is crystal clear how much is at stake this election for Wisconsin and our nation, because so many families are living these realities every single day. Far too many Wisconsinites and Americans have lost loved ones to COVID-19. Small businesses across Milwaukee County and our state and across the country have closed their doors for good. Hardworking folks are out of a job with unemployment insurance running out, and our economy is struggling to bounce back. The deck has already been stacked against hardworking Wisconsinites who just want the chance to get ahead. And we all deserve that opportunity. And to realize that goal, we need leaders who share it. I grew up in the inner city 53206 zip code here in Milwaukee in a family that often struggled to make ends meet. We were evicted at least 3 times during my childhood. So I know what it's like to have all of your belongings plucked from their house and tossed to the curb. And bouncing back from that, it can be tough. If Donald Trump is elected for 4 more years, it will be even tougher. With Trump in charge, we can count on one thing for certain, and that is a failure to act when Wisconsinites and Americans need leadership the most. But thankfully, we have an opportunity this election to go in a new direction, an opportunity to get our nation back on track. That means restoring the soul of our nation, taking action to make healthcare more affordable, and building our economy back than ever before. We can build back better. Our economy that puts the interests of working people ahead of the wealthiest and big corporations. We can raise the minimum wage, make it easier for unions to organize, and improve workplace safety. We can take action to make healthcare more accessible and affordable, no matter your employment status. Reduce the power of big pharmaceutical companies, bring down prescription drug prices, and expand access to critical mental health services. We can listen to science and address the existential threat of climate change. Work together. And we have to work together to work towards a 100% clean energy economy, create the green jobs of the future, and protect our clean air and water from corporate polluters. We can create a nation where we never waver on denouncing white supremacy and form communities that are welcoming to us all. Laying out a roadmap to citizenship for undocumented people, doing our part to accept and comfort refugees, and protecting our LGBTQ+ community from attacks and discrimination. All these critical issues and more are on the table and is on the ballot. Achieving our shared goals will take dedicated, principled leadership. And now is the time for leaders who will put American people before their own personal interests. Leaders who have the compassion, empathy, and vision necessary to guide us to better days. Joe and Kamala are those leaders, and I'm so excited to work arm in arm with you all to achieve victory in this election. To make that happen, it will take all of us, making calls, sending texts, and doing everything else to safely get out the vote. And if you haven't voted yet, you need to go out and do it early and encourage your friends and loved ones to vote early as well. Everyone needs a plan to be a voter and be a part of our effort to defeat Donald Trump. We need to unite and energize voters across Milwaukee County and beyond. It is clear that the path to the White House runs through Wisconsin, and we need to dominate right here in our own backyard in Milwaukee County to turn our state blue. This is no small task, but together we have achieved momentous victories before, and I know we have exactly what it takes to do it again. So let us recommit ourselves to our efforts, prepare for the final days, and go full speed toward victory. Thank you, and God bless. And now I'd like to turn it over to my good friend and Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes.
Thanks so much, David, for the introduction. Thank you all for being here and joining us today as we kick off early voting in my hometown of Milwaukee. Again, I'm Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. I could not be more fired up to celebrate the first day of early voting, but also to celebrate the birthday of our next Vice President of the United States of America in a place that is absolutely critical. Again, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I just want to give a big thank you to the soon-to-be Vice President for once again demonstrating that Milwaukee is high on our list. It's one of the Biden-Harris campaign's top priorities. As Senator, she spent her birthday here fighting for our city and our state. And she also chose Milwaukee last month to be her first in-person campaign stop since becoming a nominee. So I'm starting to think that she may like us, which is a great thing because we like her. And I had an honor to host a roundtable that featured the senator with local business owners. And we were able to celebrate entrepreneurship and discuss what needs to happen to make our economy more equitable and more accessible and also more inclusive for people, especially who've been left out for so long. And as Lieutenant Governor, equity has been high on my list of guiding principles, along with sustainability. And my campaign and our administration has focused on the essentials of opportunity, and that's education, it's healthcare, it's the environment, but also a fair economy. A state where every child has a fair shot to reach their fullest potential, regardless of their zip code. And we know that this vision cannot be truly realized without leadership at the federal level, without actual leaders in the White House. Our 10 electoral votes, as we know, are going to determine the course of this nation and, quite frankly, the course of this planet. And we can't afford to lose that perspective over the next 14 days. And like I said, we can always talk about how awful Donald Trump's leadership has been, or just lack thereof, over the last 4 years, like how he still has no plan for COVID-19 after nearly 9 months of knowing how deadly the virus would be, and also recognizing that we are in the middle of an economic downturn, and Wisconsin is being hit especially hard, especially here in Milwaukee, where families are paying for his failure to act with their lives and their livelihood. Now, instead of expanding life-saving care, we see the president in court to overturn the to overturn the Affordable Care Act, which will strip protections from some 2.4 million Wisconsinites with pre-existing conditions. That is almost half of our state's population during a pandemic, no less. And he's also trying to ram through a Supreme Court nominee to rig the court in his favor. But I am here to talk about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their plan to jumpstart our economy, to jumpstart this nation and move us all forward, because Joe and Kamala have made it abundantly clear that we will never get the economy back on its feet unless we control the virus first. They know it's not a choice between our health and our economy, but that the two are inextricably linked. And we know that with the Biden-Harris administration, we have a real chance of overcoming so many of the past failures and the opportunity to build back a better nation where all working people can join a union and earn $15 an hour, where healthcare is accessible, affordable, and available for everybody, along with a secure retirement, where we have clean air to breathe and clean water to drink, and where we work diligently to dismantle the systemic racism that exists in so many areas of our lives and achieve true justice and equity for all people. We know that we have the opportunity to vote for a ticket that is committed to building our country back better and bringing everybody along. But make no mistake, we know that this is going to be a close election. That's why the work that we do in the final 14 days is going to be so critical, and we have to make our voices heard. And this year, there are so many ways to do that. There's an option for everyone to cast their ballot, and we have to work collectively to make sure that everyone knows how easy and convenient it is to vote early. And as of today, you can join the over 900,000 Wisconsinites who have already returned absentee ballots, and you can take action to move this country forward. So if you have not already, please make a plan to vote. It is easy to vote early. You can head to iwillvote.com/WI, and you can find all the information that you need. And here in Wisconsin, you can register when you vote. So just bring your photo ID and a proof of residence. And if you do still plan on voting by mail, you should plan to send your ballot in as soon as possible. And the last day is October 25th. Make sure you get it done long before that. And you can also vote early in person at early voting sites across the city. And of course, you can also still vote in person on Election Day, November 3rd, but please be sure to take every precaution necessary to keep yourself safe, as well as our poll workers who are on the front lines of democracy. If you do need to make sure you bring your ID, wear a mask, And if you can, bring your own pen, blue or black ink, preferably. And if you have any questions about how to register or cast your ballot, call the Voter Assistance Hotline, which is 608-336-3232. And if you also have some free time, we want you to volunteer with the campaign in the final stretch. We need you to help us make sure that all Wisconsinites have a plan to vote, and that our own friends, our family members, and our neighbors and coworkers also have a plan. So please keep making calls, keep sending texts, please keep posting on social media, doing everything that you can do to spread the word, do everything that you can do possibly to help elect Joe Biden and Democrats up and down the ballot in all parts of our state. Joe and Kamala cannot do it alone. They need every single one of us to play their part. I am doing everything that I can do. I'm going to leave it all on the field. So vote, bring your friends and family with you, because we are in a battle for the soul of our nation. But together, we will win. Let's get this done, Milwaukee. And now I want to turn it over to my good friend, my partner in justice, and all things to move this nation forward, our Congresswoman, Gwen Moore.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Burns. I'm always so heartened to hear you speak. You're such a powerful voice for the state. And I want to join all of you in wishing my sister's friend, soon to be the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, a happy birthday. She certainly brings balance to this ticket, and she'll bring balance, peace, and reconciliation to our country. And I'm so delighted to be able to share this birthday with her 2 weeks before she becomes our presidential nominee. I just want to join everyone in repeating much of what you've already heard. The early vote has really started in Milwaukee, and I was so excited to see the numbers of people who braved the virus and the chilly weather to start exercising that right. And Milwaukee, we can be the first in our country to vote early, to make sure that we have a plan to vote early. You know, we can register to vote early. You know, you can bring your photo ID, even if it's expired, people, or if you've moved. Just bring one of your bills. You got a lot of those for proof of evidence. It couldn't be more clear that our lives and the character of the country is on the ballot this year. And we cannot afford to just sit back and wait. We cannot do it. Stakes are so incredibly high. You know, Wisconsin communities are facing multiple crises right now. There's a painful economic recession going on, global health pandemic, and of course, our pre-COVID conditions were not good as well. So we are really depending on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to help us build back better. We just cannot go back to our pre-COVID conditions. We've got to build back better. Nobody knows that more than Joe. Because, you know, Joe thinks that the good old days just weren't good enough. So our recovery should include all of us, no matter what our race is. We should get a fair return on our efforts in this economy. But we've got to do our part in order to do this. We've got to go vote. Go to iwillvote.com/WI to get information. Don't be fooled. Don't become complacent. You've got to make sure that you are not disenfranchised. Don't forget, in Wisconsin, you can register to vote when you go vote in person. All you need is that ID, proof of residence, and even if that ID is expired or you've moved, just go and bring one of your bills. I know you got a We Energies bill, and show that you actually live there. You can vote. If any questions about how to register to vote or cast your vote, don't hesitate to call that voter assistance hotline at 608-336-3232, 608-336-3232. And then sign up to volunteer with the campaign in these final days, that you can text people, so you can call people, so that we can make sure that all Wisconsinites have a plan to vote, and that our friends and our family and our coworkers also have their plan. You know, keep making those calls, sending those texts, post on social media. Even I post on social media. and spread the word. Do everything we can to help elect Joe and Kamala and Democrats up and down the ballot. Joe and Kamala can't do it alone. Just as Yellow Pain says, we have got to do our part to make sure that we vote up and down the ballot. Do what the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. told us. We have got to elect people who will do justice and walk humbly with God. So vote, bring your friends and family with you, because we're in a battle for the soul of our nation. Together, we're going to win it. Let's get it done, Milwaukee, and let me tell you, nobody is better to be in this fight with us than our own Senator Tammy Baldwin. As you know, Tammy Baldwin is the author of the provision in the Affordable Care Act that is so at risk right now, and that is being able to keep kids on their parents' insurance until they're 21. So I'm so happy to turn it over to our good friend and our own Senator Tammy Baldwin.
Thank you so much, Gwen. It is a delight to join you and follow you. Look, early in-person voting has started in Milwaukee, but you can be the first one to move our country forward. So make a plan to vote early. Head to iwillvote.com/WI for more voting information. Now, as you know, in Wisconsin, you can register when you vote. Just bring your photo ID and proof of residence. It couldn't be more clear that our lives and our livelihoods are on the ballot this November. And so is the character of this country, which is why we need to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Here in Wisconsin, we can play a pivotal role in moving our country forward. We must make our voices heard. There is an option for everyone to cast their ballot, and we have to work collectively to make sure everybody knows how. So the stakes are incredibly high. Wisconsin communities are facing multiple crises right now, including a painful economic recession and global health pandemic. And we have another crisis, a president who ignores all of it and has absolutely no plan. Instead of preparing for a virus that he knew would lead to a pandemic, President Trump lied. He lied to the American people. 9 months in, he still doesn't have a plan to contain the virus. And as Wisconsin shatters all previous state records of confirmed cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, Trump said we are rounding the corner. I don't know what corner he's talking about. As a deadly disease rips through our communities, he has failed to do his job on purpose. And it didn't have to be this bad. Instead of fighting for working families, President Trump is looking out for his rich friends and for Wall Street interests. Instead of bringing our country together during a historic movement for racial justice, he tore us apart. Instead of conceding that whoever wins the election should appoint the next Supreme Court justice, he's ramming through a nominee in order to gut the Affordable Care Act during a once-in-a-generation, once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Over 4 years, he's shown that he is unable or unwilling to move our country forward. The good news is it doesn't have to be this way. We have a candidate in Joe Biden with the experience to help us recover and the empathy to help our country heal. Joe knows that the middle class isn't a number, it's a value set. Joe has a plan to end this pandemic, and as soon as there's a safe and effective vaccine, he'll make sure that it's available to everyone, everywhere, no matter where you live or how much you can pay. Instead of trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act and allow insurance companies to write the rules and discriminate against the more than 2.4 million Wisconsinites who have pre-existing health conditions, Joe's going to build on it. He's going to lower the cost of health care. And instead of fighting for tax giveaways for the Mar-a-Lago crowd, Joe will build our economy back better, and this time deal everyone in. So Joe won't just bring us back to the way things were before President Trump. For too many, the good old days weren't so good to begin with. In this recovery, he'll bring everyone along, regardless of your race, your hometown, or your tax bracket. And he'll build back an America that's better than it's ever been. An economy where every American enjoys a fair return for their work and an equal chance to get ahead. And an economy more vibrant and more powerful precisely because everyone will be cut into the deal. But to get there, you and I have to do our part. We must vote. Go to iwillvote.com/WI to make your plan to vote early. And make no mistake, this election is going to be close. And that's why we need to dig deep in these last 2 weeks to make sure that everyone knows how easy and convenient it is to vote early. As we've said throughout this call, if you're voting by mail, you should plan to send your ballot in as soon as possible, and at the latest by October 25th. And you can vote early in person at early voting sites across the city. And of course, you can vote in person at your polling place on Election Day, November 3rd. Don't forget, in Wisconsin, you can register when you vote. Just bring your ID and proof of residence. And if you have any questions about how to register or cast your ballot, call the Voter Assistance Hotline at 608-336-3232. Then sign up to volunteer with the campaign in these final days. We must make sure that Wisconsinites have a plan to vote, and that our friends, our family, our coworkers, our neighbors also have their plans. Keep on making calls, sending text, posting on social media, and spreading the word. Do everything you can to help elect Joe and Democrats up and down the ballot. Joe and Kamala cannot do it alone. They need every single one of us to do our part. So vote and bring your friends and family with you, because we are in the battle for the soul of our nation. And together, we will win it. Let's get it done, Milwaukee. Now, before I turn it over to my dear friend and my colleague, Senator Kamala Harris, I wanted to wish her a very happy birthday from all of us in the Badger State. Now, Kamala, don't tell us what your birthday wish is, but I bet we can all guess. So get ready to blow out your candle. Just a second here. Happy birthday, Kamala. Now blow it out. Make a wish. Blow it out.
Oh, that's so great.
You got it.
I did. I blew it out. Oh, Tammy. Oh, that's beautiful. I virtually received that, and I thank you. I thank you. Oh, that's so thoughtful of you. And while we have all the friends, I just want to thank you all for sending Senator Tammy Baldwin to the United States Senate. We have worked closely together on a number of issues. She is constantly fighting for the people of Milwaukee. I can't say this often enough. The people, I mean, the entire state of Wisconsin, we sit in meetings, in the caucus meetings with our colleagues, and Tammy is always standing up. No cameras in the room, or whether cameras in the room or not. Always standing up for the people of Wisconsin, always standing up for working people, always standing up for families, and really is a conscience of the United States Senate. So thank you for sending her there. Tammy, thank you for your friendship and for the birthday greetings. Congresswoman Gwen Moore, you are a force. You are a force. We serve together in many ways, including in the Congressional Black Caucus. You are always, I both Tammy and you, every visit I pay to Wisconsin, you are there. And beforehand, you brief me so that I will make sure that when I am in Wisconsin, I am in tune with the issues and aware of the needs of the people of the state. And so I thank you, Gwen Moore, for your leadership and friendship. County Executive David Crowley, thank you for all that you do. Mayor Tom Barrett, it's great to see you. And Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, I want to thank you. The last time I was physically in Wisconsin, we were there together. You convened a group of leaders, community leaders, small business leaders, Black entrepreneurs. It was very insightful. It was a wonderful visit, and I want to thank you for your leadership and your friendship. So thank you to everybody. It's great to be with you. So we are 14 days away from this election, and today is the first day of early voting in Wisconsin. My birthday. That was my little indulgence. But, you know, I actually started the day being in Milwaukee virtually. I did a number of radio interviews, and I was so excited to hear. I was speaking with various Milwaukee leaders, and I was so excited to hear about how at the very first hour of early voting this morning, people were lined up. And I just want to say thank you for that, because what a great beginning. Now, we got to see it through, but what a great beginning. And I think it speaks, first of all, to the leadership of the people I've just mentioned, and all of the community leaders, the faith-based leaders, so many folks who have reminded everybody and reminded their family members and their friends and their neighbors about what is at stake in this election. And as Joe Biden always says, the thing that is at stake, reigning over all of it, is the soul of America. But let's look at where we are. We're in the midst of a pandemic, which has, at this point, taken the lives of over 220,000 Americans in just the last several months. We're looking at the fact that over 8 million people who have contracted this virus, thank God that they are living, but with still untold long-term health consequences, including what classification they are now going to be in, which is to have a pre-existing condition. We're looking at the fact that because of this public health pandemic, we're in the midst of a recession that is being compared to the Great Depression. People in Wisconsin and Milwaukee, I know, and all across our country are driving into food lines, parked for hours, hoping that by the time they get to the end of the line, the food is still there. Nationally, we're looking at 1 in 5 mothers describing her children under the age of 12 as being hungry. You know, we're not talking enough about the fact that we're dealing with a hunger crisis on top of it all. People in Milwaukee being unable to or finding it very difficult in very large percentages to pay the rent, September's rent, October's rent. So all of this in terms of the economic impact. And then, you know, we're looking at these crises that are as a result of the COVID, and then we are also dealing with the long overdue reckoning in America in terms of America's history and existence of racial injustice. And we're looking at the crisis of climate and what that is doing and what it has been doing around our country, from the west, from where I come, with the fires that have been raging all across the western states, to the storms that have been hitting the Gulf Coast, to what has been happening in the Midwest in terms of farmers and floods and losing a season of crops. So these are the things that have been happening in our country. And in addition, we're looking at the issue of the United States Supreme Court and what is happening in terms of COVID. And then in the midst of that, we're dealing with a push by members of the United States Congress to ram through a Supreme Court nominee, and to do that for political purposes. Meanwhile, sitting on their desk is a bill that would bring relief to the American people. And it's been sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk for over 150 days and moving nowhere in the United States Senate. And so all of this, in addition to what we know has been the President, Donald Trump, trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act in the United States Supreme Court because he's had this weird obsession with trying to get rid of whatever Barack Obama and Joe Biden created. And in so doing, if they are successful, would not only get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which brought health care to over 20 million people. That means over 20 million people will lose their coverage. But they would also, as a result of getting rid of the Affordable Care Act, get rid of the protections that it created for people with pre-existing conditions. People like diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease. In Wisconsin, 2.4 million residents have pre-existing conditions. So this is what we're looking at. And frankly, I think that it is more than fair to say that Donald Trump has exhibited a reckless disregard for human life. And there's just no denying that. And again, when we're looking at the numbers who have been on unemployment, the numbers who have been impacted by COVID, the numbers who have been impacted by the existence of all that has happened in terms of the death and the cover-up in our country. And so where I am now is that we need to look at where we are in terms of Joe's vision, okay? Because clearly Donald Trump, they knew what was going on. They knew that it could hurt people. They had the information since January. They covered it up. They gave people no indication of how serious it was. They didn't give families enough time to make decisions about how they would live their lives, how they would protect their families, and this is where we are. And so what we have to do is we got to elect Joe Biden. We have to elect Joe Biden. You know, Tammy talked about it, that Joe has a plan, and we have a plan, and part of it is starting with containing COVID. And, you know, the thing about Joe is that he has a deep understanding of how our government works. He has an understanding of what it means to manage a crisis. He dealt with these crises in the past, whether it be the Great Recession, when he pushed through the Recovery Act, or what he did to work on containing Ebola. Joe has talked about a plan for COVID since March, and it's a plan that is about saving lives and saving the economy. And, you know, Joe and I believe, and this is a very big difference between us and Donald Trump, we believe that you can measure the health and the well-being of the economy not based on how rich people are doing, but based on how working people are doing. And ours is going to be economic policy that is about supporting and holding up working people. We will not increase taxes for anybody making under $400,000 a year. But what we will do is we will eliminate the Trump tax cut for the wealthy, the top 1% and the biggest corporations. We will invest in people who need help with health care and better schools and child care. We will protect Social Security and Medicare. These are the things that we will do. Because we understand if we want to build up America's economy, we have to build up working people. And the bottom line is also doing it in a way that unites the American people, that brings us together. Joe and I are particularly proud of a broad coalition that we have built, one of the broadest coalitions that we've seen in a presidential race. Democrats, of course, but also Republicans and independents and people of every race and every background coming together around an umbrella of understanding that we are better than this as a nation and that we are all in this together. So that's the spirit with which we are in this campaign and the work that we are doing over the next 14 days. It is about building back up better. It is about unifying our country. It is about speaking to our higher purpose and ideals and doing the work that is necessary to remind everyone that they are not alone. We are all in this together, and we're going to get through this together. So 14 days to go. And again, early voting starts today. Wisconsin, you're the key. Milwaukee, we need you. and you can register when you vote. It's important to know that. You will just need a photo ID and proof of residence. Proof of residence could include your driver's license or your state ID or, you know, your utility bills. But it is important that you vote early. Please make a plan to vote. Vote early. Urge others to vote early. I know you've heard it before, but go to the website, iwillvote.com/WI, and make sure that your vote is counted and that your voice through your vote is heard. Because listen, even though some people are trying to confuse folks about the election and the process of voting, some people are trying to suggest that your vote won't matter. No, what they understand is that when you vote, you have power. They understand the power of your vote. That's why they're trying to discourage you. But let's not let anyone ever take our power from us. We won't do that. We vote to honor the ancestors, which includes folks like the great late John Lewis. We vote to honor the ancestors like those suffragettes 100 years ago this year who passed and helped pass the 19th Amendment. We vote because we know what's at stake, from health care to the economy, to the standing of our nation and the unity of our nation. And we vote because we know our power. And we vote because we know when we vote, things change and we win. Thank you, Milwaukee. Thank you.
I just want to be yourself. Don't sweat, girl.
That was the event there with Kamala Harris trying to get that early vote in Wisconsin and Milwaukee there. Live look right now at the U.S. Senate floor as we continue to roll on here on News Now from Fox, taking out to Pennsylvania right now, where we are awaiting President Trump. You can see the supporters there in the background behind the podium. Still 2 hours to go until that rally, but we already have the shot up here for you. News Now on Fox continues worldwide here for you. We want to take you out to Illinois, getting a COVID-19 update that just wrapped up a little bit ago, and unfortunately they got to roll back some of their big-time mandates because in some counties they are seeing surges once again.
The average of 8% or above. That means that starting on Friday, 4 counties, Will, Kankakee, DuPage, and Kane, will all see the heightened resurgence mitigations already in place in Region 1, that's in northwestern Illinois. New restrictions were announced yesterday for Region 5, southern Illinois, so that means 4 of our 11 regions have triggered our fail-safe state action metric. By the end of this week, those 4 regions will be operating under the standard resurgence mitigations. That includes no indoor dining or indoor bar service, limiting in-person gatherings to no more than 25 individuals. As you may know, when the regional positivity rate averages 6.5% or less for 3 consecutive days, then the resurgence mitigations can be removed from those regions. If the positivity rate averages between 6.5 and 8%, the new mitigations will remain in place and unchanged. If the positivity rate averages greater than or equal to 8% after 14 days, more stringent Tier 2 or Tier 3 mitigations can be applied to further reduce spread of the virus. The new wave of the virus is disrupting small businesses in these regions, so they will receive priority consideration for the $220 million in the current round of business interruption grants. A description of the grants and an application form can be found online at dceo.illinois.gov. At this point, of the 7 regions that are still operating under Phase 4 of our Restore Illinois plan, that is without additional resurgence mitigations, 5 are now at a rolling positivity average above 7%, with the other 2 above 6.5%. All continue to show increases over last week, and most regions of the state continue to see increases in COVID-related hospital admissions. As colder weather approaches and flu season is upon us, we're going to see the rippling effects of these current unfortunate trends. The massive surge of cases in our neighboring states will continue to have a spillover effect. There is no easy fix for the effects of this virus on our economy and on our public health. But we will manage through this. We're Midwestern tough here in Illinois. We know how to deal with a crisis, and we know how to take care of each other. If you're getting tired and you've let your guard down, now is the time to pick it back up. Mask up. Wash your hands. Keep your distance. We have to manage through this until the effective treatments and vaccines are fully tested and ready for distribution. For now, to keep our economy moving forward and to get our kids back in school, we have to do our part to reduce the spread of the virus. We have to do this for each other, for our schools, for our small businesses. We can and we will. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ngozi Ezike. Doctor.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. And of course, thank you, Governor Pritzker, for your continued leadership throughout this pandemic. I commend everyone who has taken this virus seriously since the beginning. It is not easy to take the right path. Sometimes taking quite hard, and that's very true in the situation we have here. But with your support and understanding, Illinois will avoid a much tougher situation than we find ourselves today. We still have a lot of work to do. We must continue to make strides against COVID-19 as the cases, as the hospitalizations, as the deaths grow each day throughout our state. Numbers throughout most of the regions are trending in the wrong direction. If your region does have the implemented mitigation measures, please, let's get on board and help our community to get back on track. It's been done before. We did it together as a state to get to phase 4. Let's do what we can to progress further. We know what works. Wear your face covering. Watch your distance. Wash your hands. Keep to smaller groups. Those simple actions keep you, your family, and your community safe. Another important piece, I can't say it enough, get your flu shot. I know many of you have never even gotten a flu shot, so why should you start now? Well, first of all, if you develop the flu for the first time, everyone will be looking to see if you have COVID. But you also don't want to run the risk of getting flu and COVID at the same time, nor do we want to use an additional bed for a flu hospitalization, as we don't have any definitive cures or vaccine for the coronavirus. Today, we are reporting 3,714 new cases of COVID-19 for a total of 350,875 total cases. Since yesterday, most regrettably, we have lost another 41 individuals for a total of 9,277 total lives lost. In the last 24 hours, 59,077 labs were reported for a total now of more than 6.8 million tests. In the hospital overnight with COVID were 2,261 individuals. Of those, 489 were in the ICU and 195 were on ventilators. These figures represent lives, parents, grandparents, co-workers who will not be with us at Thanksgiving. We have a deadly virus that is still prevalent throughout the state of Illinois. Let's please get together, band together, because none of us can do this alone. Individualism won't get us through this pandemic. We have to work together. Buenas tardes y gracias al gobernador Pritzker por su continuo liderazgo durante esta pandemia. De hecho, felicito a todas las personas que han pedido que 1,000 pruebas de la.
We are seeing an increase of COVID-19 hospitalizations across the Advocate Aurora system, and the percentage of positive COVID cases are rising. At Advocate Sherman Hospital and across our communities in Kane and the surrounding counties, we are seeing the start of what is most likely the second wave. Wisconsin is already surging, and Northern Illinois is likely next. The actions we take today to slow and spread the virus will define what happens in the coming weeks to months. Wearing a mask, washing your hands, and keeping distance from one another will prevent the spread of this illness and ultimately save lives. I myself have had the unfortunate event where both my mother-in-law and my mother have had major medical procedures during the pandemic, and my family's not been able to attend to them as they'd like to. It's difficult for everybody, for all family members, but we know what to do to keep them safe. If you must gather, please remain 6 feet apart. If you're inside, wear a mask. It's the only way to help keep the spread contained. But it'll take all of us working together to protect one another. If we do not take these basic steps, we won't be able to slow the spread of the pandemic and its potentially deadly consequences. And the harder it will be on our healthcare system, and we will put our frontline healthcare workers in danger as we head into this winter time. So please help care for our communities across the northwest suburbs. So this is an evolving situation. We have surge plans. We meet weekly to discuss the impact of the pandemic and what it may mean for our hospital. We work in collaboration within our system at Advocate Aurora to coordinate care, to reallocate resources as needed, to meet our patients' needs, to serve our communities. Now, as a reminder, if you have mild symptoms of COVID-19, it's best to quarantine and recover at home to reduce exposure of others, but seek medical attention if needed. The state of Illinois, under the leadership of Governor Pritzker, has put together an excellent free program to help you monitor your symptoms and get connected with support you need. We at Advocate are proud to partner with the state of Illinois for the benefit of our residents and for those that are COVID confirmed positive. This includes virtual check-ins, educational information that's available 24/7, alert monitoring, and in some cases, home monitoring kits, which include a thermometer, a portable device to measure oxygen level, known as a pulse oximeter, and other tools. Those in need of these services can call the COVID hotline on our website, advocatehealth.com. Listen, this is a highly contagious virus that can affect anyone. It does not discriminate. At Sherman Hospital, we've seen a disproportionate impact upon our Hispanic community, which we serve. As a large health system, we are committed to the education and the awareness of the virus, and we have included outreach programs and campaigns to our Spanish-speaking families. We know that this year, more than any other year, it's extremely important to get your flu vaccination. As Dr. Ezike had mentioned earlier, this is why we are offering at Advocate free flu shots for our expanding Hispanic communities as part of an effort to improve health equity and to ensure everyone has access to the flu vaccine. Now, everyone that's over 6 months of age should get a flu shot. It's never been more important than now as we're entering this flu season, and of course we'll be fighting 2 viruses at once. Listen, we know what works to protect our families, our neighbors, our healthcare workers, and our community. Stay strong, keep up your resolve, continue to social distance, wear a mask, and wash your hands. Follow the guidelines. This is a call to serve one another in order to save one another. Thank you. Governor Pritzker, questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Happy to take any questions from members of the media. Yes, ma'am.
I know no indoor dining for bars and restaurants in the counties within you. Are there any other restrictions for gyms, churches, synagogues, schools that are private schools and that have already started hybrid learning?
Remember that all of the existing mitigations under Phase 4 of our Restore Illinois plan, those remain as they are. These are resurgence mitigations for areas where the positivity rate has gone up or where they've tripped other metrics, and that's where indoor dining, indoor bar service are being temporarily halted, and where we're reducing the number of people who can from 50 to 25. But you can find all of the mitigations that are associated with resurgence mitigations, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 on the IDPH website.
Governor, can
yes,
Dr. ZK too would weigh in on this?
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, Dr. Arwady spoke to worried about gatherings within the home.
Yeah.
And they also, the city, you all contradicted each other. So the city is saying the spread is going on within the home, and that restaurants and bars, they're not necessarily seeing that in their contact tracing. Is the state seeing that the spread is going on because of bars and restaurants being more open?
Yes, and there are pages and pages and pages of studies from around the world, from around the United States, not to mention articles that in fact, most of the media, if you would like them, happy to have my press secretary send them as well. I mean, literally talking about piles of these studies that show that bars and restaurants are spreading locations, significant spreading locations. It is also true, though, and I want to commend Dr. Arwady for saying, as she did, that private gatherings are another major spreading opportunity for the virus, something that we all need to be very, very careful about. It's not so much your own family that you're living in a pod with every day as it is when you're inviting either other family that don't live with you, friends over. I'm not saying you can't do that. All we're saying is, as Dr. Ezike said the other day, that maintain social distance even when you're having friends over. It's okay, 6 feet is not that far. Wearing a mask when you don't know them, that they've been tested or that they're COVID-free, it's an appropriate thing, making sure that people have hand sanitizer available to them, that they wash their hands, etc. These are all things that we're going to have to get used to, especially during this winter season, especially during the holidays when we know we all want to get together with our friends and family.
Governor, if I may
Yes, ma'am.
ask you, understandably, there's a lot of
And that was the update there in Illinois on the very latest of COVID-19, as it looks like they are going to be making some drawbacks there in Illinois as they are seeing a surge in several counties right now. We're going to take you out here. We got to show you this traffic cam in Minnesota. What is that? That is snow. October snowstorm. They are getting pounded right now, and we have a reporter out there from our Fox 9 sister station in Minneapolis giving us the breakdown. Hannah Flood right here. And Hannah, what is going on here? You're in the midst of it right now.
I know, right? It came today, it came quickly, and it is just dumping on us here in Minnesota. Now, of course, we're used to snow here, right? We have snow, it feels like 6 months out of the year, but it's pretty rare to get snow this early in October, and pretty rare for it to come down the first time like this so heavily. I want to show you what kind of snow we're talking about. Here in Minnesota, we have different categories for different kinds of snow, and today it's that perfect snowball snow, nice and packy. The problem is, though, it does create some issues out on the road because when this snow gets packed down from tires, it can get slick on top. So those driving warnings are out there today for people to take it slow on the roads. But yeah, we're getting quite a lot of snow in Minnesota here today, really early in the season.
But as you just saw,
yeah, you are definitely getting it right now. And I hate to tell you, because here in Arizona, it's going to be about 96 degrees today, and we would definitely trade some of that because it was the hottest summer on record, and we really would love to trade with you right now. But how are the road conditions right now, Hannah?
It hurts to even hear you say that you would trade 94 degrees for below 34 degrees. What we're experiencing here, trust me, you wouldn't. You would not if you were experiencing it. Roads right now, like I said, because it is this kind of heavier, wetter, warmer, packy snow, the roads are a little slick out there. I know that we're hearing reports, especially on the big highways, of some spinouts. This time of year we see a lot of trucks jackknifing because the road is so slippery. And always the first snowstorm of the year, I feel like it takes people a while to, get their winter driving back on track. So usually this first snowfall of the year can be a little bit of a disaster for drivers out there. We just kind of forget how slow you have to take it, forget how much you have to slow down ahead of those stops.
So we haven't heard of any major incidents so far, but as we get into the rush hour here, we're definitely keeping our eye on things, especially those main highways where we see a lot of those spinouts.
Now, we know you guys are used to it out there in Minnesota, but how rare is this to have it this early, though, that you're seeing?
You know, it is pretty rare. I mean, last year we didn't get snow until right around Thanksgiving time, so this early, any time before Halloween is usually a pretty rare event. There was a huge Halloween blizzard here in 1991 that everybody talks about, so nothing can quite compare to that, where they got literally feet of snow on Halloween. But this does come as a big surprise. Everyone that we've been out talking to these last couple of days in preparation for this has said it's just too early. I think, of course, with COVID this year, this early of snow really complicates things because so many restaurants were using outdoor space because we do have capacity limitations for indoor dining. A lot of schools were utilizing outdoor space so they weren't so crowded in classrooms. So this really is going to complicate COVID-19 in Minnesota right now because there's not a lot of options outdoors right now unless you want to look like me and be covered in snow. So the good news is, though, it's supposed to get back up into the balmy 40s here by the end of the week. So a lot of this snow is going to melt before we get our next round, which will hopefully be a little later in November when we're more used to it.
Yeah, that would be more fitting there. All right, thank you so much for breaking it down for us, and be safe out there to you and your crew. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye. And we continue on here on News Now from Fox. Here's what we have coming up for you in a little bit. Of course, we will have President Trump rally expected in less than 2 hours. That'll be from Pennsylvania as Campaign 2020 does continue. We are less than 14 days away from that. We do want to take you out to the Capitol right now, where we will be taking a quick 2-minute break, but we will continue more coverage here on News Now from Fox. And some of you are staying with us here in the coverage, so we are going to continue on here worldwide here for you. This is the shot that we're getting from NASA right now as they are about to, we're about 40 minutes away from their big mission where they will be collecting samples from an asteroid. But earlier today, our very own Stephanie Weaver talked to NASA to give us a little breakdown of what we can expect coming up here in just a couple of moments.
Scientists with the OSIRIS-REx mission. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
This is a historic mission for NASA. Would you call it that, historic?
I would. This is the first time that NASA will be collecting a sample from an asteroid to bring back to Earth to study.
Now, take me back, because I've been following this since 2018. Tell me about the initial process, the initial development of deciding to do something like this.
So I got involved with OSIRIS, as it was called, in 2004. It was a competitive process and took 3 tries to win, eventually called OSIRIS-REx. We reproposed in 2010, were selected in 2011. And what that means is when you're selected, NASA thinks you've got a good idea, and they're willing to have you demonstrate that concept. And so we developed the engineering, the science, had it vetted, had it studied, and then built and tested the spacecraft. That was from 2011 to launch in 2016. After launch, the spacecraft arrived at Bend in 2018, where it began studying the asteroid. It's a very small asteroid, only about 500 yards across. It orbits the sun between Earth and Mars. Right now, it's 18.5 light minutes away, but it's a very small asteroid. The spacecraft is orbiting it. It's actually a world's record smallest orbit around the world's record smallest object by a spacecraft. We've been studying this asteroid to understand its makeup and choose the safest and most scientifically exciting sampling site to collect a sample today to bring back to Earth in 2023.
And because it is so small, that can create some challenges.
Without a doubt, we need to update the orbit of the spacecraft all the time because the perturbations from the very rocky surface, the heat coming off the spacecraft, the heat coming off the asteroid, that all changes the orbital parameters a little bit. Because it's such a small object, the spacecraft can go anywhere, but it also means that the spacecraft can go anywhere. So the spacecraft right now is autonomous. We turned the keys over to the spacecraft this morning, where it will fly above the sampling site we call Nightingale. Make sure it's in the right position, go through a checkpoint, and then match rotation called match point, and then also verify its position, and then do a free fall. Gravity is so small, this free fall takes 20 minutes before it touches the surface. At 5 yards above the surface, the spacecraft can decide, is this still a safe spot? If it isn't, the spacecraft can back away, we can try again. If it is a safe spot, as it has been in our rehearsals, the spacecraft will then descend, touch the surface with a 10-foot long pogo stick that has like an old car air filter on the end. So it's like a backwards vacuum cleaner. We blow a jet of nitrogen gas on the surface that scoops up somewhere between 2 ounces and 4 pounds of rocks and dirt and dust from the surface. Back away from the asteroid, make sure the spacecraft is okay, measure how much sample we have, and decide if it's enough or if we have to try again.
Wow. Quite a process.
Yes.
Going back to those sampling sites, your team had to come up with a couple different sampling sites in order to determine the right one that it was going to choose to land on.
We thought back when we were designing the mission that Bennu was going to be a pretty smooth object, like a sandy beach. This is based on something called thermal inertia, which is how fast the surface warms up and cools down in day and night. We can measure this with telescopes. And that told us that it was going to be a smooth surface. Well, our data was right, but our interpretation was wrong. When we got to the asteroid, we discovered, in fact, it's a very rough surface, craggy and kind of scary. What turns out is that it's rough, but the surface is really brittle. So it thermally behaves like small pieces. That's because it's not really well connected. It's very almost fluffy, we believe. And so that meant that the surface didn't have the big sandy spots we were hoping for. So we had to totally redesign our plan to collect the sample. Initially, we thought we could target a 50-yard wide circle. Well, now we have to target an 8-yard wide circle. So we have a brilliant team of scientists and engineers and managers, and we have a very well built, very well designed spacecraft. And so we can make those changes. We had enough time to study the asteroid, to choose the top 50, then down select to 16, top 8, final 4, and then our #1 site, Nightingale.
Nightingale. And is this still only the size of 6 parking spaces for landing?
About, yes. So we're landing an SUV on a pogo stick for 5 seconds in a few parking spaces. But everything happens very slowly, and the spacecraft is autonomous, so we're not joysticking it. Our rehearsals show perfect performance. We anticipate the same today. If it isn't, we have a plan.
And that plan is to grab that material and bring it back.
So if we have problems, we'll try again. But if we don't, or once we succeed, we'll get the sample, stow it in the sample return canister. We can depart the orbit of Bennu as early as this spring. It's just like there's a launch window, there's also a return window. And it comes back to Earth September 24th, 2023 at just before 9 a.m. on 9 a.m. Sunday Mountain Daylight Time in Utah. The most exciting part for me, I think, is that 75% of the sample we bring back is archived for future generations. So your viewers, the children of your viewers, people not yet born, can come up with new ideas, new ways of asking the sample questions, and looking at things in ways that we haven't thought of today. Just like Apollo samples, which were collected 50 years ago, are being analyzed now by scientists not yet born. I have the hope that scientists who are not yet born, or perhaps watching your show now, can analyze a sample long after I'm gone.
Well said. What are you hoping to learn from this mission?
The most important thing for me is to understand our origins, the origin of the solar system, perhaps the origin of life on Earth or Mars, Enceladus, Europa, what have you, by looking at these fragments of the early solar system, ancient rocks and dust and organic compounds, minerals, grains, to help us understand how the solar system got put together. Also, asteroids pose potential hazards. And so Bennu has a chance of hitting the Earth in well over 100 years, in the late 22nd century. But by learning how to maneuver around this object, getting the sample and studying it, we can learn better how to move asteroids if we need to. Furthermore, by looking at this, at the sample, and by being in orbit for it for so long, we now know how to approach asteroids for perhaps future asteroid mining, so that as humanity expands in the solar system, we can get these resources we need to keep our astronauts safe.
What are you hoping to follow through with in the next few months with this mission?
So once we collect the sample, we will verify that we have enough and decide if we need to try again. We have 2 more nitrogen bottles. I hope not. I hope we get it on the first try today. We then stow the sample and wait safely away from the asteroid for our window to open up to leave Bennu. Then we thrust away from Bennu and then arrive at Earth in 2023. The spacecraft points at Earth, ejects the sample return canister, which then descends and lands in Utah. The spacecraft itself then diverts away from Earth and goes into solar orbit as an asset that NASA can use.
Is there a way for viewers to watch this happening?
The best way to follow along is at nasa.gov. You can watch on NASA TV. You can follow along on asteroidmission.org, on social media, or even Twitch, on Facebook and Twitter, Instagram, with @OsirisRex.
How are you feeling today as we get to this point in the mission? Are you feeling anticipation, excitement? What's going through your head?
So I've spent the better part of my career on this mission, starting in 2004. It's an exciting day. You have to be patient to be in planetary science. So I'm eagerly looking forward to having a successful day. It's a little nerve-wracking, but I can't wait until we can get that sample and tell the world about what we discovered.
Jason, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to following this mission through.
That's a lot of questions.
All right, our thanks there to Stephanie. We appreciate that. And coming up next here, after we take a short break, we are going to take you out to NASA TV, where they will be showing us this mission happening in real time. So we'll bring that to you here in just a moment, but we'll be taking a short break for some of you, just 2 minutes here on News Now from Fox. For those of you staying around with us, now let's go out to NASA here for some live coverage.
Only 40 bits per second, so we're just bringing down that key information, but Sierra's here to make sure we keep that link going and our station operators informed. And right next to her is Estelle Church, and Estelle is our systems coordinator for this event. She's built all the command products that are executing. She's keeping an eye on how everything is progressing on board the spacecraft, talking to all of our subsystems here in the room, and making sure things are going just as planned.
Very good. I know you yourself have actually been on this project for quite a while, even back to development. I mean, how are you feeling tonight?
No, actually, I'm excited. I feel like we've done everything we can to make this successful, and I've been on this mission for 7 years, so I've watched it go from a spacecraft on paper to being built in our high bay to launch and everything here. And yeah, I'm excited. My kids were excited this morning, and we are ready.
Right on. That's so fantastic. So we're going to let you guys get back to it. I know we don't want to interrupt too much. Sandy, thank you so much for joining us. And I know that folks around the world are paying attention to this right now. We're seeing a ton of social media coming in. So let's go over to James on the social media desk and see what some of those conversations are about.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. It's awesome to see the team over there in the MSA. You can really feel the energy in the room, especially after every call out from Dale. And right on cue.
is slewing to the tag attitude, the third and final natural feature tracking attitude.
All right, so we're inching ever so closer down to the surface of Bennu. But today we also want to hear from you. So you can check in on live updates at our Twitter account at OsirisRex, or using that hashtag to Bennu and back across social media to get in on the conversation. In the meantime, a question I had when I first started covering the mission is, how do you even begin to prepare for a mission of this scale? I mean, when I first heard about OsirisRex, it really seemed like something out of a big budget movie. But this is a reality. We're actually going to be trying to sample on an asteroid. To put things into perspective for you, Bennu is about the size of the Empire State Building. That's really small for an object and makes it exceptionally challenging for us to orbit something with such a weak gravity field. And that sample site we're going for today, Nightingale, it's just a few meters in width, which is about the size of a few parking spaces. So just take a step back for a second and put yourself in the shoes of some of those engineers on this mission. And imagine trying to park a spacecraft on an asteroid 200 million miles away in a space no larger than a few parking spots. As if parallel parking on an asteroid isn't hard enough, imagine also trying to dodge hazards like rocky boulders and all kinds of things as you're making your descent down to collect a sample. And on top of that, the team has actually programmed the spacecraft to steer itself down to the surface. It's truly incredible, this mission, and all the foresight that went into it. It really blows my mind. We actually have a couple questions coming in from Twitter, and a lot of people are actually asking about our fuel usage for the mission. This one question is asking, how does the craft have enough fuel to return back to Earth from the asteroid? So we're looking to bring that sample back in 2023, and OsirisRex's thrusters are actually powered by hydrazine, which is stored in a container on the spacecraft. We're tapping into a little bit of that fuel today, on the order of maybe tens of grams, not a lot, because as you remember, Bennu has this microgravity environment, and it just requires a little bit of thrust to kick us in the right direction to collect a sample. That return trip back to Earth, that's a bit of a different story. We're going to be using a lot more fuel for that. But don't worry, the team has thought way ahead and has packed more than enough fuel to get us back here safely in 2023. But there's a lot more to come, and I'll check back in with you in just a minute. Back to you, Michelle.
Thank you, James. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the simulation to see where we are. As you notice with the simulation, the spacecraft has its arm extended now, and is on a slow path toward the surface. So as we get closer to the moment of contact, the drama starts to happen in slow motion. And this is to maximize precision and minimize unintentional surprises. So, speaking of surprises, there is one big aspect of the OsirisRex mission that's all about preparing for the unexpected. And joining us to discuss this is NASA Planetary Science Division Director, Lori Glaze. Now, Lori, you have kind of a dramatic specialty and a responsibility that comes with your position at NASA. You actually worry about things like planetary protection.
Yes, planetary protection or planetary defense is sometimes what we call it.
That's right.
Defending our planet from potential impacts. And Bennu is in a special class, and I think Dante spoke about this a little earlier, that Bennu is actually a near-Earth object, or a NEO. And a NEO, or near-Earth object, is an asteroid or a comet that orbits the sun, much like our planets do, but they're slightly unusual.
OREX has reached the third and final natural feature tracking attitude. The spacecraft will hold this fixed attitude until tag.
Excellent. Great news. So back to NEOs.
Yes.
So NEOs are somewhat unusual in that their orbits bring them within the vicinity of Earth's orbit. The technical definition of a NEO is something that comes within about 30 million miles of Earth's orbit. And asteroids actually come close to the Earth all the time. 1 or 2 per week actually pass in between the Earth and the Moon. But most of those are really small and not dangerous. But asteroids of a much bigger size that could actually do damage to the Earth's surface if they were to impact, they can pass by Earth closer than the Moon about once per month. And that's why it's really important for us to find them as early as possible so we can track their orbits, study their characteristics, and if necessary, we can mitigate a potential future impact threat. And that's where a mission that we're building now called the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, that's where DART comes in. And DART is going to launch in next summer, 2021, and it's going to test something we call the kinetic impactor technique. That could be used one day to help us mitigate a future potential impact threat by bumping an asteroid ever so slightly that's on a collision course with our planet into a slightly different orbit so it misses Earth.
Just a little bit is all you need.
Just a tiny bit.
So, I mean, that is really exciting. Now, I also understand that not all of the asteroids in the solar system are the same. There are different sorts, and NASA has some upcoming missions to study these different kinds of asteroids. So tell us a bit more about that, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, we know that the majority of our asteroids are found in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. And in fact, we have a mission that's going to launch in 2022. It's called Psyche. It's going to visit one of the biggest asteroids in the asteroid belt that's actually called 16 Psyche. And this mission is going to arrive in early 2026 and help us better understand if this asteroid is potentially actually the core of a planet-sized object. We also have other types of asteroids called Trojans that are clustered in two groups that lead and trail in Jupiter's orbit due to a balancing act of the pull of both Jupiter's and the Sun's gravity on them. NASA has a mission to those Trojan asteroids called Lucy. It's going to launch next fall, about a year from now, and it's going to go visit several of these Trojan asteroids. We have a new mission called Janus, and we selected this mission through our Simplex small mission program line. This mission is going to send actually two small spacecraft, very small spacecraft, to two binary asteroid systems and help us understand what it is that makes these binary asteroid systems different from one another. And so studying this full breadth of these diverse small worlds will continue to help us fill up the knowledge gaps of how our solar system actually formed and evolved over time.
So it seems with all these missions coming up, we're sort of in a golden age of asteroid exploration. But then there's this other aspect of the OSIRIS-REx mission, which is the sample return. And it turns out that we're also beginning this golden age of sample return to it, and not just to asteroids.
You're absolutely right. And we're really excited about all of these samples because they're so precious and there's so much science we can do with them. In addition to OSIRIS-REx, we're also partnering with the Japanese Space Agency on their mission called Hayabusa 2, which is actually already on its way back, bringing a sample from Ryugu. They're going to be coming back to Earth in December. We're also partnering with Japanese Space Agency on another mission of theirs that's going to return a sample from Phobos, which is one of the two moons of Mars. And then finally, at the end of this decade, we're going to send a mission to Mars to retrieve the samples that are collected by the Perseverance rover, which is really truly our first astrobiology mission from NASA. And it's focused on looking for finding potential life, ancient life, on Mars. So sample of return is really important because it allows us to study these pristine samples back here on Earth. We can then take advantage of our room-sized laboratories.
All of this. OREX has begun moving the solar arrays to the Y-wing configuration to avoid possible contact with the surface during tag.
Great news, moving right along. So when we bring the samples back, this allows us to use all of the laboratory capabilities that we have here on Earth. We can use the full suite of the scientific instruments that we have at our disposal to help us better understand the sample, their compositions, and the history of the body from which they came. And also having the samples back here on Earth allows us to preserve them for future generations to come and allows our future explorers to analyze the samples using techniques and instruments that haven't been invented and to ask questions that we don't even know to ask yet.
That is just so cool. I mean, life is all about how we navigate unknowns. This is something that's happening in real time around us tonight. So it's reassuring to know that there's an organized plan that you're in charge of to help take some of the uncertainties out of at least one dramatic category. So Lori Glaze, thank you for joining us this evening. So good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me. I just want to add that it's been fantastic to watch the OSIRIS-REx mission so far, and I'm really, really excited for what's ahead tonight, and I want to say congratulations to the entire team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, asteroids are not easily navigated. They're hard to see, they have low gravity fields, they're dark and rocky, and traveling around the solar system where everything is moving rarely means traveling in a straight line. Let's take a look at some of the big challenges the team has faced to get to this point.
As we started to approach Bennu from a distance and it started to fill up the camera field of view, it looked exactly like we thought it would, with a few boulders sticking out. But as we got closer, we expected to see a very sandy surface with maybe a few boulders here and there. And what we saw is very little sand. And we saw these mountains, we saw boulders, we saw rocks, and we saw very few areas that had this sandy surface that we were expecting and what we had designed to.
We have never done this before. We're actually going to collect the sample and bring it back down to Earth for further examination by scientists.
In order to achieve that objective, the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft has been navigating around Bennu for about the last 2 years, studying it in great detail, and also overcoming a number of challenges that Bennu has presented. We were looking for locations on Bennu that were 50 meters in diameter, relatively flat, and covered with fine-grained material. And by fine-grained material, I mean stuff that's the size of a dime or smaller. We realized that there were no sites on Bennu that even came close to meeting this criteria. Everywhere we looked was too small and covered with boulders. So we actually had to fly a number of additional close passes over the asteroid and rethink our entire plan for grabbing the sample. After the additional observations of Bennu, we had to down-select to 4 sites, and then go back and survey those sites even further to select the final primary sample site.
My first impression of Nightingale is that's the last place I wanted to go. But as we started looking at other sites, we saw that 1, this is probably one of the most sampleable sites, and 2, we were overperforming in our navigation capability and our ability to contact. Natural feature tracking works a lot like the human mind in that we pick up landmarks along the way. As we descend, we look at features on the ground. We program the computer to recognize certain features. It takes a picture, says this feature is not where I expected it to be, it's a little bit off to the side, updates its position based on where it's pointed and where that feature shows up in the camera position.
The tag event is our touch and go event, which is where we'll actually be retrieving the sample from asteroid Bennu. We start with a series of maneuvers, one of them being the checkpoint burn, which is where we'll actually check our position velocity in relation to the sample sites.
And then the match point burn, about 10 minutes later, will zero out our horizontal velocity relative to the surface. And then about 10 minutes after that, we make contact with the tag SAM, fire the gas bottle, and then back away.
And we hope to get at least 60 grams of sample, and then we'll be able to store that and bring it back down to Earth.
But there are several things that could go wrong, and we also have to be prepared that we won't be successful on our first try at Nightingale.
We don't only get one shot at tag. We actually have 3 nitrogen bottles on board the spacecraft, so we can potentially do 3 tag attempts if needed. We go through several what-if scenarios, and this is how we actually prepare for a lot of our contingencies.
So we've had to look all around the surface and identify the rocks and boulders that if the spacecraft were to tip over up to 25 degrees, it could come into contact and be damaged.
We had to develop a hazard map, which we program into the computer and says, if you're getting too close to those hazards, we'll do a wave off, we'll back away from the asteroid, and we'll come back and do this another day.
Everything might work perfectly. We come down, we touch the surface just where we want to, we fire the gas bottle, but the area we contact is covered in large rocks. Those rocks would prevent any fine-grained material from being stirred up and captured in the tag SAM head. Another similar scenario is if the tag SAM were to touch on the edge of a boulder and become tipped up. In that case, when the gas bottle fires, much of that gas escapes out the side, not churning up the material that we want to capture. The day of tag is going to be really exciting, but the excitement for our team doesn't end there.
We have to verify that we have a proper sample.
First, we're going to image the tag SAM head by sticking in front of one of the cameras. Then we're going to do a maneuver called the sample mass measurement, in which we stick out the arm and we spin the spacecraft in order for us to decide if we've collected enough mass to be able to stow the sample and return home, or if we have to try again.
This is the culmination of a lot of work. It's probably one of the most exciting missions that I've worked on.
It is really exciting to know that we're finally going to be able to touch the surface of the asteroid and collect the sample to return back to Earth.
So step back for a moment and realize that tonight's events are exceedingly rare and historic. Humanity has only landed on a few different bodies in the solar system, and actually retrieving a sample is even more rare. So luckily with me tonight are some of the people that know better than anybody all the challenges that it took to get here. So let me introduce Mike Moreau. Mike is the OSIRIS-REx Deputy Project Manager at the Goddard Space Flight Center, and Coralie Adam is Tag Navigation Manager at Kinetics Aerospace. So welcome, Mike and Coralie. How you guys doing?
So excited.
So excited. We're less than a half hour from tag now.
Yeah, you can feel the energy all building. So I should mention at this point that it's possible, you've been hearing this before, cheers from the MSA. So can you give us a sense what's going on right now?
Yeah, so every few minutes a navigation camera image is taken by the spacecraft of the surface below, and it's sent to the Natural Feature Tracking System. And that system identifies features in the image and sends a signal back to Earth that it was successful.
Position uncertainty is 0.5 meters.
And the team celebrates. It tells us we're on track to our next target and on track to tag.
Absolutely. So now, clearly there's a lot to talk about in terms of the mission, but once again, you had to do all of this in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic. So were there any mission expectations that changed? How did you deal with that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as the whole world was coming to grips with the pandemic in the March timeframe, this team was in the midst of preparing for our first tag rehearsal, the checkpoint rehearsal that would take the spacecraft only 65 meters above the surface. So we had to rethink the entire way in which we were going to do that rehearsal with only a skeleton crew here in the building and with many of our team members remote, as Sandy mentioned before. Today we have people literally all over the building monitoring, also at Goddard Space Flight Center and at the University of Arizona watching this event today. But thankfully we got through checkpoint rehearsal in April and match point rehearsal in August.
And all those special considerations, they're still going on around us today, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could see people spaced out in the MSA when you were over there, and you know, we had more time to prepare for tag in order to accommodate that and get everyone into the building here today. So I'm just incredibly proud of our team for their efforts to keep the project on track for tag in spite of all of these challenges.
Absolutely. So I know NASA's famous for having to deal with unexpected situations, and this COVID-19 thing is kind of a different flavor of unexpected situations.
Whole new level.
We're going to deal about that. Okay, so now let's talk more about the challenges of tag that we introduced in the video segment. So Coralie.
Right, so you've seen that Nightingale site is an extremely challenging spot to navigate into. There's boulders all around it. This is totally different than how we originally designed the system to target a 50-meter diameter area. Nightingale is 10 times smaller than that. So it required the whole team to rethink how to safely navigate into the contact with the surface, and we had to come up with some new ideas.
Yeah, so the original navigation approach used LiDAR, or laser-based navigation, to take us to the Nightingale crater. But when we saw what Bennu looked like, we realized we had to switch to a vision-based approach, and that's the NFT system that you've been hearing about.
Yeah, so the Kinetics navigation team has spent the last 2 years learning how to navigate around Bennu using optical navigation techniques very similar to what NFT is doing on board the spacecraft today. So Kinetics worked with scientists and the Lockheed Martin NFT
OREX
team
MSA on OREX Ops.
map the surface of Bennu.
OREX has processed its next image. Position uncertainty is 0.5 meters.
Really honing in. So we mapped the surface of Bennu to unprecedented resolution of 2 centimeters per pixel, which is better than what we've done on our own Earth and Moon. So it was a huge Herculean effort to get to this point where we're comfortable handing the maps and the keys over to the spacecraft to get us down into this small site today.
Absolutely. So I guess right now it's time to say goodbye to you guys. The best of luck for today. I'm really excited, and it's great to be with you guys.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now, I think probably the best thing to do is to check in with Gary Napier. I guess we're going to go back and see how things are going back there. So to Gary.
So things are going really good right now, Michelle. We're actually going to talk to Heather Enos here,
OREX MSA
the Deputy
on OREX
Principal
Ops.
Investigator
OREX
for the
solar
OSIRIS
arrays
REx
are
mission
in the
out of the
Y-wing
University
configuration.
of Arizona. Thanks for joining us, Heather.
Hi, Gary.
So what's really interesting, Heather, is that you actually feel that long missions like this are really important. I mean, you go from design to build, but operations is really quite a while. That it's actually really important to involve that next generation and kind of bring that generation up, correct? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely, Gary, you're right. All the way back from when we started planning this mission, OSIRIS-REx, we recognized it's a long duration mission. And although that presents challenges for retaining your key personnel, we actually took it as an opportunity to use this mission to train our next generation of students and science engineers and scientists. A good example is we had one of our science instruments. It's called REXUS. It's an X-ray spectrometer built by a team of students at MIT and Harvard. So real hands-on.
That's really interesting. I mean, I understand you also have some folks that actually were students and came onto the team later?
Yeah, so being at the University of Arizona on a PI-led mission, we have had hundreds of undergraduate and graduate students working on this mission over the course of the last decade. And two of our students that started off as students are actually two of our navigation team members. That's Dan Wibben and Eric Starr.
Wow,
so
they're on console.
they're on console right now. Yeah, they are.
At this time, NFB has
so
computed the checkpoint and match point burn updates to correct for errors in the trajectory accumulated since orbit departure. Checkpoint burn in 2 minutes.
So checkpoint turn in 2 minutes. We're going to throw it back over to Michelle, because I know this is an important update for her. So Michelle, thanks. Back over to you.
Thanks, Gary.
Well, absolutely. So Dante, tell us what this important milestone checkpoint means.
This is a really important part of the mission right now. So we've been hearing about natural feature tracking and how it's processing these images.
OREX MSA on OREX Ops. OREX has processed its next image. Position uncertainty is 0.46 meters.
Right, so what it's doing with that information is it's calculating how it's going to fire its thrusters for this checkpoint. When we left orbit, we were on a trajectory that would take us over the surface of the asteroid, and if nothing else happened, we would safely fly past Bennu. Once we fire the thrusters for the checkpoint maneuver, we're actually going to start descending down towards the asteroid surface, so this means we're going to be on our way to make contact. So natural feature tracking has been doing nothing but calculating this maneuver since we started taking images.
So this is one of the big deals. This is one of the big milestones coming up now.
This is huge.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know that as we look at the simulation, there's an interesting configuration the spacecraft is in. Oh, I see the thrusters firing.
That's right. You can see we would expect right now on the spacecraft the thrusters to be firing, so we're going to be paying close attention to Dale Howell to let us know we've gotten telemetry back to telling us that maneuver has succeeded.
In the meantime, if you want to tell us a bit about the configuration it's in, go ahead. Or
yeah, we heard Dale call out earlier that the spacecraft was in the Y-wing configuration. There we just reconfigured the solar arrays to get them up away from the asteroid surface, basically to protect their active areas from any dust loading that might be kicked up during the tag event.
It's another excellent Star Wars reference.
That's right, always. You can also see here in the simulation the Nightingale sample site, now down in the lower corner here. This is our target. This is what we're trying to get into with that spacecraft. So.
And it looks like there's a lot of boulders around that.
Yeah, as we've said, generally the surface of Bennu is rough and rugged and covered with boulders. Nightingale really does stand out as a pretty unique, interesting area on the surface.
How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Paying close attention to that call out, waiting for Dale to tell us that checkpoint has occurred.
Absolutely. So what we're waiting for right now is the call out that checkpoint has occurred, and the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft has begun its descent towards the asteroid surface.
Right. Any time now.
And it's probably worth mentioning.
OREX MSA on OREX Ops. Checkpoint burn has completed.
Okay, we're heading down towards the asteroid surface at this point.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, well, you know, I guess the next thing that comes up is going to be this match point maneuver. So that's the next big milestone for us.
That's right. So we've got one more firing of thrusters with the spacecraft to get us lined up for the sample acquisition event. We call that the match point. Because what we're doing there currently as we're flying over the asteroid surface, in fact, it's the asteroid surface that's rotating underneath us. And when we fire thrusters for match point, we're doing that to match that rotational velocity so that the spacecraft becomes station keeping essentially over that Nightingale sample site.
Absolutely. All right, so I think we have a little bit of time now to turn to our social media desk. So James, what's going on in social media?
Yeah, Michelle, it's super exciting. You just heard that checkpoint burn confirmed. We are now just very, very close down to the surface of Nightingale. And you guys have been really excited over on social media too at that hashtag to Bennu and back. Lots of great messages rolling in here. Someone's really excited for our little robot friend to go rock hunting on the surface. We had someone who actually attended our launch back in a couple of years ago, Cape Canaveral, and are now watching the broadcast live with us today, excited for that sample collection event. We have Philip, who kind of puts it in perspective for us here, who says, this is amazing and extremely difficult in so many ways. Bennu's orbit, spin, inclination, the orbital mechanics of this long mission are just astounding. I can only imagine how many orbit simulations have been made here on Earth. It really is a crazy mission, and we also have our animal friends, our pets, cheering us on here as well. Bennu is rough from this couple of our pets here, really excited. So we're now just minutes away from that match point burn, and for that, I'll kick it back to you, Michelle.
Okay, excellent. So, you know, just a few minutes ago, Dante, you were saying that this landing site is sort of a unique area on the asteroid. Tell us about this site.
Yeah, we spent an enormous amount of effort selecting the area on this asteroid surface where we wanted to get the sample from. And we kind of divided our analysis up into 4 different categories. First, we were looking at the deliverability. And this was a real challenge because, as we've seen earlier in the broadcast, the original guidance accuracy was 25-meter radius, and we're trying to get into an area that's 10% of that size. We have solved that problem with our amazing natural feature tracking solution, and as we've heard, that's worked really well, and it has updated its checkpoint and its match point maneuvers on board based on that information. That gets you down to the surface of the asteroid. So the next thing that we have to worry about is maintaining spacecraft safety. There's a lot of hazards on this asteroid surface, things that could damage a critical component, and we decided to focus safety on the things that were needed to get the sample back to the Earth. So there were certain things we could lose at this point in the mission if they didn't fulfill that objective. We still have some upcoming major milestones that help us maintain that spacecraft safety. Now natural feature tracking is going to be switching over to calculating the contact point on the asteroid surface. And it has a piece of software on board called the hazard map. It's actually determining, is the location that I'm going to touch down on safe, a green area on that hazard map, or is it potentially hazardous, a red area on that hazard map? So as we get closer to the asteroid surface, a key moment is the 5-meter crossing. That's when the spacecraft makes that decision. Do I continue down to collect the sample, or do I back away and live to tag another day? After that, you've got down there, your spacecraft is safe. There's got to be something for you to pick up. Earlier in the broadcast, Bo Bierhaus showed us the size of particles that TAGSAM could actually collect. So we had to map the Nightingale area and other potential sample sites well below that 2-centimeter resolution. And in fact, we got 3.5 millimeters per pixel all over the Nightingale sample site. And we were really excited to see lots of particles of that size. And then, of course, the final parameter that we were looking at was the scientific value. And I can tell you the good news is any sample from Bennu is scientifically valuable. We've seen these hydrated clay minerals, we've seen organic molecules, carbon-bearing minerals all over the surface of the asteroid, exactly the kind of material that we're hoping to bring home.
So I understand the next big milestone we're looking for here is something called match point.
That's right.
So what happens at match point?
Match point is the final maneuver that the spacecraft performs by firing its thrusters. And that's where we become centered over the Nightingale sample site and begin that final descent down to the asteroid surface. And the spacecraft is solely focused on its safety calculation and the decision on whether or not it's going to proceed down to collect that sample.
Of course, the amazing thing about match point is that the asteroid itself is actually rotating. So when we go to match point, the spacecraft has to match the rotation of the asteroid so it comes directly down onto it.
That's right.
So how fast is Bennu rotating?
Bennu has a rotation period of 4.3 hours. So that's basically the length of the day on the asteroid. On Earth, the rotation period is 24 hours, which is why a day on Earth is 24 hours long. So that translates, because Bennu's a pretty small object, as we've seen, 500 meters or about the same size as the Empire State Building. At the equator, the surface is moving at 10 centimeters per second. And it actually gets slower and slower as you go to higher latitudes. By the time you get to the North Pole, it's 0. Nightingale's pretty far north, so it's actually much lower than 10 centimeters per second. And that just kind of shows you the delicate precision nature of this mission. You know, we've got to get very low thrust maneuvers, very delicate, very slow approach to the asteroid surface. Everything kind of happens in slow motion when you're operating in a microgravity environment like Bennu.
So what's the next critical milestone after match point?
After match point, we're going to be looking for the natural feature tracking system coming back online, taking those images and additional correlations and precision on its knowledge of its position. And we might expect it to actually jump up. We've been hearing natural feature tracking uncertainties on the order of ½ a meter. It may go up a little bit as it goes through.
MSA on OREX Ops. OREX natural feature tracking system has resumed processing. Position uncertainty is 1.6 meters.
So you can see there we went back to 1.6 meters. That's because we went through the checkpoint maneuver. So whenever you impart a thrust like that, it adds uncertainty into the system. And we're seeing that with the natural feature tracking system right now.
That is so exciting. Okay, so we're going to introduce, actually, the Associate Administrator of NASA, Dr. Thomas Zurbuchen. Thomas, thank you for joining us.
So glad to be here with all of you.
It's an exciting time, Thomas.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yesterday,
That's right. Yesterday's his birthday. Yeah, that's right. Happy birthday. So, I guess, everybody here is aiming for this point in time called, this tag SAM, but it turns out that there have been a lot of friends, a lot of colleagues that have helped get us to this moment. So, who's been along with us on this journey?
Well, look, I mean, there's a number of course, domestic partners, many of them around here. You talked to some of them, but there's also international partners, and the Canadian Space Agency provided the laser altimeter, which is an important instrument here. And of course, we have a partnership with JAXA. What we're going to do is actually share the samples from Ryugu, from Hayabusa 2, with OSIRIS-REx once it's back for maximum science, and that's really what international partnerships are about.
So this is a big mission for NASA, but it turns out that there are many different kinds of partners in a mission like this. Give us a sense of the range of partners that we have.
Well, look, I mean, it starts with the University of Arizona. That's where the leadership is, and with you there and your entire team. But NASA Goddard Space Flight Center is a critical partner with managing, of course, especially also working with Lockheed Martin, who really, with that team deserves a lot of credit, and Kinetics, which was already introduced, as well as many others. If you really look, so often missions like that touch many, many states around the United States.
Absolutely. So, Thomas Zurbuchen, thank you for joining us, and we will see you later on in the program.
How do you feel, man?
I'm pretty excited. This is the final 10, 12 minutes here for contact. I feel really good. The team's in high spirits. As you and I talked about earlier this week, we have done everything possible to make this today a success.
Exactly right. And your mind is already out there, and the spacecraft is already on the way out in real time. Can you imagine that, right?
It's good actually to point out whatever has happened with TAG has already happened. We're well past that 18.5-minute one-way light time.
Absolutely. Hey, congrats. Let's continue doing this.
Yeah, we'll see you later. Thank you, Thomas.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're coming up, I know, on the critical point of match point. So
That's right.
At what point will we know that we really have a sample?
That's a great question. We're not exactly sure what's going to happen right away. We'll know if we made contact with the asteroid surface today. We'll know if the gas bottle fired, and we know that we backed safely away from the asteroid. But we actually have a lot of work to do over the next week or so. We'll take a look at the images that we were acquired during contact with the asteroid surface, and then we'll go into a different imaging campaign. We're about 30 seconds from match point, so we're going to keep our ears open for that critical call out from Dale.
OREX MSA on OREX Ops. OREX has processed its next image. Position uncertainty is 1 meter.
All right, we're back down to a meter positional uncertainty. That's great news. So back to sample verification. We will, after we're well away from the asteroid and everything has kind of settled down, we have that robotic arm. We're actually going to use that to put the TAG SAM head into the field of view of SAMCAM. And we can look not only at the top of the sampler head like we're going to get with the images today, but we can actually turn it around and we can look at the base of TAG SAM. We have, in addition to the gas stimulation, we have contact pads. Simply by making contact with the asteroid surface, we think we can pick up fine-grained particles, less than a millimeter or so. But basically, we're going to be looking for any evidence of asteroid material on or inside the TAG SAM.
Now, obviously, you don't want to go all the way back to
OREX
Earth.
MSA on OREX Ops. Match point burn is complete.
All right. We're heading down. We've got about 10 minutes before contact with the asteroid surface.
Oh, wow. So I was about to say, so obviously you don't want to head back to Earth with not much samples. How do you know how much sample you actually got?
There's an incredibly clever physics experiment that the team has designed here called the sample mass measurement. So what we're going to do is we're going to place the spacecraft arm out to the side of the spacecraft. So when it's in sampling configuration, it's actually pointed above. For this, we point it out in the other direction and we kind of spin the entire spacecraft around. And we're measuring a property called the moment of inertia. We have actually already done this prior to initiating the TAG sequence today. So we know what that property is when the TAG SAM head is empty. Now we're going to be able to do it, hopefully, when it's full of asteroid regolith. So we're only looking for small differences in this property as a result of this experiment. And the precision, just like everything on this program, is phenomenal. We're talking tens of grams of precision on a measurement on a spacecraft hundreds of millions of miles away that just picked up this asteroid sample. The minimum that we're looking for is 60 grams, or about 2 ounces.
MSA on OREX Ops. Attitude control system has transitioned to touch and go mode.
Right. Spacecraft's getting ready to make contact with the asteroid surface here. So the sample mass measurement will tell us if we have 60 grams or more of material, and that'll happen on Saturday later this week.
Excellent. Okay, Dante, this is it. You know, the engines have given us a push in the right direction, and OSIRIS-REx is on course to make touchdown on an asteroid. So we're going to listen to the flight controller calls from MSA, but before we actually touch the surface, it's a great time to visit our social media desk again. So, James, what's going on?
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. So you've been hearing those call-outs from Dale over the loudspeakers about those NFT images processing. It'd be awesome to actually grab a camera and make the trek out to Bennu to photograph it up close in person. But, you know, as we've mentioned, Bennu is a little bit far away from us right now, on the order of 200 million miles away. But don't worry, here's something OSIRIS-REx can deliver to you right now from the comfort of your own home. If you're on Instagram, you can head over to @NASA Solar System. We have 2 AR filters that you can use on your social media stories. This first one's called OSIRIS-REx and You and features OSIRIS-REx playing tag with Bennu around your head. The second one is called To Bennu and Back and allows you to place an asteroid wherever you are, at home, at school. Bring an asteroid with you. So I understand we actually have a question coming in from Instagram from Mauricio, who asks, how do you manage the force back from touching down? I mean, the moment the spacecraft touches the surface, it should experience a similar force in the opposite direction. How do you manage that? Well, thanks, Mauricio. So the team actually thought ahead for this one when designing that sample arm. They actually added this spring-like mechanism to it that you can think of a bit like a pogo stick. If that sample arm were rigid, when contacting Bennu, it would stop its downward motion, and when firing the gas bottle to stir up a sample, we would just kick right back off into space, as Bo Bierhaus had mentioned earlier. But since we had that spring, you can think of it like a pogo stick. When you make contact with the ground, the springs start compressing and you keep your downward motion. It's same exact thing applies for OSIRIS-REx. When we contact Bennu, we continue moving downward, and when we fire the gas bottles, that actually slows our downward motion, giving us just enough time at the surface, on the order of maybe 10 seconds, to stir up a sample before we kick right back off into space. So if you actually want to see what the tag event is going to look like up close in person, we actually released a really cool 360 video on our NASA Goddard YouTube page that parks you right on Nightingale.
On OREX Ops. OREX has processed its next image. Position uncertainty is 0.5 meters.
Wow, wow, wow. So this is really, really high detail right now. We're getting really close to the surface. And again, like I was saying, if you want to experience what this is going to look like up close, park yourself on the surface of Nightingale and look around. This whole terrain is actually generated using real terrain data, down to 2 centimeter per pixel resolution. And as was mentioned earlier by Coralie, that is actually higher resolution than we've actually imaged our own Earth and Moon. So really, really beautiful imagery, and I definitely encourage you to check that out. But we're just minutes away from this actually happening in real life. So for that, let's kick it back to you, Michelle.
Okay, thanks, James. So, Dante, I want to ask you a couple of personal questions here. You've spent about a third of your life working on this mission. What are you feeling now?
It's a pretty amazing emotional state, Michelle. When you get to a point like this in your career, an event that you've worked for, in my case, over 16 years to get here, you kind of think back to all the people who have helped you. I think about my family. I know they're watching from Tucson, Arizona right now. They've been really important to me. And another person who can't be with us here tonight, unfortunately, is my mentor, Dr. Michael Drake. He's the one who invited me onto this program in 2004 to be his deputy. I was a young, bright-eyed assistant professor, and we worked together for 7 years writing proposals to convince NASA that this was a program to fly for New Frontiers 3. We won the contract for OSIRIS-REx in May of 2011, and Mike passed away September. A real blow to the team. So I miss him. I wish he was here today.
Yeah, yeah. It's very real. I mean, you know, we're connected to our avatars that we put out there in the universe.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I know he'd be proud of us,
yeah.
And he would really love it to be with us right now.
So we're looking at sort of an amazing simulation right now. So, you know, as we mentioned before, these are not actual images from the spacecraft, but these are based on a huge amount of real data. So we're actually looking down as this TAGSAM instrument starts approaching its sample site.
Yeah, we are collecting tons of images right now, but we simply don't have the data rate to get them back to the Earth in real time. So they're just getting banked into the spacecraft's memory, and we're going to start looking at those later tonight and have them available for everybody tomorrow morning. So this is just a simulation of the field of view of the SAMCAM, the sampling camera, part of our OCAM's camera suite. It has a clear shot of the TAGSAM collector right in the middle of its field of view. You can actually see the lower end of the TAGSAM arm here.
OREX MSA on OREX Ops. OREX is descending below 25 meters.
Okay, we're getting really close. And I want to remind you, it's the 5-meter crossing.
Yeah.
That's the really critical one. We're only a couple minutes away from that. So the spacecraft has one key decision left to make. It's calculating right now the probability that it's going to come down either on a hazardous area, as we defined on that hazard map, or in a safe area. So we may, at 5 meters, the spacecraft may decide that it's hazardous and it's going to back away, allowing us to live the tag another day. So to me, all my senses are on that call out right now.
Yeah.
I really want to hear that we are go for tag, so that's just a couple minutes away here.
And of course, remember that that was planned for. That it has to know it's safe, otherwise it's going to back up and try again another time.
That's really how we solved the amazing challenges that this asteroid surface presented to us. You can see here that this is a pretty daunting terrain that we're coming down here. There's giant boulders all around the Nightingale site, even some large rocks inside the crater that we do not think the spacecraft would survive, at least with the ability to return back to Earth if it made contact. So it is there to protect itself first and foremost. Safety is always first, but we're feeling pretty good. Everything's gone really well today, so I would say things are looking great for a tag, but of course the spacecraft is the one that gets to make that decision.
It's just amazing. You know, we've been rehearsing this event, you know, all week long, all the different mission calls and milestones, but then to actually be here tonight and realize that this is going on 200 million miles away.
That's right, yeah. I'm pretty excited.
So, I mean, there were obviously a lot of firsts in this mission.
OREX MSA on OREX Ops. OREX has processed its next message. Position uncertainty is 0.5 meters. Predicted tag lateral offset is 1.7 meters. Hazard probability is 0%. Tag lateral velocity is 0.2 millimeters per second.
Oh my God.
Tag vertical velocity is 10.2 centimeters per second.
That sounded really good.
Yes.
So it sounded like the hazard map calculation looks really good. That we're coming down in a green area. We're going to make contact with the asteroid surface.
Wow. So remember how historic this is NASA's first mission to retrieve a sample from an asteroid,
Yeah.
a pristine part of the solar system.
That's
Just
right.
Look at that animation now. So we're looking
I'm looking at the team. I think that, I think we can see everybody is laser focused on what this spacecraft's going to do. So I say let's let this play out. But those calls were really great. That was great news from Dale.
Yeah. Even more accurate than we'd hoped for in some cases.
Everybody seems happy.
Yeah. So I guess, there were obviously a lot of firsts in this mission, and there was a time when you said, a lot of what ifs basically. I mean, what if we could actually send a spacecraft to an asteroid? What if we really could bring back a sample of the solar system from billions of years ago? Do you remember where you were when those what if
OREX
questions?
MSA on OREX Ops. OREX has descended below the 5-meter mark. The hazard map is go for tag. Contact expected in 50 seconds.
We're going in. We're going in.
Touchdown declared.
All right.
Sampling is in progress.
Oh my gosh, we're there, folks. That was amazing. I mean, I don't know if you saw the team here, but they just kind of blew up. They went from being steely-eyed to like celebrating the Super Bowl. So it's all good. This is amazing. So congratulations, everybody. I know that Dante and Dr. Zubrukin are right here. And Dante, you somehow got over here pretty quick.
I sure did. Yeah.
Congratulations. How you guys feeling?
Transcendental. I mean, I can't believe we actually pulled this off.
God, I'm so excited about the team.
Yeah.
Hey, do you mind if I just bring up something?
Please.
Our friend Mike Drake is with us right now.
That's
the
right.
guy who came up with the mission at the beginning, and we're thinking of him. He's no longer on Earth, but I feel him right here.
I agree. He's with us today, and I know he's incredibly proud of this team and everything we have accomplished. This is history. It's amazing.
God, I can barely speak. I'm like shaking. How about you?
Absolutely. It's almost hard to process everything that's happening right now. It's overwhelming pride in this team and everything we've done to get here. I couldn't really have anything better to say about this group of people.
I'll say things with the systems. I can confirm that the back away burn
OREX MSA on OREX Ops. Sample collection is complete, and the back-away burn has executed.
All right.
We're on our way back.
Now, Dante, that was actually a really important call. We were celebrating on the tag,
Yeah.
but that was actually probably even more important call. Why is that?
The pyro bottle's fired, so tag SAM operated. The back-away thruster's fired, so we're safely moving away from the asteroid surface. The spacecraft did everything it was supposed to do. So we did it. We tagged the surface of the asteroid, and it's up to Bennu now to see how the event went.
What does this mean to NASA?
Oh, I mean, this is key milestone of this. Now it's a few days, right? To figure out how much we caught of this amazing sample that we're thinking about for decades. But I think this is just, I'm so proud of this team. Hey, team!
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I got to tell you, this has been a fantastic day, a fantastic journey. We're so proud of both of you for being here and supporting that team. We're going to get back over to the stage and Michelle, but some really good news. So back to you, Michelle. Thank you.
This is one of those moments we're all aware of COVID-19 because I want the hugs and the high fives and everything, but we're all going to keep each other safe. There are lots of super excited people all over who want to share in this moment and share their congratulations.
No kidding.
So let's take a moment to hear a few words from three institutional leaders who couldn't be here tonight, but they're cheering on the team on behalf of so many supporters.
Hi everyone, Dennis Andrusick, Goddard Center Director. I am just so excited that OSIRIS-REx is collecting a sample from the surface of Bennu. The tag is just the pinnacle of the mission so far.
MSA on
Getting the
OREX
sample
Ops.
back to Earth is
OREX
obviously going to be
has
the
completed
great event
the
of the
back-away
entire
burn,
mission. But I got to congratulate Dante. You and your team, your project management skills as a PI, just superb. Rich, the operations team, for getting us to where we are, and Lisa Callahan for the awesome Lockheed Martin team, and getting OSIRIS-REx to where we are, and building a great spacecraft and returning it to Earth. Go OSIRIS-REx.
Today's an exciting day. As OSIRIS-REx begins its descent to Bennu, the nation is looking forward to the news of a successful tag event. OSIRIS-REx team members have been working on this project for more than a decade, and the work being done is hard, and it's complicated, and it's necessary. Understanding the makeup of Bennu will help us better understand our universe and how to protect our most important asset in space, Earth. I want to wish the best of luck to the entire OSIRIS-REx team, including our partners at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, the University of Arizona, and especially the mission operators and engineers right here at Lockheed Martin. Go OREX!
The University of Arizona is incredibly proud of its long tradition of excellence and leadership in space exploration. I'm thrilled to see the OSIRIS-REx's missions achievements carried this tradition forward today with NASA, Lockheed Martin, and all of our incredible partners.
Congratulations to all of the OSIRIS-REx mission team members. You have shown the world how our determination, creativity, and talent can advance the capabilities of our entire nation. And I can't wait for the amazing science we will see with the sample return in 2023.
Okay, well, we are here live after some excellent news. I'm here with an exultant Dante Loretta from the University of Arizona. So one more time for our audience out there, explain when we know we'll have a sample.
A little overwhelmed right now, Michelle, I have to say. It's been pretty intense several minutes here. I can tell you that everything went just exactly perfect, which is kind of the hallmark of this team. We have consistently beaten expectations over and over again. We have overcome the amazing challenges that this asteroid has thrown at us, and the spacecraft appears to have operated flawlessly. We made it down to the asteroid surface. We were in contact. The gas bottles fired. We don't know how long we were in contact with yet. That's some reconstructed information that we're going to have to put together over the next few hours as the data come in. We backed away successfully from the asteroid surface. The team is exuberant back there. Emotions are high. Everybody is really proud, and we have some work to do to determine how much sample that we have collected. The next thing that I'm going to be looking for is once the spacecraft cools off, it probably got pretty warm as it approached the asteroid surface, so it needs to get rid of some of that excess heat. It's got to get those solar rays back onto the sun and get power positive. Once it's stabilized, it's going to point that high gain antenna at the Earth, and we're going to start bringing that data back. And those SAMCAM images are going to tell us an enormous amount of information about how the events of today went. We're going to be looking at a whole series of images as we descended down to the surface, made contact, fired that gas bottle, and I really want to know how that surface responded. We haven't done this before, so this is a new territory for us. And the whole science team, I know, is really looking forward to that information. For one thing, it'll tell us the likelihood of sample collection, kind of a probabilistic assessment. Probably be a lot of science that comes out of that as well.
Yeah, well, listen, I know you want to be back there with your team. It's going to be a long, hopefully happy night for all of you as more data comes in. Thank you so much. It's been such an honor to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for a great evening. And kudos to this team. It's an amazing experience.
Oh, wow.
And history was made tonight.
Absolutely. Sure. So, you know, what we're going to do now is actually take a closer look at this beautiful terrain that we've actually sampled. We've identified over 1 million asteroids in the solar system. But remember, Bennu is what's called a NEO, a near-Earth asteroid. So instead of orbiting in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, it has an orbit fairly similar to our own planet, Earth. And it not only gets our attention because it's so close to Earth, but also because we believe it may be one of the older bodies in the solar system with a wealth of information about how the solar system and life began. Let's take a closer look at the subject of all of this activity, all of this joy tonight.
Thank you.
Let's take a tour of Bennu.
In December 2018, after traveling for 2 years, 101 days, and over 1.2 billion miles, NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft arrived at its target, near-Earth asteroid Bennu. OSIRIS-REx is the first mission to explore this primitive remnant from the origins of the solar system, designed to study the asteroid and return a sample to Earth. Bennu is a dark, diminutive world, roughly the height of a skyscraper, and now the smallest body to be orbited by a spacecraft. Prior to arrival, it was known to have low thermal inertia, a characteristic of fine-grained materials like sand. An infrared spectrometer on OSIRIS-REx confirmed this property, leading scientists to expect a predominantly smooth.
All right, that was the update there. Great job by NASA getting that amazing update there, and looks like a successful mission right now. Live look here in Pennsylvania, where we're about less than an hour away from President Trump. We will get you there in just a moment here on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to go for a short break right here, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going out to Michigan. Eric Trump is campaigning for his father. Here we go, Eric Trump, everyone here on News Now from Fox.
I mean, think about this. Think about this. And I'll get into his son for a second, then we'll actually have some fun. But, I mean, think about a guy who's been in politics for 47 years. So I'm 37. That means 10 years before I took my first breath on this planet, the guy was in political office. Think about it. Like, does anybody actually believe that he found, like, the magic recipe in his 48th year? Like, I got it. I had the epiphany. I'm going to... You know, somebody came up to me, it was funny, it was cute the other day. They go, you know, imagine taking your car to like a repair shop, right? And you leave it there for 47 years. And you go back and you get your damn car. And the repair guy goes, you know what, I need another 4 years, but it's going to be perfect. I promise you, it's going to be perfect. It's like, would you buy it? Of course you wouldn't buy it. No one buys it. I mean, what has this guy accomplished in his life? Like, what has he accomplished in politics? You know, guys, well, he did do that. He gave $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America. He gave $150 billion to Iran. That's what these guys do. That's what they could do. And look at Hunter now. You see the email that came out yesterday? I want $10 million. I want $10 million for the big guy, right? That's what he said. I want $10 million for a big guy. You know what's kind of funny? I actually call my father the big guy to something. You know, hey, the big guy, blah, blah, blah. Right? It's a different type of big guy. My father is like the greatest guy in the world, and, you know,